Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Her son is streaming. Watch him on the cloud. Oh, this doesn't like end.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
People love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Azan is streaming. Watch him on that cloud.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening and fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker in this house, and I'm broadcast coming to you live from earlier in the day. It was gray, but now it's sunny. California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, today is Thursday, April 4th, 2024. Yes, Kaya is a sweet little innocent baby. I am a little late and I apologize, but I have a really good reason for that. I will describe to you in a brief moment, as this is the time where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I pressed the start streaming button and pressed the stop streaming button. Couple things. Last night I ended. You're late all the time, man. What do you mean? I'm usually early, my friend. You are wrong for saying that I'm late all the time. You're absolutely incorrect. Dog, they got a heart machine going nuts because it won't stop being cloudy in California. I'm being sarcastic. No, you're not being sarcastic. You're being serious. The heart machine is real. Jeff the barber, when Hossie? No, I'm gonna go back to my regular barber this time around. He's gonna cut my hair tonight, actually, because it's like gotten out of control. So my other barber, my actual like hairstylist guy, is gonna cut my hair, not on stream. Ever since you stopped going on Twitter, you are early, lol. I mean, that's part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, can you turn up the mic volume, dog? I have my shit maxed out and I still can't hear you. I think you need to fix your ear wax then, because I have maxed out my mic volume. Didn't used to be good. My mic volume was bad, but I have actually increased it recently. So, damn, bitch, I got lo-fi beats on at work and you're playing it now? I'm going nutty. Okay, I'll change it to dark ambient radio. Music to escape / dream to. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? Hassan, you always know how to make me cream. I don't know what that means, but I don't know if I want to know. Anyway, you know what I've actually realized, by the way? You know what I've actually recognized? I feel like I've definitely lost some weight. What do I mean by that? Because, like, I'm just wearing a straight black tee. And people are like, damn, dude, your fit goes hard today. It's nothing. It's a long sleeve black shirt. Like, I didn't do anything. I didn't like try anything. You know what I mean? Chloe dropped a banger fan cam. This is a much more normie question, I know, but how do I add emotes like the ones that everyone uses that aren't part of your channel or global? Mine's doing LVS event when the top 3 donor gets their name on a giant rock for the new wolf shield to get your name on there. Maybe. Say I look good today. Just say it. I mean, I feel like I look good today. I'll say it. Anyway, last night I ended the broadcast and I finished Tokyo Vice. That's literally all I did last night. I didn't do anything else. Took care of Kaya, made myself my brekkie Sammy, my tamago sando, and then I watched every episode of Tokyo Vice. I finished season 2 of Tokyo Vice. I think it's over anyway. Pretty sure the show's over after this. And honestly, I have a lot of thoughts about Jake Adelstein, who I know is a fabulist, right? Like 100%. I mean, he is. His stories, like that, because Tokyo Vice is based off of his memoir by the same name, Tokyo Vice, on the crime beat in Japan. And Jake Adelstein is a real person. And honestly, obviously the story is actually fictionalized off of real events. Like the story is fictionalized off of Jake Edelstein's actual novel, but much is disputed about the factually accurate information in the novel itself, in the memoir itself. I think he's a bit of a charlatan in some ways, but I'll be real. Like there are a lot of cool things that he has done that are undisputed. Being the first white guy, being the first Westerner to work for Japan's largest newspaper, most distributed newspaper. That's huge. You know what I mean? Bradley downplaying his steroid use right now. Season 2 was boring for me. Season 2 was boring until it wasn't. The last like 6-7 episodes of season 2, you just watch nonstop. So, White House pressed on Biden, Netanyahu call it briefing. Sure. Anyway, did you see the new Shogun on Tuesday? Yeah. I watched it. Praying for Hassan Fantano workout stream. I just saw that Instagram story. Do you see Hamas is now in Bulgaria? I did not. Anyway, personal news wise. So I watched Tokyo Vice. I finished it, and I literally was like, I went to bed and at 10:30, and I was like, I'm gonna go to sleep at 10:30. I'm gonna go to sleep by 11. I didn't go to sleep until like 3 because this shit was so goddamn compelling. I was just locked in there. I was locked in watching freaking Tokyo Vice, all episodes back to back to back. And I finished it. No spoilers, please. There's no spoilers to be had. It's a real life story. Shut up. Anyway, regardless, I was totally captivated. The last like 5 episodes were pretty good. After that, I woke up. Couldn't wake up early enough. But as soon as I woke up and I got my cake up, I went in. Wow. I went in and I went to the park. I took Kaya out to the park. Sorry. I'm just like overstimulated. I got a lot of stuff happening here. I took Kaya to the park. She met one new dog. She met 2 new dogs. One of them didn't really fuck with her, and the other one was like fucking with her a little too hard. So I was like, all right, chill out. Sometimes you never know, you know what I mean? You like Kaya is incredibly well trained, and I trust her around other dogs, but like I don't really trust other dogs sometimes. I got trust issues, you could say. So I was a little worried. I was a little worried that she was going to this other dog was gonna be like aggro towards her. I played a little bit of basketball. Normal. You never know when they fight. What do you mean? No, fighting is fine. Dogs literally fight for fun. There's a difference between like they're playing and did I say basketball? Didn't I say basketball? Anyway, I played a little bit of basketball, also known as basketball. I don't know if that's like an emote or something. But yeah, I met a dude at the park who was there with his little kid, his little baby sitting on the sideline, and he was just like straight up Japanese, like from Japan. He was really excited that I said, when he said he's Japanese, I said, oh, Nihon desu. And he got so stoked. You've never seen a Japanese man? No. He was just stoked that I had he did not speak English at all. He did not speak English at all. And I was like, oh yeah, I go to Japan all the time. I love Japan. and then I balled his ass up, bro. He was actually decent. Like, he had decent ball handles, but he was like kind of short. I fucking owned this man. I destroyed this man so hard. I brought shame to his family. Okay, it was fucked up what I did to this guy. It was fucked up in front of his kid too. Kaya's watching, the kid's watching. You know what I mean? Thank God the kid's a little baby, so she doesn't understand how badly I dominated his dad, dude. His dad was calling me daddy by the end of it. Okay, started using nomenclature that ascribed respect to me by the end of it. Hitting me with the Hassan Sama. I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. Okay, it was actually very cordial. It was actually very close, very cordial, and it was awesome. I asked him like, what's going on? You know, what does he do here? Yeah, he said Hassan Senpai. His wife is studying medicine. At what point is this racist? Are you writing fanfic right now? No. Anyway, dude, Xiaoma's doing the gayest shit in Turkey. What the fuck? World's weirdest barber cracks my neck. Why is he doing the gayest? Bro, stop. The lira is already bad as fuck, man. What is this guy doing? Everybody's gonna think we're just the gayest country on the planet, man. What the fuck? This is a Greek barber. He's not Turkish. Okay? God damn, dude. He's just like, I went to a hammam and got my ass clapped. I went to the gayest barber in Turkey. What's next, bro? Are you gonna find the one fucking künefe place that like also fucks your butt? Like, what is happening? Ottoman Empire behavior, 100%. He still hasn't done our national pastime, you know, oil wrestling. Very masculine and not gay at all. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Japanese Steph Curry?
He is being called the Japanese Steph Curry. 6'2" Nebraska guard Keisei Tominaga is lighting up Division I basketball right now, averaging 24 points over his last 5 games, leading the entire Big Ten Conference during that span, and he's rocking Steph's number 30 while doing it. Keisei has unmatched shooting confidence and will fire when he's even given an inch of space. He takes some of the most outlandish threes you could think of, but drains them more often than not. He is Asia's most dominant Division I player at the moment, and he is making his name heard loud and clear. Keisei is no stranger to scoring. He averaged 40 points per game his senior year of high school. He comes from basketball.
Bro, he averaged 40 points per game in his senior year of high school. Like, that's impressive, but like, the fuck do you mean? Like, that's very different than now.
Lineage too. His father Hiroyuki played on Japan's national team back in the day, and Keisei made his Olympic debut at just 20 years old. A fan favorite with the energy of a performer, Keisei Tominaga is going to be a star wherever his journey takes him.
He's D1, shut the hell up. Well, I mean, yeah, we'll put his fucking stats on the board for D1. Asia's most dominant player plays for a team called Huskers. Would he get exposed? Would get exposed in the NBA? All right. Anyway, like I said, I fucking absolutely eviscerated this other dude, which was, you know, who wasn't as prolific of a shooter as this dude that you just showed me. Overall, fun times were had. Come back to my house. My motherfucking gate is busted. Why? Because guess what? Delivery dudes love putting that fucking shit right next to the door. They hate bringing that shit in to the steps at least a little bit. They put it right at the door so the gate opens into the fucking package every single time. I don't know how. It's like clockwork. Listen, no disrespect. I'm not saying that delivery drivers are lazy or anything like that, especially because that's like half of my fucking audience. Well, some of you bitches are lazy, but whatever. Be lazy. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Put a table out, please. Bro, they're not putting that on the table. There's no shot. Anyway, it's not even a big deal. It's just like, it's something that I know is going to happen, and I should, you know, always just like, before I open my gate, get in through the front door, you know, move the packages, whatever. This time, however, this package was so big. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you guys recall, when I had Matt Owens live action Netflix One Piece anime showrunner here, he told me he got something from the Crunchyroll people themselves. And then you guys found it for me and I immediately copped it. That's right. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Heavenly Demon, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Hot. You can see the damage that it did to the gate right here. A box within a box? Nani? It's so sick. Wow. That was fucking awesome. This is awesome. Don't open it. Dude, I have too many fucking packages that I haven't opened. Like, I feel like it's time to open some of these, right? If only you open boxes like you ball, what do you mean? What do you mean? I think I should open it. This is Portrait of Pirates Sailing Again Maximum. And it's Doflamingo, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Heavenly Pirate, I think it says somewhere. But anyway, oh my god, it's so big. Is someone trying to tell me it loses its value? You're crazy, dude. I'm never selling this. Are you out of your fucking mind? Also, it's pretty funny to be like, yeah, my anime figurine collection is gonna go for big bucks down the line. I feel like that's just weeb copium. It comes with what to do. Yo, this got some weight to it. My boy Dofi's kind of stacked with it, dude. Oh, okay. Oh, they're urging me. They tell you to put this thing as well, I guess, so that it like holds up the weight a little bit behind him. Where? I don't know where to put it, but this is incredible. There you go. Just read the damn instructions. Yeah, Zendaya is gone. Hassan, do more unboxing. Dude, I have so many. I have so many fucking unopened boxes full of figurines like this. Like, it's incredible. Every time I go to Anime Expo or whatever, I just like, oh, it's on the right arm. Dude, look at this. Look at how beautiful this fucking thing is. Oh my god. It's gorgeous. God, I love Doflamingo so much. Greatest villain. Actually, the greatest villain. Do people just hand you stuff when you're out? Yeah. They do, actually. I feel like it's gonna fall when that's a little bit better. We did it. We did it. Sunday Fun Day box opening stream. Someone said, is it Naruto? It's the box knife that I just used, by the way, ironically enough, is also something that you guys sent me. I think it's a spider. It's a Kershaw. Someone sent this to me in my PO box a long time ago, and I still use it. Would you open? That's just a rich man's Funko Pop, dude. It's not a Funko Pop. You want to know why it's not a Funko Pop? Because Funko Pops are ass. Like, they're ugly as hell. At least these are like sick. I'd rather call this a toy than a Funko Pop. The stabilizer post is so annoying. Gets lost easy when you take it off the shelf to play with it in the bath, etc. Oh, that's such a funny take. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I hate that. I hate losing my stabilizer pose. I just want to play with it in the bath a little bit. It's not weird to play with it in the bath. God, that gave me fucking PTSD flashbacks to my adolescence when I played with toys until it was like embarrassing. And I was cognizant that it was embarrassing and I still kept playing with them. And I like actively had to wean off my addiction of playing with toys. I would hide them under my pillow when my like mom would walk into my room. They probably thought I was like jerking off to like the weirdest shit. Meanwhile, it's not that at all. I'm just fucking playing with my toys and I'm just genuinely genuinely embarrassed. It's kind of crazy though when you think about it, because like all these now I wish that I never stopped. The Miss All Sunday one from the same company. Oh my god. Okay, well that one I would play with in the bathtub. Yeah. So you make me feel seen, Lamar. I did that shit too with Barbies, and my family thought I was touching myself, so I had to fess up. Yeah, I feel like it's probably more normal to masturbate at that age instead of playing with toys. I'll be honest with you. Like, the age that I was still playing with toys was the age where like it would be valid if I was masturbating and they caught me. It would be weird. It was weirder that they caught me playing with toys than jerking off. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, basketball counts the kind of toy though. Yeah, sure. Okay. Our neurodivergent king. Okay, let me blast off real quick. Give us the age, coward. It was like high school. Yeah. Stop. Can you guys stop making fun of me? What the fuck? Why can I I can't be honest with you guys. I can't be honest with you guys if you're gonna make fun of me. What the hell? No, that's crazy that like I'm getting bullied by my audience for revealing something. Why did you admit that? I don't care. It's fucking why did I admit that? Because I'm 32 years old and fucking awesome, and also simultaneously wish I still actually had that creative energy all the goddamn time. And now I kind of feel like it sucks that I you know, genuinely thought that I was an addict and like I shouldn't be like felt such deep shame, but like I wish I still played with toys. Now it's like all the shit that you just took for granted when you were creative and interesting as a person when you were a child, all that childlike wonder is robbed of you as you get older. Chat laughing at you while wringing out a Go-Gurt into their mouth, and they had a Lunchables earlier too. Yeah. Anyway, found a perfect video for you to react to. Just look at the length of it. Yeah, 0 seconds. I love that. Bro, just join a tabletop RPG group. It's not the same. Backlash continues. Brandon faces off with BB. Trump takes major L in GA case and more. Oh, my cousin is about to be here, by the way. My cousin and his wife are visiting again. They do that like yearly LA visit. I'll never forget the day my friend in high school said it would be fun to freeze my action figures and then smash them. I was depressed for weeks after that, realizing they were all broken. That is the saddest fucking story of all time. You're valid for playing with your guys until high school. Don't let anyone take that from you, bro. Thank you. I mean, look, it was weird for sure, but I do wish that, I feel like when you become an adult, it's like when you become an adult, all that weird shit that you used to do becomes like cool again, kind of. Like if I was a dude who still at this day and age played with toys nonstop, I feel like that'd be real quirked up, but it would also be like a character. It would be like something that people would be like, oh, he's kind of weird. Ooh, he's brilliant. You know what I mean? You just opened a toy. No, dude, I'm talking. No, like not even in a lame like, that's a figurine. You can't play with that shit, dude. Are you kidding me? It doesn't move. I need articulation. You guys should know this already. I have talked about this. Okay? I needed anatomically correct figures with articulation. The Street Fighter toys, the Street Fighter figurines were the greatest ever made, dude. When I found out, let me see if I can find it. I have one of you guys actually sent me the Gambit that I used to have as well. Back there somewhere. I used to have a Wolverine one. Those ones are sick too. I have the Gambit down there. But like the Street Fighter figurines were the best. Oh, this kind of, is this the one? Holy shit. These things are expensive as hell now. I had this. What the fuck? This is $141? Wait, what? Bro, I bought this back in the day for like $14. Why is this $100 now? What happened to blasting off? I'm proud of you. 3 years ago, you would never discuss this with Chad because you didn't want to be a weeb. I've actually talked about this 3 years ago as well, Little Bear. Come on. That's why I have the Gambit one from the P.O. Box. Power Rangers articulation was sick too. Yeah, I loved these because like I think it also fueled my like creative interest, my creative vision, because like I would draw a lot, so like I would manipulate their bodies in like cool ways that I could draw, not by even looking at them and drawing it off of the figurines, but like it was, people are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Unless you draw, you are not going to understand it. Like it's a, you know, unless you literally draw, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. It's bro, you drew titties, whatever, dude. That's not the only thing I drew. No, what I'm talking about is like yeah, anatomy reference, exactly. Please do Gartic with Rubber Ross. I can't draw anymore. I haven't drawn in years, and it's like embarrassing how bad I am. I need to literally, like, I would have to do it for a while before yeah, JoJo poses, exactly. Basically, before I knew that even existed as a concept. Anyway, let's be done with all the fun, cute stuff about my own personal news in my life. This has been a great Great little trip back in time for those of you who didn't know that about me, didn't know that part about me. Now let's get back to reality where what is this? Ronin Warriors? No, I didn't know what this is. Let's get back to reality. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm also going to blast off. Does anyone have a meme for the blast off? If not, I'm just going to use this one meme that wokeness is lost, tradition is back meme. Yeah, let's use that one. Fuck it. Dun, 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 dun. New Twitch TOS update. I collect these kinds of figures. They're so sick. Okay, this is like too hyper realistic, chat. At that point, it's like the tide is turning quickly now on Israel. Is it? What? IMC showed his whole ass about how stupid he is about math. Did you see it? Who the fuck is IMC? New Twitch TOS update. WCK backlash continues. Brandon faces out with BB. Trump takes major L in Georgia case and more. Wokeness is lost. Tradition is back. New TTV react rules. Kaya reacts to doorbell. Mars still alive. AI war crimes. WCK backlash. Wait, how the fuck did you know this is what I was going to cover? That's crazy. This chatter made this before I even wrote my blast off, which is crazy. You pre-watched me. I didn't even realize. I just was like, yeah, I don't have anything to post. So I leaked the script, I guess. Yeah, I was going to say this figurine is like hyper realistic, I think. It's cool. It's sick. But at a certain point, it's like you're having a little guy. You just have a little guy with you, you know? Our big, beautiful boy forgets to whistle.
Would you rather have the black president or the white president who got 1.7 billion off the price? I think they want the white guy right now.
Wait, what? Bro, why did he say that?
Would you rather?
Is he okay? That's insane. That is, I didn't even hear this. This is old, is it? It says it's live in Columbia, SC. Where is this from? I don't remember this. I don't remember him saying this, and I feel like if this was new, I mean, if this was old, I feel like I would have seen
Rather
it.
have the black president or the white president who got 1.7 billion off the price? I think they want the white guy right now. Less. Would you rather have the black president?
That's wild. How can you neglect that adorable face behind you? She needs attention. Why aren't you giving it to her? You're a bad person. She's sleeping, bro. Fucking chill out. Clip chimping my goat. You hate to see it. I don't really know how Trump says criminal indictments boosts his appeals with black voters. I mean, that part is already like a wild thing to say. But having said that, Mitt Romney lost because of binders full of women. Trump, on the other hand, we are not at that stage anymore. There's no more. First of all, there's two things. Okay. Number one, and this like pertains to online creators as well, almost. If you're like a wormy little guy, if you're like a fucking disgusting little guy, you're like a rat, you're wormy, you're gross, you're grimy, there isn't much you can do to like further debase yourself, right? People, on the other hand, who like hold themselves to a higher standard, not to say that like Mitt Romney isn't a piece of shit, by the way. I'm just saying that like Mitt Romney holds himself to a higher standard. People fucking see that. And when a guy like that fucks up, immediately they go, ha, we got you. You're fucking weird and gross, right? Whereas Donald Trump is like a fucking gross little guy. He's gross. You know what I mean? He's a fucking nasty little freak. He's a pervert. You know he is. He doesn't hide it. This is so funny. I was talking to Andrew Schultz literally this morning, and he said, I think you saw my fucking Ben Shapiro clip. And I was like, I didn't see your Ben Shapiro clip, but let me tell you something. I know chat is going to fucking send it to me as soon as I fucking go live. I literally told him, look, I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to literally show it to you. I said, you in LA? He said, nah. Okay. I said, wanted to bring you on stream. You're too big time now. Haha, someone saw the clip from the latest podcast. I said, wait, I didn't. I just saw you were at the forum with Big Dick Bandit Andrew Huberman. And then he said, thought you saw the Shapiro clip. I said, nah. Wait, you had Shapiro on? He said, no. I said, lol, I don't know why I'm asking you as soon as I'm live. I'm sure my chat will send it to me. Leaked DMs doesn't matter. It's not like a fucking Isn't the phone number up top? No, it's not, bro. What are you, fucking crazy? You think I would leak his phone number? What are you, insane? What am I, I'm not iShow Speed, brother, okay? Come on. Crazy how they on Flagrant, big up Candace Owens. That's not that crazy. Independent media brain. It's just, that's how they work. Yeah, I'm not Ethan Klein, bro. I'm not fucking leaking phone numbers, okay? Is your phone small or is your hand really big? What do you think? Anyway, Andrew Huberman is a piece of shit, bro. Cheated on 4 different women while married. Yeah, that's why I said the big dick bandit. Also, I don't care. Like, it wasn't even 4 different women. It was 6 women. First of all, get the number right. Bro, he was min-maxing. Okay? I don't know if he was married. Was he also married? I didn't know that part. I thought you were the big dick bandit. Dude, I am a little dick bandit in comparison to fucking Andrew Big Dick Huberman, dude. Min-maxing 6 girls. Dudes can't even get 1 girlfriend. This guy had 6. He tried to go down all the romance routes in the RPG. Yeah. Yeah, that always fails, by the way. That always fails. I didn't know he had a wife, too. Where is the incel outrage? I think Andrew Huberman has, like, moved beyond incels. I think he's, like, offering kind of like a red-pilled analysis to mostly liberals who think he's hot and very smart because he's like a neuroscience guy from Stanford. They say Huberman literally feels no empathy and only sees women as fuck objects to satisfy his own desires. He's been doing this since college. I mean, he is kind of a stud. So like that also tracks with him being like a nasty piece of work when it comes to being like an unavailable sociopath. Lib alpha dads love him. Why are we saying he's red pilled? He kind of is a little red pilled. He's hot though, bro. Come on, dude. Look at this fucking guy. When I first saw him, I was like, this guy literally looks like look at his old photos versus look at him now. Okay, he looked like a goddamn nerd back then. Now he looks like a Greek god. Okay, not to glaze him up too hard, but honestly, he literally is statuesque, okay? With that beard and the nose. He's got like, look at him. Look at his side profile, bro. This shit literally looks like one of those dudes that, this dude looks like he fucked all of the little boys in Sparta, okay? That's how yacked he looks. That's not a good thing, but I'm saying that like, look-wise, he was looks maxing. That's what the Spartans were doing. His girlfriend was going through IVF while he was running around. Hassan thinking this dude is good looking is peak male gaze. Dude, come on. Are we serious? Am I crazy? Is this not doing it for the ladies? Is this like a male thing? Is it? What about the gays? Do the gays like him? Chime in. No? What the fuck? What? I usually agree, but it's not doing anything for me. I think you guys don't like a seasoned man, okay? You cook too much and burnt, bro. He just straight up looks like he would, like, he looks like a statue. How to get that jawline? That's not a real jawline. It's a beard. He's beard maxing. He's beard fishing. White conservative women type beat. I can appreciate that he is handsome. Don't like misogyny. It ages men like milk. I mean, I think he's not young. I think he's old. This dude is for straight dudes. Maybe that's why so many fucking dudes love this guy. I mean, I will never listen to a podcast episode of his. Like, let's be for real, okay? I feel like podcast episodes of his sort make me have the opposite effect on me. When I hear a podcast about like how to min-max, this is a Chapo joke, but it's like how to min-max email writing, I feel like I want to kill myself. Like, it's the exact opposite. Like, instead of saving me from wanting to kill myself, it makes me want to kill myself way harder when I fucking hear that shit. It's like, dude, what are you saying? It's like, oh, dude, you got to fucking tan your... Sunlight has to hit your asshole at a fucking 45-degree angle, and then that way you can max out your, like, testicular output. It's like, no, dude. If I would rather fucking die, okay? I would rather kill myself than do that. Fuck you. I don't want to hear that. He's for the gays with daddy issues. I think for him, it's your inner Anatolian Macedonian salivating at his looks. I think he just has like a very... Huber bros are so crunchy moms in a different font. I just think like, when I found out that this dude was like a fucking yacked guy and he was like you know, a Stanford professor. I think that juxtaposition was captivating to me. I myself am, you know, I look a certain way, but I have the politics of a person that looks very different. You know what I mean? So I always find stuff like that interesting, I guess. So, you know, when I see a fucking jack dude, it's like immediately I will always, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for a yak dude. He's for STEM lords. He's a modern day Jordan Peterson type. He uses academic language to get people to change their lifestyle and buy boner pills using bunk science. Huberman lied about mouth taping and talks about how you can create a jawline by chewing a lot or something. Yeah, he does all the fucking red pill shit. All of this is like repackaged online forum content for like the pastiest incels you've ever met, now being repeated by like dudes with actual scientific background, even though they're not qualified to talk about all this stuff. You know what I mean? Even though like it's junk science for the most part, and it's just a hawk products for men, because obviously we gotta fucking get men to buy shit too. That's the whole point. That's the reason why guys like this exist. You are wrong. I'm not wrong. Dude, men shouldn't buy anything. Thank you, Frogan. And we don't. Women be shopping. Let's be real. Women be fucking shopping, bro. Still, 85% of all consumer purchases made in the United States of America are made by women. Women be shopping. Women do run the economy. However, this is basically a way to get the men to be shopping too. So he's a meditation and BJJ shill lol just roided Sam Harris. I think BJJ is fine. I think a lot of that just straight up comes from Joe Rogan's impact on the culture of podcasting. Men should buy tools and only tools. I agree. Or figurines. But overall, dude, I love you, but you say you're a sucker for jack dudes. You need to stress more often that all body types are beautiful. We should all accept ourselves. Yo, why can't I fucking mention my own dumbass preference? Like, what are you talking about? I'm not gonna fuck them, okay? I'm simply stating that I know how much fucking work it requires to look that way, even with fucking steroids, and I appreciate that, okay? And I always mention what I'm literally telling you is that this dude is like a bit of a fucking grifter, and I still am captivated by it, implying that I'm stupid for thinking that way. I'm telling you, this is my ape brain, okay? That's it. God damn it. I don't like fucking contextualizing every fucking thing I have to say, Sheltered Rosebud. Fucking dial it back. Holy shit. My hair is thinning. What products, meds do you use? I heard you mention it before. I use Propecia and Rogaine. Anyway, anytime there's a dumbass take in the chat, I now reflexively check the time. I already ran the top of the hour ad break. Damn, your shooters are really for this community? Yes, dude. Yes. It's so funny because like half the time the clips that like make its way to the airwaves is me yelling at a fucking chatter who's like me. Like, it seems like you're not being woke enough on some issue. And then I fucking yell at them and it's all of these like dumbass fucking racist ass incels being like, you created this community. It's like, hey, dumbass, you're literally watching me in the fucking process of like trying to regulate the community. Does that not help you understand that this is not my position? No, it doesn't, because you're a fucking idiot. You're stupid, and you literally are just reacting to shapes, sizes, colors, and things that you suspect are happening in the world rather than what is right in front of you. Anyway, Rosebud gets one take a day, okay? Don't yell at her. She gets one take a day. She just got her autism diagnosis. Do you cut bulk cycle? If so, how long? I mean, I think everyone does that, but I don't. I'm just constantly, I'm going to permacut, which is not healthy, but I have to do that because my body's always trying to bulk. They use that one take literally the second you go live every day and then post 100 more throughout the day. I know, it's true. So where was I? Did you see our GOAT LeBron, elbow and IDF lover? Oh, Draymond? No. I thought it was Draymond Green. People are saying from the river to the sea. Who's Denny Avdija?
Left elbow catches right in the side of the head, basically, and boom, get out of the way.
Yeah, that hurts.
That has to.
Oh, he's an Israeli NBA player? Bro, what's your opinion on intermittent fasting? I thought about giving it a try. I've used, I still kind of do intermittent fasting. I guess not really. He was literally in the IDF. Shannon Sharp is you. If you ever see me fighting in the forest with a grizzly bear, help the bear. I'm pouring honey on you, GOAT. I would like to pour honey on him. Pause. Actually, yes, homo. I would like to pour honey on him in general. That would be sick. Yes, I'm a bronsexual. Yes, I will not elaborate. Yeah, fuck you guys. I'm a Zionist. I like Zion Williamson. I feel you on the permacut. It's essentially a lack of discipline. No, because it's not essentially a lack of discipline. My starting point is very fucking fat. So that's it. What's LeBron's take on Palestine? That's it. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. It's obvious what his take on Palestine is. He said, La river to the sea, bro. Look at this. Look. See? That's his take on Palestine. That's it. He did that because he loves, bro, he did that for Gaza. He did that for Gaza. Don't say he's a Zionist. He is not, dude. Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Stop. Don't ask any further. I'm on a permacut of men cutting men out of my life. Good luck. Let's be for real. That's not happening, Frogan. Come on. I guess we're all lying to ourselves today and also lying in the chat. LeBron said his basketball idol growing up was Menachem Bain. Yeah. LeBron on October 6th was like, yeah, I knew something terrible was going to happen. I was actually, believe me, I was calling up Benjamin and I was like, BB, don't do this. Something terrible is going to happen, I think. That's what he said. Le Psychic. He knew, bro. He knew. Levant. How long did you use Ozempic to lose weight? I love when people say that because that's awesome. Like, that's awesome that you're noticing my fucking weight loss and you think I must have done it with Ozempic. Bitch, if I was taking Ozempic, you think it would have taken this long for me to fucking go from 285 to 240? It took me like 2.5 years. Thank you for the compliment, though. It wasn't heroin. There's a clip from his new podcast where you can tell he was about to lie, but he held himself back. The memes got to him. Stop! He does not lie, bro. He does not. Everything he said is real. Always. How did you lose the weight? Working out every day, and staying at a deficit. You and Josh Peck regarding Ozempic.
All that work and what did it get me? Why did I do it?
I mean, it's a good thing to, like, if you're able to lose it without Ozempic, then it's great. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with Ozempic, and then there's nothing wrong with fucking losing it without Ozempic. I think it's fine. LeBron only lies to get a foul on the other team. A couple reasons why I don't. Oh shit, is my cousin fucking. Oh no. Oh my God, I forgot I put my fucking phone on Do Not Disturb. I'm scared. Oh, by the way, there's a crazy story coming out of Los Angeles. LA's largest fucking cash heist happened. We gotta talk about that too. I used to be one of those cringe 90s hoops. MJ was my GOAT, but you put me over LeBron even though he can be cringe as fuck. LeBron is the GOAT. He is. It's okay. He is the GOAT he is literally the GOAT at even telling stories and being a fabulist. Okay, this is the second time I'm using this word. I don't know why. He is the GOAT. In one of LA's largest cash heist, burglars steal as much as $30 million in an elaborate operation. This is so fucking sick, dude. I saw the story and I was like, this was written for me. This was conducted for me personally. Okay, I fucking love this shit. We're gonna talk about that in a second. God damn, I'm fucking stoked. Woo! I love crime, dude. I love crime so fucking much. We never get sick ass crime like this, okay? We don't get sick ass crime like this. New Sex Machine dropped. Yeah, I have that link. Don't worry. I'll show you in a second. Hold on. Here. Richard Strocher, 18, single, alpha male, wildly successful, passionately pro-Trump. Do you find us attractive? Let me tell you something. I'm jumping from story to story right now. What the fuck is going on with the conservative youth? Like, they are getting uglier and uglier and uglier. What is that? What's happening there? Are they all right? This is the one that lied about hearing people speaking Hebrew in his fucking basement or whatever when the Chabad tunnels were in the news. Bro, I don't understand. Why are these guys like this? Why is the new crop of young conservatives really MHUD? It's a fake account. It's ran by Sam Hyde's friend, if I recall correctly. Don't tweet it. It's AI. Don't get tricked. Wait, really? I thought he actually had a Rumble show. I mean, it makes sense. Look at the button. His name is Dick Stroker. Fair. Oh, so it's all these fucking dude, here's what I don't understand. why are like the Sam Hyde group like basically making fun of their own audience? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why do they do parodies of exactly themselves? You know what I mean? It actually doesn't make sense because, like, this is literally, I guess this guy would actually be a little bit better looking than most of his fan base. So this was 100% bait. I'm amazed anyone fell for it. The reason why people are falling for this is because there are accounts kind of like this that are real people. Like, this is close enough to the reality that people are falling for it, and also because people are really horny. It's to get a reaction out of leftists to be like, wow, look how insane they are being tricked. Yeah, but look, I've been at this game for a long time. You got the Harlan Crows of the world, and this is like basically parodying Harlan Crow, Charlie Kirk. Not Harlan. Wait, was it Harlan Crow? What was the one that looks like a baby but also an adult at the same time? You have like a Harlan Hill, not Harlan Crow. Sorry, Harlan Crow is the one that loves Adolf Hitler. Bro, you fell for it right now, Hassan. I did. And I'm explaining why I fell for it for two reasons. It is a very believable parody. It just doesn't make sense that the people that created this, the people that are like making this bait account, literally look even uglier than this fucking guy. So that's why it's odd. I'm not even kidding. Like, what's odd is like, if this is like a Sam Hyde friend, I've met some of his fucking dudes. Like, they are so gross, dude. Like, straight up, it's the type of group of dudes that, you know, you can just like smell their presence before they enter the room. You know what I mean? And it doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you making fun of your own fucking fandom? Like, this dude straight up looks better than half of your fandom at this point. Like, at least he wears a suit and shit. You know what I mean? I mean, it is funny though, because these guys are fucking gross and they are very real. Like, these guys like this are very real. The Harlan Hills, the Charlie Kirks, the people that are like, I'm going to be a young Republican, like the no pussy having ass dumb fucks in college who join like YAF, you know what I mean? Young Americans for Freedom. And they're like, oh, let's get our alumni together to like give Ben Shapiro $100,000 so we can come and talk about how much he loves Israel. And, you know, every college student that says Israel is bad should be executed. Like, those are the types of dumb fucks that this guy is signaling, right? Like, this guy is exactly like those dumb fucks who are trying to get, you know, sexually assaulted by Matt Schlapp eventually. Like, that's gonna be the peak of their career, when Matt Schlapp gropes them and then, like, you know, grabs their dick and shit in a fucking limousine, and then they get a payout of $400,000. Like, that's what is gonna happen to every single one of these like 19-year-old conservatives. Do you guys not know who Matt Schlapp is? What the fuck's going on? Why are people throwing up huhs? I have covered this before. Like, hello? Sexual assault lawsuit against Matt Schlapp is dropped. Matt Schlapp is literally the fucking Matt Schlapp, in a sea of prolific pedophiles in the Republican Party, is one of those dudes that has somehow still operating within that structure, but is like consistently trying to fuck his staffers. The Republican operative who accused the American Conservative Union head Matt Schlapp of sexual assault has dropped the lawsuits against him and his wife Mercedes Schlapp, according to statements from the main parties. He got fucking they disclosed it. I think he got like $500,000 or something, right? And he is not stopping, bro. He is not stopping. Okay, this is the grope master. Okay. Yeah, Meat Schlapp is a legendary predator. They retired his jersey. He was so good at it. Yeah, his number, you can't have his number no more. You can't. He is so good at sexually assaulting conservative staffers, dude. It is crazy. It's like, he's up there. Especially because, like, I guess he's prolific and he didn't go to jail. Whereas, like, Dennis Hastert, Big L, right? Dennis Hastert up there in the fucking greats. He was also one of the GOATs at being a pedophile, right? Literally longest running Speaker of the House in American history. The entire time he is behaving like he's in Sparta, okay? He is out there groping and sexually assaulting children like he thinks it's ancient Greece, okay? But Big L, at the end of that prolific career of boy fucking, he went to jail. Matt Schlapp, on the other hand, I guess Matt Schlapp, on the other hand, he just like, he goes maybe not after boys, but instead like 19-year-old staffers. So that's why he hasn't gone to jail, despite the fact that it's still illegal to sexually assault people, unless you're a conservative, I guess. In that world, it is not. What is this? Bro is Le Schlapp. So yeah, damn, that sucks to hear. I really liked his Minecraft videos back in the day. Yeah, Jay Schlapp. Come on, dude. Dennis Hastert was so good at it, they changed the rules after to make playoffs with public money illegal. True. Yeah, they actually had to arrest him because he was too good at it. That's right. That is one way of looking at it. Dennis Hastert is still the GOAT at pedophilia. You're right. Matt Schlapp did not put those numbers on the board. He does not have the same career numbers, honestly. He doesn't. So, anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yeah. We're talking about, like, the career trajectory of dudes that look like that bait account and, like, what they will inevitably do. And what they will inevitably do is work for Matt Schlapp and have Matt Schlapp their meat schlapping. So, hey, everyone, think I'll go back to watching lives and this seems like a better place right now? Okay, maybe not. Yeah, that was a bad time to come in if you were looking for like, I mean, I guess it could be a good time to come in depending on what your take is here. Here, quick, look at this thirst trap.
Fucking mental! Are you having a fucking laugh?
You don't have to run, I know what you do.
I mean, Sam is a pedophile too, so it would make sense for that to happen to the person running the account. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about though. Like, yeah, Sam Hyde's a pedophile, which is why it's like weird that he's making fun of other dudes. Well, I guess he's making fun of them because they're inevitably going to be victims of pedophilia, like the conservative staffer type, the conservative staffer archetype. That's maybe what it is.
Just a simple time.
Fucking mental!
Thank you, Chloe. Pedophiles really don't like you. I know. Yeah. When you find out someone is like, when you find out someone has this like crazy hatred for me, the likelihood that they are at some point in their career going to defend the arbitrary nature of age of consent laws goes up by 100%. Okay. I'm batting 7,000 on that. Every single fucking person. Every single person. Dude, even down to like attack the yeah, I'm saying like they're gonna say age of consent is ridiculous. My like literally down to like people who I don't even know I have beef with, right? Like, remember when I was talking to fucking DJ Academics and his mod? What was his name? What was DJ Academics' fucking mod that is like going to jail now? Literally, I'm fucking talking to DJ Academics and his mod is like Little Boomer or whatever. He's like, oh, fuck this Hassan guy. He fucking sucks. I don't even know who this guy is. Turns out, prolific pedophile as well. Caught on camera. How? It's crazy. It's crazy. Always, every time, bro. Without fucking fail. I swear to God. Without fail. The new Fresh and Fit drama is hilarious. What's their new drama? I know a swed pedo dude hates you too. It's like a tell. Yeah, I give off a... It seems like I give off a vibe that pedophiles don't really fuck with. You know what I mean? They're just like, hey, man, this guy is a staunch defender of age of consent. It seems I don't like this dude. Is that's what it feels like. Gaia down. What's happening here, huh? You getting bored? Fit is trying to get a Chinese chick he knocked up to get an abortion. Is there any leftist doing it? I mean, Mr. Bonarelli has defended, or rather talked about how 16-year-olds are actually not like people who want to fuck 16-year-olds are actually not pedophiles. They're ephebophiles. Yeah. They're not leftist, but like leftist. You know what I mean? That's why he put it in fucking air quotes. No, not real leftist, bro. I'm telling you, like he means like leftist. I got what he was saying. They're not actually leftist anyway. Anyway. He wants an abortion for his girlfriend because he can't pay child support and drop that he was fucking four of the girls too. That's the drama around Fresh. Dude, what? I feel like that's fake. I feel like that's fake so he can just like, what is this? Bring a sort of age of consent is good vibe to the content creation space that conservatives don't really like. Oh yeah. Ooh, Brendan James with a banger. In 2021, during a week of protests in Cuba, one man was confirmed to have died. U.S. social media was flooded with posts declaring Cuba is committing genocide. A few years later, Israel kills 40,000 Gazans, forcibly starves 1 million more, and is a very complicated issue / Gaza's fault. Yep. I mean, that was really funny, too, because, like, That's all I saw on Twitter about the drama. I don't really care about, stupid and fat. I don't really care about whatever the fuck goes on in their lives, to be honest. Why can't we have anything nice? They were going to fire a fucking RPG at Itamar Ben-Gvir. Security officials said the defenders were charged with planning attacks on various targets, including military bases, Ben Gurion International Airport, and the government complex in Jerusalem. They also plan to kidnap soldiers and assassinate Ben-Gvir by firing a rocket-propelled grenade at him. 7 Israelis and 4 Palestinians were arrested on suspicion of planning to commit terror attacks in Israel and to assassinate National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Bro, why is it that the only people who get successfully assassinated in Israeli politics are dudes who are like, maybe we should do a peace process with the Palestinians? Why can't anything good ever happen? God damn it, dude. Are the Israelis also like Palestinian citizens of Israel? Is that what they're talking about? Dude, this guy's literally insane. In this war against Hamas, no condition for Israel. In a call with Benjamin Netanyahu, President Biden called an airstrike that killed 8 workers unacceptable and appeared to condition support on how Israel changes course. Listen. All I'm going to say is this, okay? Sometimes you got a guy that you're very excited that they get to dress themselves, okay? You're like, you might have a person like this in your family. You might have a person like this in your group of friends. Like, you're just very excited. They're like, oh, thank God. Like, it's cool. Like, he's recovering. He's able to, like, dress himself up, right? That's it. Just keep it at that. Don't listen to them for foreign policy takes. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's nice. Like, he's tweeting. Like, that's cool. What the fuck happened to Fetterman? I didn't guess he was like this. He was always like kind of pro-Israel. I mean, I guess the only thing I can think of is that he did go to Harvard. He is a Harvard guy. He was pro-Israel. Then he got a stroke. And then he became like the most pro-Israel guy you've ever seen. I've never been more convinced that brain damage makes you even more conservative than this man's entire political trajectory. He became John Betterman. It's just like his top 3 staffers left. Wow, dude, I can't believe you're mocking his medical condition. Yeah, sorry. It's like, if you're going to be a fucking Omega Zionist like that, you kind of are going to get mocked. You know what I mean? Sorry. It is what it is. It's allowed. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Did they change the Explore tab recently? What's this? I haven't seen this on Twitter at all. Villeneuve tackles nuclear war, shocking new Romeo and Juliet casting, Trump Israel critique PR war and peace. What the fuck is what? They're doing it? Turkish Muslim doctor should have won. There might be porn there. Yeah. It's like, it's so funny. It would purge bots and trolls out. Yeah, that's fake. Okay, that's not happening. Elon Musk yesterday posted about how much fucking traffic has increased on Twitter. Okay? If you think he is going to delete the bots and just literally take out, what is happening? What is going on? No, you're being bad right now. Don't wag your tail at me and be fucking cute. Oh my God. It's so hard. It's so hard to keep this shit in. Stop. I didn't say you could get a, what are you doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now I see all the brain rot from your haters every time your name is trending. The tweets show up. I mean, who cares, bro? It's fine. Oh, probably got a pee-pee. I saw some accounts say they lost a significant number of followers, so maybe it's real. All I'm saying is, if Twitter fucking purges their bots, then they're purging more than half of their traffic. How old is Kaya? She's a year plus, like a little bit. Oh, she was thirsty. I'm realizing she's drinking a lot of water. Adi Kaya versus Kongal. Kim kazanır Kongal. What is this? Ableism? Wait, can we leave the ableist language? Otherwise valid criticisms? Lurch? What the fuck does lurch even mean? Fetterman staffers thinking they can go on here and dunk on people is wild to me. Get lurch under control, dog. This is a frightening level of delusion, and I use that word specifically from an advocate whose work I respect with a very large following. It's one thing to have serious criticism. It's another thing to entirely lead folks down a path so obviously untethered from reality. Wait, why is that ableist? Lurch from Adam's family saying he's big and dumb. I mean, it is. He is. He is big and dumb. Lurch the butler from the Adams family. Maybe they were joking, I think. They were probably joking. Lurch is hot. Maybe he is autistic. Fuck no. Dude, if Fetterman got the autism homosexuality vaccine, he would be infinitely better as a person, okay? He wishes he was gay and autistic. No, he got the worst kind. He got the fucking stroke that makes you really fucking conservative. I'm just saying, 2 stroke victims, both have suspiciously become more conservative on Israel. Bernie Sanders and John Fetterman. I rest my fucking case. Obviously, John Fetterman, much worse than Bernie Sanders. Not putting those in the same category. But in comparison to their starting point, I feel like Bernie Sanders is even a little bit more conservative post-October 7 about Israel. Okay? CIA stroke gun. Bernie had a stroke? Yes, bro. You guys don't remember? Bernie fucking had a literal heart attack on the trail. It kind of cooked him a little bit. Why do you always talk about the L's out of Pittsburgh, but never the W's? Pirates are 5-1. Hey, let's go. I like when the Pirates are doing well. More fun. Strokes do literally change how your brain functions that, to be honest, should be studied. Kaya? Place. Good girly. Good job. Heart attack is not a stroke. I think he got stroked, yeah. Tel Aviv syndrome gun. Senior Israeli officials expect possible Iranian missile attack tomorrow. This is so funny. They're like, every day, they're like, oh, just any day now. Any day now. Iran is going to attack any day now. Get this shit in order, man. When is it happening? It's like the top of the hour ad break comes at the top of every hour. It's 3 minutes long. At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And you know it's going to happen, so you get ready for it by subscribing. You know what I mean? It's not like a missile attack. Iran is just edging us every fucking day. It's like, oh, will they, won't they type shit almost daily. I just looked into it and Bernie did not have a stroke. He had an event where the strokes opened for him in concert, though. He literally had a fucking heart attack on the campaign trail. Anyway, Iranian strikes might not happen on Tel Aviv, but the top of the hour ad break will strike you unless you are subscribed for $5 or for free. A heart attack is very different from a stroke, man. They both had infarctions, not strokes. Bernie had a heart attack. Guys, I was just trying to make it narratively fit, okay? Can I just do that? Can I make the narrative stick? Why are you guys not letting me do this? I'm not being serious. I don't think there's literally a fucking stroke gun that makes you more pro-Israel, okay? It's not a real thing. I'm joking. Fuck. You know what I'm not joking about, though? The 3-minute ad break. That's not a joke. So you better fucking defend yourself against that by subscribing for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The most A-worded chat on Twitch. You know this already. Come on, himbo. No, literally. No, you're right. Biden had to have brain surgery for aneurysms in the 80s too. Dude, that's it. That's it. We know it now. We know it now. Don't insult chat. It's Autism Awareness Month. Bro, it's Autism Awareness Year in this fucking chat every day. I'm aware of everyone's autism every single time I fucking make a joke. There ain't no Autism Awareness Month. It's every goddamn day in this bitch. Every day. It's a century of autism. Go ahead. Try to tell a joke. Try to say something sarcastic without tone indicators. Fuck it. Use tone indicators. Okay? Do it. Test it out. See how it works. Okay? You will find out very quickly what's going on. What's really going on. Heart attacks are legit directly related to dementia because heart issues means less blood flow in general, so it can actually affect all the organs eventually. Heart attacks can give a person brain damage. Yeah. Doesn't really matter, though. It was a fucking joke from the jump anyway. And you know what? I fucked up. No jokes. Damn, bro. Your misinformation is pervasive. I thought the CIA had a pro-Israel stroke gun. Yeah, that's me explaining why I have porn on my work PC to my boss. Breaking. Biden told Netanyahu an immediate ceasefire is essential to stabilize and improve the humanitarian situation and protect innocent civilians. And he urged Netanyahu to empower his negotiators to conduct a deal without delay to bring the hostages home. A source familiar with the call said it was tense and challenging and lasted more than 30 minutes. Dude, he is so bitch made. He is so bitch made. He's the biggest bitch made man of all time. I cannot stand how cowardly he is. I can't believe it's like, I swear to God, I'm becoming more conservative by seeing the way he operates, even though ironically he's the conservative one in this situation. It's like, I'm turning into one of those like Barack Obama embarrassed America on the global stage type motherfuckers out here. Every day. You know what I mean? Like, you know how Trump would always say, like, Barack Obama, he walked around and apologized. That was like an old conservative meme about like the Obama era foreign policy, was that like Obama would like apologize for our war crimes, and that's bitch made and you're not allowed to do that. And it's like that. I feel like that's what's going on. That's what I'm turning into. I'm like,
He is so cucked. He is so fucking unimaginably cucked to Israel. How can one be so cucked to Israel? How? How is this possible? Here.
It's so delicious with Tizaikai.
I just wanted to show you that. It's so fucking bad.
It's so delicious with Tizaikai.
You want to know the worst part about this? That shit does look kind of bomb. Like, I don't know how this white boy cooked this up, because it looks like I would eat that. Like, it looks like something I would eat. Ain't no way that is good, though, obviously, from a dude who says Tizaikai. It has to be a bit, right? Yeah. Not to be conspiratorial, but I'm starting to wonder if Israel has something on Biden. No, dude. No. Oh, my God. That's crazy. She's like trying to do little barks now. It's out of control. I can't pay attention to it, but I am annoyed. Anyway, all right, let's do this fucking Brandon conversation real quick.
Today, it could alter the course of a war. The planned phone call between President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This will be the first call between the two leaders since that tragic incident where 7 aid workers were killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza this week. Top White House officials are telling CNN that Biden is both angry and outraged about it. This morning, the founder of World Central Kitchen, who the aid workers work for, Chef Jose Andres, is accusing Israel of systematically, his word, targeting the aid convoy car by car, and he is...
This is the funniest part about this is that Jose Andres, massive liberal, right? Massive liberal, definitely like a liberal Zionist, conducted these operations with Israel, as I've talked about already. So like Israel killing his fucking aid workers obviously was going to frustrate him. And that is when the heel turn occurred, when he was like, that's fucking crazy. You guys are like systematic. You targeted our people, which they did, which Israel did. And also on top of that, you're like trying to murder all the Palestinians by fucking starving them, which they have been doing. Okay. Now, one thing I have to explain here is that every single person now is saying it's blood libel. Dude, what the fuck? It's not blood libel to say correct things. You are undermining blood libel as a real historical piece of misinformation that actually harmed Jews historically and caused pogroms. What the fuck? For those of you who don't know, Jews have always historically been declared the enemy, especially by Christians. For one, obviously, like, betraying Christ. That's number one. And then number two, for a number of different reasons, like Christians always would be like, all right, the Jews are eating the blood of the blood of Christian babies. That's what they're drinking. They're bad. They're fucking scheming all the time. All this shit, right? Like the OG bigotry is anti-Semitism. Okay? The OG bigotry. Blood libel is basically what I just described. The notion that like Jews are secretly devils that drink the blood of Christian children. Now, obviously, back in the fucking day, before TikTok, I guess, but we still had the same attitude that you have with like the average person who is on TikTok, where people would believe that shit. They'd be like, Christian peasants and shit would be like, oh yeah, the Jews, they are drinking the blood of Christian babies. And then they would fucking pogrom them. They would purge them, right? They would literally fucking kill them. And they would like, force them out of the villages and shit like that, because they were dumb as fuck. Okay. So blood libel as a historic phenomena is a very serious one. Okay. It's a very real one. It happened. It killed a lot of Jewish people. It harmed a lot of Jewish people. Okay. This is how you incited pogroms. So for Ben to turn around and be like, this is blood libel, when talking about something that every single person has seen with their own two fucking eyes, it's like, bro, this doesn't work anymore. This doesn't work. When it comes to Israel, you can't fucking constantly be like, it's anti-Semitic, it's anti-Semitic, it's anti-Semitic. People don't think that way, okay? One, many people are already geared towards being bigoted anyway, including anti-Semitic. So all you're doing is basically fucking leaning into that so that people can be like, oh, well, I guess blood libel is... maybe blood libel was fucking real. You know what I mean? Like, you're creating anti-Semitism by undermining like actual things and tagging them with anti-Semitism. It's so fucking frustrating. It makes me so mad. You can't constantly say this is anti-Semitic when it is objectively not an anti-Semitic thing. Okay? All you're doing is basically making your audience go crazier and crazier and more justified in their mania, in their little fucking hug box, while simultaneously undermining real anti-Semitism that's happening by diluting the pool. You're giving him credit for a statement that still doesn't make sense. It's so weird, dude. That's obviously exactly what he wants to know. No, dude, Ben Shapiro is a fucking freak, but he's not like, Ben Shapiro's a freak, but he's also Jewish, very Jewish. This is a prominent part of his like identity. Okay. So no, I don't think he wants anti-Semitism to increase. I think that he literally is, he's like lost his mind. He's lost his mind even further. He's a giant piece of shit. That is for sure. Okay. But the one thing he's not is someone who can, someone who will get away with a shit ton of anti-Semitism. I think he legitimately believes in his mind that this is like anti-Semitic. I don't think he's like cynically deploying this. Not that it fucking matters. No, he doesn't, lol. No, dude, I think Ben Shapiro, I think Ben Shapiro isn't going, oh, if anti-Semitism increases in America, all the Jews will go to Israel. If he thought that way, he would be in Israel, okay? He is not an Israeli Jew. He is an American Jew. He lives in the United States of America. You're wrong. There's a difference between Benjamin Netanyahu pumping up anti-Semitic sentiment in the West because he and many Israeli ultra-Zionists have this idea that like if anti-Semitism is exploding in the West, then people will support Israel more. Okay? I don't think Ben Shapiro's making that calculation because he's more likely to be a fucking victim of that anti-Semitism increasing in the United States of America. Now, having said that, has Ben Shapiro openly defended actual anti-Semites? Yes. Remember that. He has openly stated that Ann Coulter has said incredibly openly anti-Semitic things, but he won't lose any sleep over it because she's pro-Israel. Okay? So I know he doesn't give a fuck that much as long as someone is pro-Israel. Ben Shapiro also hired Candace Owens. Candace, Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. Owens. Stole that take from Schultz? Who? If you think first of all, when it comes to politics, Andrew Schultz does watch my shit. So if he's saying some political shit, he probably got it from me, okay? Let's be for real. He got cooked in that thread. World Central Kitchen does good work, but this is a blood libel unsupportable by logic or evidence. Let me unpack this. World Central Kitchen does good work, but this is blood libel? How does that make any sense? If someone is openly engaging in blood libel, then why are you handing it to them? Like, it doesn't even fucking make sense in your own little logical confines that you've created in this fucking tweet. Also, Andres has been accusing Israel of targeting civilians in hospitals for months on Twitter and called for a ceasefire on October 13th, no less a week than after October 7th. Zionists are incredibly racist that will use Jewish suffering to support hatred of Arabs. Yes. And this is not like, we're not even talking about Jewish Zionists at this point. We're talking about Christian Zionists who are insanely anti-Semitic personally, but they are more anti-Arab than they are anti-Semitic, and also have a conditional allegiance with Jews and Israel in general, specifically as it pertains to their theological justification for the rapture coming, like the reasoning, the underpinning reason. I've talked about this a lot. We're not going to get back into it. Ridiculous that anyone is still defending this at a time when like everyone is seeing it. Okay, this isn't October 8th any longer. This is not November. Okay, we are no longer in the pocket of, well, October 7 happened and it was pretty fucking gruesome. Remember the decapitated babies and like all this shit. We are so far removed from that at this point, and Israel has gone nutty mode every single fucking day since October 7. It's not gonna happen. There is no way that you can defend this shit. You can't. So a lot of these people are showing their fucking asses if they don't retriangulate. I would have suspected that many people, especially in media, would be smart enough to retriangulate and try to hit like liberal Zionist talking points or some shit like that. Turns out, nope. They're just too bloodthirsty and too hopped up on Islamophobia to recognize that like other people are looking at them and going, no, you guys are fucking gross, actually. That's what's going on here. Let's listen to what World Kitchen founder Jose Andres said about aid workers being deliberately targeted in the Israeli strike while I take Kaya out. Okay.
7 team members between the specialty security people we have, 3 British individuals and 3 international crew plus 1 Palestinian. that they were targeted systematically, car by car. And this happened over more than 1.5, 1.8 kilometers. So this was not just a bad luck situation where, oops, we dropped the bomb in the wrong place, or no, this was over 1.5, 1.8 kilometers with a very defined humanitarian convoy that had signs in the top, in the roof, a very colorful logo that we are obviously very proud of, but that's very clear who we are and what we do. But what I know is that we were targeted deliberately, non-stop, until everybody was dead in this convoy. That cannot be the role of an army. That cannot be the role of an army that has hundreds of drones above Gaza in any single moment. The humanitarians and civilians should never be paying the consequences of war. This is a basic principle of humanity. At the time, this looks like it's not a war against terrorism anymore. Seems this is a war against humanity itself. You cannot be destroying every building. You cannot be destroying every hospital, every school. You cannot be targeting humanitarian. You cannot be targeting children.
Can you imagine being fucking mad at this shit? Can you imagine being mad at this statement? This is an ally of Israel, by the way. Okay? This is an ally. YouTube boss already pushing the excuse that it was drones with AI. This will get worse, or nothing will happen to Israel anyway. You said yesterday the last stage of Israel does not stop its invasion from the UN. I don't think so. Israel has the nukes, and I'm sure they're mad enough to use them. No, dude. I don't think they're going to fucking do the Samson option, okay? Like, mutually assured destruction is between two states that are in Cold War with one another, in contest with one another. What's Israel going to do? Nuke Europe? Like, who are they going to nuke? Like, Israel's like, we don't have nukes, but maybe we do, and we will nuke the world. Like, that's the Samson option. The Samson option is, if we get frustrated, we'll nuke the world. That's a crazy fucking proposition. This info hurt Mr. Bonnaroo's brain so much he said just nuke them both. They know it's fucked. They have no defense. They just want blood. This is the Sandy Hook moment of the conflict. If this doesn't stop the war, nothing will, and Gaza is done. Systematically killing aid workers is a crazy thing to do, though. Yeah, except it's been going on. It's been going on for months. They systematically killed almost 200 aid workers before this. Okay? They just killed a shit ton of white aid workers from an organization that was directly working with Israel, that was brought in for PR, for Israel to say, see, we're letting in humanitarian aid. That's the fucking major problem here. That is the political problem here. Because guess what? I'll give you another example, okay? I'll give you another example. Quiet. That's crazy. He's growling at me. Let me give you another example. Many of you, and I covered this, but I briefly covered it, so you probably didn't hear this part. Many of you know the seven WCK aid workers that were killed by Israel. I'm wondering if you are familiar that there was also an ANIRA worker that was also executed on that same fucking day. There was an aid worker from ANIRA. This caused ANIRA, one of the charities that I worked with personally in this community when we fundraised, actually stopped delivering aid into Gaza because of the execution of another aid worker. But ANIRA oftentimes is working through Jordan and oftentimes is working with Middle Eastern aid workers, so no one fucking cares about it. Yeah, ANIRA paused Gaza operations amid rising threat and attack on WCK. The killing of WCK humanitarians occurring less than a month after the still unexplained killing of ANIRA staff member Musa Shawa. It was a month ago. Sorry, yeah. ANIRA was the second largest aid group in Gaza after UNRWA. Yeah. Mr. Bonarelli has been mass banning everyone in subreddit that pointed this out and saying that Israel has no defense. Mr. Bongo can't deal with the cognitive dissonance, so he just bans them. Yes, there is no argument. And in the fact that he has to even deal with people, even in his own community, going, hey, dude, this is a bridge too far, implies that, like, this is getting to a point where even members in his own fucking audience are like, dude, what the fuck do you mean? Like, they're fine. Most people are fine with killing brown people. That's the point. Okay? Most people are fine with killing brown people. When you start killing white people, it's like, whoa, 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 dude, what the fuck? And before you say, oh, well, this is fucked up. It's only the white people that people care about. Yes, that is the whole point of organizations like this, for the record. That is the point of Doctors Without Borders. That's the point with all of these fucking organizations from the West. putting white bodies in spaces, okay, as a human shield to actually get the West to pay attention. Sometimes it doesn't fucking matter, like when Obama bombed the hospital in Kunduz. It's been a great, wonderful career opportunity amidst genocide for some of these bloodless charlatans to defend the genocidal state. Because, let's be real, pro-Palestinian sentiment has grassroots support. Pro-Israeli sentiment has structural support, has institutional support. That's how it usually works with reactionary causes versus causes towards real progress. Real progress requires a shit ton of real human support, and even then we don't get it. He lost a debate with a dating coach? What the fuck? Why do you guys are freaks, dude. You keep tabs on this motherfucker way more. Like, it is crazy how many of you motherfuckers make up his audience, probably. It actually shocks me. Some of y'all are literally hate watching, which is wild because, like, none of y'all are hate clipping, okay? His audience is in here every day fucking hate clipping. Get to work. Do something productive. The fuck is this? The opposition research doesn't matter. The chatter is trying to turn. I mean, hey, listen. Once again, and I will always say this, okay? I will always readily admit this. I am open to anyone and everyone that says, look, I was wrong, I was led astray, and changes their mind and changes course. Okay? That's it. And that is genuine. That has been my take since day fucking one. Maybe on October 7, maybe on October 8, you had different feelings. Maybe you're starting to recognize that maybe you were led astray. Okay? Their staff is not white. What the hell are you talking about? Wait, what? That is precisely the point that I made, dummy. You didn't hear what the fuck I was saying. I was talking about WCK. I was talking about Doctors Without Borders. I literally brought up ANIRA as an example of a non-white staff. You misunderstood my point and you got mad at me. I said ANIRA is comprised mostly of Middle Eastern aid workers. So when their aid workers get fucking murdered by Israel, it doesn't draw up international support in the same fucking way. You literally misunderstood. You understood the exact opposite point that I was making, and then you got mad. No, they're not saying WCK is not white. They're saying, and white here is a catch-all term. I'm talking about Westerners, like people with foreign nationals, okay? Same with Doctors Without Borders. The entire purpose of incredible organizations like this that I think are great, they're doing a phenomenal job, okay, is to put Western people into these conflict areas so they can provide a protective barrier to the people that they're helping. Yeah, I literally said they usually operate through Jordan and consist mostly of Middle Eastern people, Middle Eastern aid workers, which is why no one cared. Like, they either just came in or ignored the shit out of you. Lamau, they did. He also said that the proportionality in killing the 7 white foreign aid workers to kill 1 Hamas member, even though before he totally justified the proportionality of leveling a building in Gaza and killing 20 Palestinians to get 1 Hamas member. Yeah, there is no depravity. Once you have decided like you're going to be pro-Israel unconditionally, you're going to come across like John Fetterman over and over again, because it is inevitable that Israel will continue doing insane shit. Okay? It is an insane country that is hopped up on fascist, racist sentiment. It is not making logical sense. There is no logical conclusion to this. Okay? There is no logical conclusion to ethnic cleansing. So if you want to be on the right side of this argument, if you only care about like winning arguments, for example, there's a reason why I have been vindicated over and over again since October 7, because I know how Israel operates. There is no real good way of conducting yourself when your ultimate goal is the final solution of all Palestinians. It's going to be weird and nonsensical to you if you were at a certain point a firm believer that like Israel was committed to legitimately fighting against Hamas or some shit. Okay? That was never the case. The goal is to eradicate all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. So if that's your starting position, you can walk back from that perspective. Anyway, I don't know, I missed it, but a guy from H.W. Bush's admin was saying the exact same thing. One person from H.W. Bush's admin and one person from George W. Bush's administration were saying the exact same thing on Morning Joe yesterday on MSNBC. We got motherfuckers literally advocating for BDS on MSNBC that worked in war criminal administrations of the past. That's how fucking far this has gone. That's how far this has gone. Okay? That's how far this has gone. That you have people who are literally far right on foreign policy recognizing that Israel's actions actually compromise America's interests in the region. Do you understand? They don't care about Palestinian humans. They don't care about the lives and safety and security of Palestinian children. They care about America's interests in the region. And they recognize, like former Condoleezza Rice advisor and NSC spokesperson Elise Jordan, okay, or Richard Haas, who worked in the H.W. Bush admin. They recognize, and I've said this literally since fucking October 8th, that inevitably there is a shift. Because many people used to come in here and say, Hassan, why is there State Department officials that are genuinely critical against the Biden administration? What is different about this time? What is different? What is going on? And I told you, there are two conflicting values within the American State Department right now. There is an internal conflict in the State Department. Those who are more realistic about what Israel has done, knowing what their track record looks like, and seeing the future of what Israel will continue to do in this conflict, who are genuinely worried that they are going to over leverage and destabilize to a point that goes above and fucking beyond, that starts harming American interests in the region. And those who are committed ultra-Zionists who fucking lost the plot alongside the rest of the Israeli war cabinet. Okay? The people that quit the State Department and the people that were trying to urge Biden to change course on Israel since October 8th were the people who understand that this looks really bad for American foreign policy. Israel is our attack dog. And the attack dog has gotten out of control, completely out of control. Israel is on a path to self-destruction. Israel is losing Western support every single fucking day. That's profoundly important for the continuation of the project. If you want to maintain Israel as an apartheid regime, if you want to maintain Israel as this destabilizing force in the Middle East that you can utilize to fucking control the region, you can't have them over leverage like this. You can't have them mercilessly, rabidly attacking anyone and everyone, trying to open up multiple fronts. Okay, wait, is this clown still yapping and making tons of money? Yes. Cope and seethe, you fucking bitch. Not only that, but then I'm also funding a shit ton of all of the worst things that you hate, whether it's funds for people who are falsely imprisoned, whether it's abortion funds, whether it's Palestinian funds. I'm funding all of that too. So cope and seethe all day, every day, baby. And I'm fucking your mom. I'm fucking your dad too. Helping unions. Oof. Treating people like people really makes them mad. Menage a trois with your parents. Yep. And you're grounded now. You're fucking grounded. Charlotte was on the Daily Show. This idiot retweeted a Daily Show that called him racist. In fact, maybe the only thing that DI has accomplished is giving racist white people the cover to be openly racist. That's funny. Anyway, even Joe Scarborough was cooking a little bit this morning when interviewing an Israeli government official, although he was attacking the guy from a right-wing perspective, but overall, Joe grilled his ass. Yeah. Anyway, so can you answer my question, please? What's that? Do you think the backlash will make Israel change course slightly with regards to aid workers? Yes. Well, white aid workers, if they still operate at all. But accidents will still inevitably happen. Even if they try to change course, the trajectory is an organized is a organization that is trying to max out all the damage, trying to max out damage in the Gaza Strip as best as possible. So the best way to do that is through letting your units fucking get out of control and do whatever the fuck they want to do. So when that happens, there are inevitably still going to be more instances like this. Sorry, this is off topic. Are you going to play Lethal Company later with friends? No, probably not. They are trying to be an efficient murder machine. You cannot be an efficient murder machine without running into these issues. They can't exclusively kill Palestinian civilians, is what I'm saying. They sometimes will inevitably kill, as long as there's white people in the region, white people in the Strip, they're gonna end up killing white people in the Strip. They killed their own fucking
They killed their own hostages, man. They shot them. They fucking chased them into a building and shot and killed them point blank. The fuck do you mean? Like, they've killed a shit ton of hostages with bombs, but now they're also killing a shit ton of, they've also killed hostages with weapons, okay? Israeli hostages. And their answer to that was, well, we thought that they were Palestinian civilians. Like, come on.
He is calling for an independent investigation into it.
This was not just a bad luck situation where, oops, we dropped the bomb in the wrong place or no. What I know is that we were targeted deliberately, non-stop, until everybody was dead in this convoy.
CNN's Arlette Saenz is at the White House with more for us. And Arlette, Democratic Senator Chris Coons, who's very close to Joe Biden, he was just on speaking to Sarah, and he said this phone call he expects is going to be very important in the next step in the U.S.-Israel relationship.
Any day now. He's so angry. He's going to wag that fucking finger so hard. He's like, Israel, cut it out.
Yeah, Kate, and President Biden is expected to convey his...
What are we supposed to do? Keep protesting. Keep calling your fucking congressperson. Stop asking me, what are we supposed to do? Stop fucking falling for pessimistic, cynical bullshit. If you follow Palestinians on any social media, Palestinians that are in Gaza, Palestinians that are outside of Gaza now, they all say the same shit. Do not stop the pressure. Okay? That's it. There's nothing you can do beyond that. Stop being fucking so hopeless, especially considering that if you have followed this trajectory since October 7, no, don't say sternly worded letter and like minimize the impact of that. Okay? Shut the fuck up. That's ridiculous. Don't fucking minimize protests. Listen to me. As someone who has advocated for Palestinian emancipation for 10 fucking years very publicly, okay, I have never seen this much support for Palestinians ever in my entire fucking life. And you've also seen a microcosm of that, even if you started following on October 7 and got woke to what was going on because you got on TikTok, and I don't fault you for it. I don't fault you for only now learning about this. You have seen mainstream sentiment, mainstream attitude change dramatically since October 8. There are people who were openly being like, Hassan, you're so fucking anti-Semitic for saying these things that you're saying on October 8 that are now repeating the things that I was saying on October 8. Think about it this way. Everything that I've talked about, because I cover this from every angle. I covered this from the angle of like, why this is obviously immoral. I covered this from the angle of why this is obviously illegal under international law. And I've even covered this from the angle of like America's State Department interests in the region and how letting Israel off its shackles has caused genuine problems both for Israel's continuation as an apartheid regime and also for America's foreign policy interests in the region. I've covered this from every fucking angle. And now you got the fucking Podjons repeating those things, okay? Like, this wasn't even what I was looking for. Podjons, John Favreau, yesterday said that Biden's, like, inconsistency on this. Biden doesn't get credit for being privately enraged when he still refused to use leverage to stop the IDF from killing and starving innocent people. These stories only make him look weak. That sentiment I expressed a month in. Nobody gave a shit. Now Podjons are saying it. Okay? This officially means that it is becoming mainstream Democratic Party discourse. So that change in the overall attitude, that change would have never happened if it wasn't for the persistence of pro-Palestinian activists, okay? That would not have happened if people just fucking let go and they were like, oh, nothing's going to change. Fuck it. And if they succumb to nihilistic attitudes, if they succumb to pessimism, this would not be happening, okay? Richard Haas and Senator Chris Coons not supporting conditioning aid to Israel. These are moderate centrist establishment figures, not lefty radicals, who are finally recognizing that the war in Gaza is a moral and strategic disaster. Love the implicit dig at lefty radicals in a tweet that's effectively acknowledging said radicals have been correct on this issue all along. Oh, for God's sake, it was not a fucking dig. I'm pointing out that these establishment blobby people saying things that a year ago would have been dismissed in Washington's fringe views. I myself have been calling for conditioning aid long before this war. I remember reading a tweet that said Palestinians all over the world aren't giving up, so it'd be very selfish and unfair for us to give up on them. Exactly. Palestinians do not have the liberty to give up. Okay, whether they are in diaspora or whether they are inside of the West Bank or whether they are inside of Gaza.
they do not have the liberty to give up. They do not have the privilege to give up. So you shouldn't either. And yes, these protests are fucking working. Yes, awareness is working. A long time ago, a couple years prior, I talked about something. I talked about awareness campaigns and why, because the conditions are so different for the Palestinians in comparison to like black people in America, the needs are different as well. If we were simply talking about awareness to racism and white supremacy in the United States of America, that falls short of what is necessary. Okay? It does. But because of the conditions of Palestinian people overall, and because of the lack of knowledge on their living conditions overall, oh shit, I have to call my cousin a car real quick. Because of the conditions overall, because of the lack of knowledge overall on Palestinian conditions and the dehumanization that they're subjected to in their apartheid state, okay? In this circumstance, simply increasing awareness does work, okay? Simply increasing awareness in this regard does actually work. So keep doing that. Keep doing anything and everything you can. The easiest way to point this out is the fact that Israel has been doing this kind of unjustified attacks near since their inception, but it's only now due to the protests and people like you calling it out that people in power are finally speaking out about it as well. It's partially that and partially Israel just like genuinely overextending its social and political bandwidth and capital. Like there is a lot of violence that Israel has done to the Palestinians that was seen as permissible, that was outright denied, that was that people could avoid seeing. Okay, people could avoid talking about. They've gone far beyond that point. That's it. That also plays a big role. It's a massive death toll, and it is, in my opinion, a shame if you don't. It's basically spitting in the face of all of those that have been massacred, that have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel. If you don't keep protesting, if you don't keep pressuring, okay. Anyway, let's continue watching this clip.
Personal anger and frustration directly to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as they speak in the coming hours. The Israeli strike that killed these 7 aid workers with World Central Kitchen really marks the latest flashpoint in an increasingly tense relationship between Biden and Netanyahu. And many are questioning whether this moment could serve as a turning point in U.S. support for Israel as it conducts its campaign to root out Hamas in Gaza. Now, the president has expressed his outrage about the incident. Frustration has been rising here at the White House. The president is expected to focus on the death of those aid workers while also broadening out the conversation, trying to discuss ways to ensure that there are protections for humanitarian aid workers. Sources have told us that U.S. officials have already started talking to the Israelis about the need to change the way that information is transmitted when it comes to the locations of aid workers. We also anticipate the president to talk about the ongoing hostage and humanitarian aid negotiations to try to get a temporary ceasefire, as well as that operation that Israel is expected to wage in Rafah. Now, ahead of this call, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Israeli counterpart, Yoav Gallant, where a Pentagon spokesperson said that he conveyed his outrage while also saying that this incident reinforces U.S. concerns about needing to protect civilians in any type of operation that Israel conducts in Rafah. But even as we have seen this heightened rhetoric from the administration expressing anger and outrage, what we have not seen yet is any shift in policy when it comes to the U.S. approach to Israel, especially.
Dude, at this point, simply saying that you're angry is not enough, okay? That would have been, I mean, it wasn't enough on October 8 either, right? But we couldn't even get Brandon to say that on October 8. And now it's gotten to a point where, like, you have to take action. You have to take action. You are expending what little social and political capital you have on your attack dog while consistently undermining your own foreign policy goals and initiatives, showing the rest of the world that you cannot control your own vassal state, your own fucking like aberration in the Middle East, okay? Your own base. Your own forward operating base in the Middle East is going crazy. That current affairs is a satire piece. Yeah, I saw Feder Bitch's take about it's a war. In this war against Hamas, no conditions for Israel. Yeah, he's just so fucking stupid. That's it. It does say a lot about what Israel is doing when you look at who is supporting Israel. It's literally stroke victims and the most bloodless genocidal freaks you've ever seen. Okay? Like at this stage, it is a withering fandom. Most fans of Israel, most stands of Israel are at least like aware enough of the way things look to the broader audience that they have the decency to shut the fuck up. You only see the dumbest motherfuckers on Twitter chirping about it. Okay? It's the worst ghouls. Like either you are a stroke victim like Fetterman, or you behave like a stroke victim without a stroke like Brianna Wu, okay? Or you're just a bloodless, monstrous genocide lover like any number of different fucking Twitter fascists, okay? People that were chirping, people that were fucking basically doing 14 words propaganda for Israel on in the entire month of October have now at least quietly shut the fuck up. Notice how there aren't as many people, for example, that come in here and go, huh, remember JDAMs? Like, notice how all of those people have shut the fuck up? That's because even they have either dropped it entirely because they're like, I'm no longer going to pay attention to this. It's like the Toy Story meme. They threw the pro-Israel toy down, okay? At least even they have recognized, like, it's no longer fun for me because, like, it's not even a defensible position at all. It was indefensible originally, but even my Islamophobia can't keep me fucking motivated enough to justify killing fucking, like, liberal humanitarian aid workers from, white countries. You're hearing a lot more of the, I'm just disconnecting from everything. I just need a little bit of me time, you know? I just need a little bit of me time. I'm disconnecting. Like we don't remember you fucking talking about how Arabs are all like rapist monsters and shit. Some of the most disgusting comments I see are from K-Hive Twitter. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Fuck them. My Gen Z brother-in-law told me he stopped watching you because it's too much. Yeah, whatever. I remember you yelling at me. Twas funny though, because I was saying Fetterman was shit for being pro-fracking, pro-cops, and pro-Israel back when everyone was glazing him. Palestine should be a deal breaker for any supposed progressive, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't want to fucking bring that up. I didn't want to bring up his like pro-Israel sentiment because I thought he was just like triangulating against Democratic majority for Israel. But let's be real. Nobody knew, even you did not know how pro-Israel he was. Like there's not a single person who would have known he was going to be this much of a fucking demon. He's to the right of like Chuck Schumer, guys. I don't think he knew how bad it was going to get. Yeah, his own staff are fucking resigning in droves because his own staff didn't know. Here.
You've had words.
Here, let's look at this fucking demon. Chris Coons.
Words with Benjamin Netanyahu. The president has had words with Benjamin Netanyahu. At what point does the policy change? Do you support a change in policy instead of a carrot, instead of words, a stick, saying to Israel that in order to get military aid, you have to change your tact? When does that happen?
I think we're at that point. I think we're at the point where President Biden has said, and I have said, and others have said, if Benjamin Netanyahu, prime minister, were to order the IDF into Rafah at scale, they were to drop 1,000-pound bombs and send in a battalion to go after Hamas and make no provision for civilians or for humanitarian aid, that I would vote to condition aid to Israel. I've never said that before. I've never been here before. I've been a strong supporter of Israel the whole time I've served in Congress. We just appropriated another $3.3 billion of support in the last appropriations bill we did. The challenge is to make it clear that we support the Israeli people, that we want to and will continue to have a strong and close relationship with Israel, but that the tactics by which the current prime minister is making these decisions.
See? Look at this fucking asshat trying to re-triangulate to the liberal Zionist position. Oh, it's just like the tactics are bad. No, man, the entire project is fucked up, okay? Gazans, iOS sniping Gazans who collect airdrop. Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know if I can show that. It's, it might be TOS violation.
Don't reflect the best values of Israel or of the United States.
So things have gotten so bad. For the first time, you were saying, yes, we will put conditions on military aid.
I'm speaking for myself.
Speaking for yourself. But
if they continue with large-scale military
I can't show that.
in Rafah without making any provision for civilians. Now, to continue fighting Hamas, taking targeted raids, small counterterrorism or special forces raids, I think that's an acceptable part of continuing their campaign against Hamas.
See, they're still giving an out. right? They're still giving an out to Israel. It's just that Israel doesn't care about the out that they're getting. They're still like, no, we're going to go full throttle. Shut the fuck up. Okay? US sending 3.3 billion like to Israel like as a fucking Uber split. Yeah. It's just like, hey, dude. I mean, basically what they're doing is like, hey, guys, you can keep killing Palestinians. Like, but what the fuck are you doing? Like, don't kill the white people. You're kind of fucking up the bag for everybody. Okay? That's it.
Hamas. But the IDF can bring humanitarian relief in through the north of Gaza. They just demonstrated this 2-3 weeks ago by escorting in convoys of trucks through a new opening in the very northern security perimeter of Gaza.
Like they're doing PR. This is just nothing but PR for Israel. It's something that Israel has demonstrated that they're not interested in. Okay, it's demonstrating that it's something that like nobody's interested in. Israel certainly is not interested in this at all. And it's basically like denying abject reality while being critical of Israel.
It is the far north of Gaza where the IDF has the most control, where there is the most famine, and there is the most urgency. I think we can move forward if we see real seriousness about addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, as well as the security crisis that Israel continues to face.
Do you think that these elected officials that had their progressive bases as their reason for being elected will pay for their pro-Israel stances the next time their position is up for election? I don't know how to answer that because like Democratic majority for Israel and AIPAC are pumping into like every pro-Palestinian congressperson. They're trying to punish them in primaries. They're trying to punish them and, cause them to fail electorally for the crime of standing against Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population in like the most, like in literally the lightest ways possible too. I also don't get why these motherfuckers never talk about the systematic process in which the IOF brings in aid. They are stored in warehouses and they bomb the warehouses with the aid. Like it's not something that Israel keeps a secret. One, because if they say that, then, it's going to make their allegiance with this genocidal state look weird. Because then the follow-up question to that is, why the fuck are you supporting Israel if they're deliberately bombing aid? You know what I mean? So that's why they have to like do a little bit of ass saving here. Partially because like they want to keep defending Israel and partially because they want to also not look like weird hypocritical assholes. Why is AIPAC allowed to do that for a foreign country? I wonder why. I don't know. I wonder why. Because it's not a foreign country. Israel is not a foreign country. In the way that we view Israel, it is not a fucking foreign country at all. It is a state, an important state for America. Much more important than many American states in the American heartland, in the American mainland. Okay? That's why. That's it. Israel has more power than any territories in most states. Yes, absolutely. You once referred to Israel as a forward operating base for America, and I think about that a lot. It's because it's true. What's important about it? Well, I just told you. It is a forward operating base. It's so important, people in Israel don't see ads at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break, and yet people in Israel don't see ads at the top of the hour, I think. I don't know, maybe the 8 Israeli leftists that are in this chat can confirm or deny, unless they are already subscribed, in which case they will not see ads at the top of the hour as well, for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. How did that come about anyway? If Britain made Israel, I mean, hello? If the Byzantine Empire is a continuation of the Roman Empire, then American Empire is the continuation of the British Empire in some respects. What do you mean? England was defending the interests of the West by doing Western colonies, and America is defending the interests of the West now. America has taken on the mantle of Western imperialism. It's actually a little bit different than British imperialism for sure, because they were also duking it out with like France and shit too. But question mark, Russia is the continuation of Rome? Yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad. Anyway, the continuation of this broadcast in an uninterrupted fashion requires you to subscribe or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The Byzantine Empire was not a continuation of the Roman Empire. They were the Roman Empire. True. All right, let's hear from more unlikely supporters, more weird allies here, like Karl fucking Rove, like a genuine demon, okay?
If they were smart, they'd take the January 6th and go hard at it. And they would say, he wants to pardon these people who attacked our Capitol. I worked in that building as a young man. To me,
Actually, fuck it. I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's like January 6th shit. We'll talk about that stuff in a second. Remarkable. A union of UK government officials is threatening a work stoppage over fears members could be held personally liable for sending arms to Israel used in war crimes. London won't publish legal assessment. Concern in DC about a similar complicity in jeopardy for U.S. Government officials? No. There is no concern in the United States. We are the fucking world order. So we do not care. We do not think that there will ever be any kind of legal scrutiny towards our officials for defending, aiding, and abetting Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza and its many war crimes.
By the way, in the last few minutes, officials working in the Department for Business and Trade here have threatened to stop working over arms sales. Our political correspondent, Matthew Thompson, joins me now. Matthew, tell us more about this. What's going on?
Well, we've been passed a series of quite extraordinary emails from members of the PCS union in largely the business and trade department. And essentially at the heart of this is their concern that some of their members are working on the kinds of arms export licenses and other things, arms, of course, going to Israel, that are at the heart of the debates around legality and illegality. And they're very concerned that they could be caught up in those legal proceedings and legal arguments. And if it is the case, for example, that the government's legal advice is now suggesting that Israel is in breach of international humanitarian law, that those civil servants could actually become liable themselves for breaches of international humanitarian law for continuing to supply arms to Israel. And their members are very conscious of something called the Rome Statute. That's the founding document of the International Criminal Court. And one of the things that it makes clear is that simply following the orders of your superiors is not in itself an excuse for committing breach.
Yeah, that's why I was joking about this yesterday about the Nuremberg defense. It was on a Johnny Harris video, but about the FBI, but you know.
Of international law. So they've written to their superiors asking for clarity, asking for some sense of what this legal advice says, and we've got emails suggesting that they have been told that they cannot see the legal advice and simply been asked to accept assurances that it is, and I quote, very unlikely that any civil servants would find themselves caught up in legal proceedings. And the PCS union members are simply saying, well, that is not good enough, and they're demanding to see the legal advice. The government is, of course, refusing to publish any of that. We have, of course, gone to the government for a response to all of this, and they've just given us a statement in which they say, we keep advice on Israel's adherence to international humanitarian law under review and will act in accordance with that advice. All export license applications are assessed on a case-by-case basis, they say, against the strategic export licensing criteria. But this really speaks to the heart of the debate that's engulfing the government at the moment as to whether or not, as the letter written to covered at least in the Guardian today by some 600 lawyers and academics, including 3 former Supreme Court judges, suggesting that potentially the government might be in breach of international humanitarian law if it continues to export arms to Israel in the face of potential breaches of humanitarian law and potential genocide by the Israeli government.
By the way,
as foreign policy officials across Western governments have made clear, their frustrations over Gaza policy are about more than moral reflection / distaste, tapping their expertise. They see the real strategic cost and major risk for the approach the U.S. and co. have adopted since 10/7. I've been saying this over and over and over again. Okay? It is becoming strategically bad to defend Israel's actions as Israel's actions get increasingly more and more violent. It is destabilizing. Just like when the Houthis decided to take up arms in the Red Sea and everybody fucking yelled at me for saying, you're defending terrorists, you're defending terrorists. I told you that bombing them was not going to fucking work because they had already withstood a genocide from Saudi Arabia and UAE. They had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose. Okay? And all they had to do was keep taking pot shots. And they completely fucking... Little Hassan is the victim? No, I'm not. I'm not the victim at all. I'm simply using my own personal commentary and the reaction to that to describe public sentiment. Remember, all of these people that were saying like, oh, these guys are terrorists, they're disrupting shipping. Oh, they're going to fuck around and find out. They're going to fuck around and find out. They're going to find out why we don't have healthcare. They're going to find out why we don't have healthcare. There's a reason why people don't fucking talk about Yemen or the Houthis anymore, unless you're talking about like Foreign Policy Magazine or a Reuters report here and there, like the Biden camp saying that they'll take them off the fucking terror watch list if they act nice and stop disrupting shipping in the Red Sea. They completely caved. What happened to fucking around and finding out? Yeah, they fucked around and they found out that like, yeah, no, it's basically when someone has moral clarity in the situation, and I don't care about their domestic policies. Let's be fucking real, okay? I'm not defending everything the Houthis are doing or whatever the fuck that people try to justify and massage these interests on, okay? It's the same principle behind Hamas as well. Their resistance is profoundly popular, and there's a much worse bad guy in the fucking region. If you don't want them, if you want to dismantle their popularity, if you want to fucking dismantle their government that they've been able to maintain throughout this entire process, then you have to not give them an opportunity to look like they're the good guys, okay? We did. We bombed them. We bombed Yemen over and over again, and it didn't matter. Biden, after the first round of bombings, literally was asked, are the bombing campaigns working? He said no. And then he said, and we're going to continue doing it anyway. And it didn't work. Now a couple months later, we are at the point where they're saying like, oh, you know what, actually, like, please play nice. Please stop overtaking these fucking ships. Americans in 2023, the Houthis are about to find out why the U.S. doesn't have free healthcare. Americans in 2024, dear Abdul Malik Badruddin al-Houthi, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. Guys, the Houthis are fucked. Houthis about to find out why we don't have universal healthcare. A lot of Twitter likes on there. Now the U.S. wants a diplomatic solution for Yemen. U.S. Special Envoy to Yemen, Tim Lenderking, said on Wednesday that the U.S. is seeking a diplomatic solution to the Yemeni armed forces blockade to the Red Sea. There is a diplomatic solution. Stop Israel's genocide. This takes a turn from current U.S. policy that has sought to solve the blockade through force, launching attacks on Yemen since February. Following meetings in Saudi Arabia and Oman, the U.S. Special Envoy told Reuters, we favor a diplomatic solution. We know there is no military solution. The Yemeni armed forces, along with most of the axis of resistance, have previously affirmed that they will only stop their operations when Israel's genocidal war on Gaza is halted. Yeah. When everyone looked away and looked in the other direction, they said, nope, we're going to fucking take action. They did what America is supposed to do. They did what America claims they're doing when they fucking do sanctions on countries. Now, of course, when America says no more shipping, shipping stops. Why does shipping stop when America says no more shipping? Because they know it will be devastating for them. When Yemen says no more shipping till the genocide stops, obviously they do have to show that they mean business because nobody fucking gives a shit. They did what every country that's a signatory to the Prevention of Genocide Convention is supposed to do. Exactly. Hostages are having their legs amputated from being zip-tied by all four limbs for months. They've been forced to defecate in diapers and fed through straws. Those are Gazan hostages at Israel's Sde Teiman concentration camp, so you won't see one word about it in Western media. Doctor at Israeli Field Hospital for Detained Gazans, we are all complicit in breaking the law. Once again, as I've told you, Haaretz does better reporting from the Israeli side than Western media does. 2 prisoners had their legs amputated due to handcuff injuries, says a doctor at an Israeli prison facility who describes deplorable conditions and violations of medical ethics and the law in a letter to ministers and the attorney general. Wherever the IDF goes in Gaza, they mass arrest surviving men and children from the age of 15. IDF soldiers force kidnapped Gazans to strip down to their underwear on camera, put them on trucks to the Sde Teiman military base in the Negev desert that Israelis call a concentration camp. Israel does not reveal how many Gazans they currently hold at the Sde Teiman concentration camp and doesn't allow access to the Red Cross. The number of detainees is in the thousands. They are subjected to unimaginable and nonstop daily torture. Number of Gazans detained in Israel jumps by 150% in a month. Witness says soldiers abuse detainees in military facility. 661 Gazans are detained in Israeli prisons, in addition to the unknown number that are held in a military facility, the Sde Teiman base. A source familiar with the conditions there said soldiers are beating detainees and handcuffs them to the fence. Gaza survivors of Israel's Sde Teiman concentration camp say they were starved, zip-tied on both arms and legs, blindfolded, tortured, beaten up daily, mercilessly, for no reason. They were electrocuted, urinated upon, attacked by dogs, and deprived of sleep, all for no reason. Nameless and shackled. This is the name of the article. This is the title of the article. Israeli Ethics Committee examined medical treatment of detainees from Gaza. An IDF soldier that served at Sde Taman concentration camp said Gazans were put in cages of about 70 to 100 people in each cage. There's also a geriatric cage. I had seen people aged up to 75. They're all forced to sit in rows and not speak a word. Israel's government knows they're committing a crime against humanity at the Sde Taman concentration camp. So they instructed doctors there to refrain from signing their names on the medical documents or introduce themselves by name to the detainees. This is straight up Nazi shit. Over 27 Gazan hostages died from torture at the Sde Taman concentration camp, which includes burning, electric shocks, and beating. Yes, they're hostages because they're kidnapped by Israel from Gaza as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Hamas. They are not charged or tried. Calling this out in certain terms is not anti-Semitic. Calling this out for what it actually is not anti-Semitic. No matter how hard Ben Shapiro chirps about it. Okay, most moral army my fucking ass. Now, a lot of this stuff doesn't get a lot of play in Western media because, you know, Israel's already catching a lot of flack. That's the problem. Because we are complicit and it would make our politicians look really fucking bad. Link tweet, please. I retweeted it on my account just now. Is this new treatment from Israel since October 7 or has this been a policy for a while now? Israel has done unimaginably awful shit. Adamir is a Palestinian human rights advocacy group that was, of course, suspiciously declared a terror organization by the state of Israel after they put forward massive revelations about the mistreatment and inhumane and torturous conditions that Palestinian prisoners were subjected to without any sort of fucking due process whatsoever. However, yes, this is something that they've done for a very long time. They've just elevated everything that they've been doing for a very long time. Yeah. If you recall, there was a American State Department person who quit, who very openly stated these conditions, who very publicly and very openly stated these conditions on CNN a couple months ago. No, but it's just ridiculous. No one is doubting that Israel's doing unimaginable, terrible things, but you're losing it. You take everything on your POV at face value and now push everything else through a skeptical lens. Not that I doubt this is happening, but why is it that you just take it at face value? Brother, what is happening right now in your mind is cognitive dissonance. On the one side, and here's the positive part of this. There is actually there is morality in you, right? If you were a total immoral person, you would look at this and go, no, it's good, actually. It's happening, but they deserve it. But because you're a moral person, I'll show you the silver lining here. You're saying this is conflicting with what I think Israel should be doing. Okay? So you have two options. You either recognize that this is what Israel is doing and continue along and reaffirm your position that Israel is a moral army, so they are doing it for good reasons, and it is worthy. Or you look at this and you go, maybe everything I thought about Israel wasn't so right. Okay? No, I'm agreeing with you, and we have the same viewpoint on this. I'm just being skeptical of all the reporting and not just articles. I agree with the narrative. Wait, what do you mean? You're skeptical of Haaretz's own reporting that they've conducted on their own prisons from doctors that are working in the prisons, including doctors that feel like what they're doing is so immoral that they've actually literally fucking sent letters to the Attorney General in Israel, especially because it literally does not contradict, but actually solidifies former State Department officials. Well, this is not the guy. This isn't what I'm talking about. This is not the original. This is the original resignation. But he also delivered the specific Adamir publication and how Israel declared Adamir to be a terror organization. He's saying not enough people are saying it too. What do you mean? I'm a little confused, but here's Josh Paul, the senior State Department official for many years, saying he raised the horrific case of a 13-year-old Palestinian boy raped by Israeli forces. The regime responded by shutting the charity that reported it, Israel's mass raping Palestinian children.
That happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Moscabia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible.
I mean, they destroyed multiple compounds in Yemen law. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, did it stop? Did it stop the attacks on shipping vessels? Did it actually restart shipping on the Red Sea? I'm confused as to what your anger is here, or what your criticism is here. You're saying that I'm too one-sided on this, and I'm a little confused. This is probably the first time this chatter heard about all the horrible shit Israel's doing. And if you know the history of everything Israel's done, this is very on brand. Yeah.
We put them to Israel, to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared
it wasn't
them
Adamir,
a terrorist
it was
entity.
DCIP.
I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen for the value that they have. We have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day.
Why don't you uncritically repeat Israeli propaganda like you do the truth of their genocide? This is the level of naivete people rely on when they ask stupid questions like, do you really think Israel would kill a baby? I said this before too. Israel has also partially been able to get away with a lot of heinous shit in their regular conduct of their apartheid because they are so heinous that people simply don't believe it. And we are obviously, especially in progressive circles, predisposed to anti-Semitic sentiment. So when someone says, no, that's of course not real, of course it's anti-Semitic, Israel does not have a cum squad where they literally extract semen from dead IDF soldiers because they're that fucking obsessed with like continuing their ethno-state project, you go, that sounds anti-Semitic, it can't be real. And then the fucking IDF tweets it out, celebrating the fucking goon platoon. I get it. Hey, dude, I'm an Israeli semen extraction team, baby. Chill. The bus battalion. Like, I do understand why, when you are first met with the reality of Israel's apartheid, Israel's ethnic cleansing, you're like, I don't know if this is real. I don't want to come across as anti-Semitic. I have many Jewish friends. Like, this seems in line with like real blood libel. You know what I mean? This seems in line with like a lot of anti-Semitic shit that I've heard about Jewish people. And because in your mind, you've been conditioned into thinking like Israel equals Jews, which is not the case at all. Because if you can't shake that, if you can't separate Israel from Judaism, you will be way more likely to think that this commentary is like simply coming from an anti-Semitic place. It's not. Israel is a country. Israel is a supremacist ethno-state, and its actions have nothing to do with Jews. There will come a day when many who currently think that it is have a positive association with Israel and Judaism will recognize that that is an anti-Semitic sentiment, and it always has been an anti-Semitic sentiment. I believe it. One day, people will look back at this very moment and hide their true opinion, hide what they used to say. Since we're living through that opinion, since we're living through that moment in time right now, you can change course. That's all I'm simply stating. Okay? Can Hamas separate Israel from Judaism? Wait, what? Dude, Hamas as an entity, Hamas as an organization does not exist because of anti-Semitism. Okay? Just that's bullshit. Even they recognize how bad their fucking PR looked like and rewrote their charter in 2017. Not that it fucking matters. Hassan a bitch. True. Hamas only exists and has any kind of support whatsoever because of Israel's actions. That's it. Israel's apartheid. 3-month subscriber. What the fuck? Putting the bottle down after 6 years binging was so fucking hard. Yeah, this is another like post-October 7 guy. Look, going from being a fan to being like, you know what? Fuck this guy. That's what happened. Many such cases. Shut up, bitch. Hassan a bitch. Yeah, got it. But I personally find it hard to argue against people who say that. Was asking in general, not like it's my opinion. Yeah. People who are like, oh, Hamas is anti-Semitic, that's why they're operating out of anti-Semitism, are failing to comprehend something very important. Okay? There's always been resistance to the Israeli apartheid. There's always been resistance towards being enslaved, being put in conditions that are unimaginably cruel. See, look, that's actually a fucking pretty solid take from Volodymyr Zelensky, our one leftist Israeli Jew in the chat, one of the 6. I hate Hamas, but when have they targeted Israelis outside of Israel? One of the 8. The numbers are growing. It used to be 5. Now there's at least 8. This is awkward. Unpin me. No. It's only awkward because you're outed not as an Israeli leftist, but outed as a person who plays League, which is the only position that is less popular than being a defender of Israel in this community. Just kidding. So many people play League. It's gross. Probably a bigger crime, honestly. Definitely a top laner. How do you know Volibear is a League champion? Come on, guys. Come on. Your best friend is a League player? Yes, dude. I'm not going to drop someone because they're a fucking heroin addict either. You know what I mean? What do you mean? Yeah. We defend those we love with hopes that we can help them out. It's fucked up. 2/4 of your co-hosts are League players. It's super annoying to deal with real anti-Semites that genuinely don't care about Palestinians, but would try and launder the pro-Palestinian movement to push straight up Nazi ideals. Yes. I have all the smoke for those fucking assholes, and I routinely call them out. They openly, look, the one thing about fucking Nazis is that they can never shut the fuck up. Okay? No matter what happens, they will always reveal their ultimate goal. And that is technically, I mean, obviously it's a fucking awful thing, but that is the one good part, right? That they can't help themselves. Okay? They cannot. And yeah, they have Nazi Tourette's, literally. So here's the thing. When they do that, very easy. Just immediately go, okay, you're a Nazi. Fuck you. You're a Nazi piece of shit. And you're an incredibly selfish Nazi piece of shit that is trying to launder real, active, ongoing genocide upon the Palestinians with trying to use that to your advantage to like fucking promote Nazi ideals. That's it. It's awful. Yeah, they physically can't not deny the Holocaust is pretty funny. They literally just, they can't help themselves. They have to immediately be like, oh, call in the numbers, call in the question of the numbers, please. Is Nazi kryptonite. Yeah. Breaking. The Israeli Security Cabinet approved the opening of the Erez crossing with the Gaza Strip for the first time since October 7 in order to allow more humanitarian aid to go in, Israeli officials said. Fucking gross that they, like, it took them this long. It's fucking crazy. There's also here's the other thing. There's also the other, like, I guess, lighter version of anti-Semitism, not by, like, a direct fucking Nazi, but by people who don't know any fucking better. There's the bigotry of stupidity born out of, like, social conditioning. Like one chatter just mentioned, whenever I talk about being Jewish on Twitter, immediately people go, free Palestine. And that's like, to make that assertion that someone who is Jewish is immediately in support of Israel is anti-Semitic. It's born out of the propaganda that both Nazis and Zionists contribute to by saying, no, you don't understand. Israel defends all of the interests of all the Jews around the world. Okay? But it still is anti-Semitic, and that's something that you need to shake off. Okay? This is why the conflation that Zionism is a fundamental part of Judaism is an anti-Semitic one. Would you say more Jews support Palestine than not? I wouldn't say that unless you're talking about Jews in America under the age of 35. We've looked at the demographic breakdown before. It is pretty similar, pretty close to like the overall demographic breakdown. Joe Biden will cause World War III through his utter and complete stupidity. Here is his current position. 1. The United States is willing to go to direct war with nuclear power by admitting Ukraine to NATO. The minute Ukraine joins NATO, Article 5 will be invoked, and we are then in a shooting war with Russia. 2. The United States is demanding a ceasefire from an ally, Israel, in a war with terrorist group holding hostages, including Americans, in a conflict involving precisely 0 U.S. troops. I love Ben Shapiro's take on this because at least it's like consistent. Okay, he's like, I don't care if you are doing the oppression, I'm on board. He's like, I'm on the side. I'm pro-Russia and I'm pro-Israel. He's not even pro-Russia, by the way. He's just like, I mean, this is an understandable criticism. Also, it's not going to happen anyway. Yeah, the Ukraine is going to join NATO take. Ben is the rare Russia-Israel flag guy. That's not rare at all if you go to fucking Russia. It's not rare at all if you go to Israel, and that's not rare at all if you go to Russia. It's rare in America because Russia is our foreign adversary. That's actually the most common position if you go to Israel or Russia. Anyway. Anyway, the United States is demanding a ceasefire from an ally, Israel, in a war with a terrorist group holding hostages, including Americans, in a conflict involving precisely zero U.S. troops. Iran, as terror proxies now know that if they murder over 1,000 citizens of an American ally, take hundreds of hostages, and then hide among civilians, Joe Biden will save them. It is nearly impossible to believe one human being could be so stupid, but Joe Biden always surpasses expectations. Some of the most militant anti-Zionists I've met have been Jewish. I understand the fall of the general population demographics, but for those who are anti-Zionists, they've tended to have stronger opinions. Yes, this is my experience as well. For the record, 100%. I mean, literally every single American political commentator, pretty much every single American political commentator I've had on since October 7, have been massive advocates for Palestinian emancipation in perpetuity for many, 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 many years, and they are way more aggro on Israel than I am. Whether it be Felix Biederman, whether it be Noah Colwyn, Aaron Mate's dad, Gabor Mate, which I haven't had on the broadcast, but he is also real aggro. Norm Finkelstein, Brace Belden, yeah, a.k.a. Racial Jake, a.k.a. the gay pussy Ida, a.k.a. Coindexter. Watch, Likud member and Israeli economy minister Nir Barkat get demolished on Morning Joe. Joe Scarborough is extremely pro-Israel. Choose Nir Barkat about funding Hamas for years and for a 13-hour delayed IOF response to October 7th.
Not only that, but the famine that now has taken place because Gaza is cut off. Again, no one contests what you're saying about Hamas. We say it every day on this show and have for a very long time, especially after the hideous attack of October 7th. But
another massive critic of Israel is Adam Friedland.
Is Israel concerned about the human suffering inside Gaza, number one?
Like, Adam Friedland. Did you really say that American Jewish people 18 to 30 generally support Israel? That's really interesting if true. No, I didn't say that. I said the exact opposite. I said that amongst the American Jewish population, if you look at the demographics, the breakdown is almost identical to the rest of the population, which is that when you get to like under 35-year-olds, the American Jewish population's attitude towards Israel-Palestine is pretty consistent with the rest of the American population. Of course, the older you get, the more pro-Israeli sentiment increases. Pro-Israel sentiment increases both in the American Jewish population and in the rest of the American population as well. Yeah, the thing I was going to say about Adam Friedland show of the or Adam Friedland of the Adam Friedland show is that, remember, he also went on Birthright and got his dick sucked on Birthright, and yet he's still an anti-Zionist. So think about that. Not many of you have been able to have this world-changing experience and still maintain a solidly anti-Zionist stance. Some of you were born into anti-Zionism. Some of you learned it. Adam Friedland had to unlearn it. Okay? He's a closeted anti-Zionist. You're outing him to his family. Think about that. Adam only got a condom, BJ. Don't go crazy. I think that might have played a role, actually, in his position. This clip.
There were like 500,000 people in D.C. this weekend. You know, that is like, I've never seen that for Palestine, you know. And you take, I'll tell you this. When I was 19, I was there, and they took us to the settlements in the West Bank to show us how they lived over there. And then I looked down.
You were buying prostitutes, and like you weren't paying attention to any of that stuff.
No,
you were buying
I was a Zionist, bro.
But you were busy buying child prostitutes.
Well, it's to support the economy.
Yeah.
The black market.
Paul, you tell the story. You bragged about it.
I was fucking 18 years old. I was 18 years old. I didn't realize that was terrible.
It was wrong.
All right, so you get to give a sincere statement on this, and then now it becomes about prostitution.
Please do. I don't know.
Sex trafficking.
You brought it up. I don't know.
You brought it up. No, but we went to the settlements, and I was like, to that point, I was a fucking Zionist. I was there right after they disengaged from Gaza, right after they cleared out Gush Katif, and like Sharon left. And I guess 2017 was the election. So it was like, or no, it's not 2017. It was 17 years ago was the election. So.
Oh no, I fucking left a Nick Mullen, Adam Friedland clip unattended in this community. Oh, what a major mistake I made. Oh no, I fucked up. I forgot to contextualize that this is a joke. This is a joke-free zone. I forgot. Fuck, on Autism Awareness Month too. Classic blunder, huge mistake. Shit.
And so this was 18 years ago. This was before the election of Hamas. Mm-hmm. They pulled out, and they took us to the West Bank, like the last month I was there. And I realized that I was like, oh, this is the wrong side of history. And I saw, like, you look down in the Arab village that was underneath where this fucking settlement was, and you see how these people are living under constant surveillance.
That hat is incredible, by the way. Holy shit, my cousin is here.
They're being fucking demeaned and dehumanized. And then you see these fucking guys, like, building these tract houses like they live in fucking Orange County. You know, in the middle of like this political reality, which is brutal and fucking like inhumane. And I lost it. I lost it then. And I went back and I told my parents, and we got in big arguments. I was like, you know, this is what we were told was important, was to support fucking Israel so the Holocaust doesn't happen again. That's what we were told. And that's what my parents were told when they were growing up. And they knew survivors, you know, and it freaked them out. And I understand why there's like this like narrative in the Jewish community, but like that doesn't make Jews more safe. You know, it's a failure of a project. And then now we're seeing like this fucking bloody reality.
And the number of civilian deaths that have been incurred since this attack began.
We're concerned about 134 hostages. Here's a picture of some of them. These girls are under tunnels for half a year, raped, tortured. This is what we're concerned about.
Bro, props. It's like, oh, are you concerned about them? Perhaps you should stop bombing them too then, because of how horny you are to kill as many Palestinians as possible. It's so obvious what the fuck the hostages mean for those in power, okay? It is so obvious. Like, bro, you laminated this shit. Go, if you genuinely cared about the hostages, and there are plenty of people who still want to fucking melt Gazans, right, in Israel, but they do care about the hostage lives, they're fucking using every ounce of energy they have at yelling at the Netanyahu war cabinet to stop bombing. You very clearly don't care. You don't give a shit about the fucking hostages. Hamas cares more about the fucking hostages than you do, because it's their bargaining chip, not because they care about the humanity. I'm not making that assessment at all, okay? But there is no greater example, and I said this fucking literally when the hostage posters were propping up. Let me see if I can find that video real quick. Fuck, dude. My clip industrial complex is so on the ball that like my fucking own clips don't show up. Remember when the hostage posters were being propped up all around the Western world, and I said at the time that they were 100% using that as an opportunity to catch people ripping the hostage posters? This video went viral on, and I said, don't do it. Don't get baited into ripping the hostage posters because they're using it for propaganda. And then people tried to fucking yell at me and say, Hassan, I can't believe you would even suggest that Israel doesn't care about the fucking hostages. I can't believe you said that. I cannot believe you said that. You're such a fucking piece of shit. I'm pretty sure even Bonarelli had like his fun little moment tweeting about that too, if I recall, back then. Give him less ammo. It's that simple.
These are ripping posters down. These are innocent civilians in Israel. Fuck you, fuck Israel, bitch. Fuck you. These are our family members.
This is awesome.
Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you too, bitch.
Again, you need to understand. Stop saying base. Stop saying base in the fucking chat. Oh, God, you guys are so stupid. You're doing it. You're doing the thing. You're doing the exact same thing. There is probably at least 1,000 people in here right now that is screen recording every single fucking person that said base just now to be like, look, Hassan loves it. Hassan hates Israeli babies. Notice how Hassan didn't immediately and regularly condemn it. It's like, bro, it is so fucking disingenuous to act like you give a single shred of a fuck about Israeli children being held hostage by Hamas right now when the Israeli government that you're defending is blowing up those fucking hostages. It's ridiculous. Where are the haters now, dude? Where are they at now? I thought Israel cared about the hostage. Go back to your mic quality from before. Wait, why? Is my mic quality not better? Now, this is better. Get some new takes, bro. At least switch up once. Okay, I'm gonna switch up now because of that chatter. I'm gonna start defending Israel now for the funsies. Fuck it, YOLO. Oh my God, I'm about to get so many brand deals. Holy shit. Anyway, yeah, debunk my own arguments. Remember all those motherfuckers that literally precisely did that. By the way, they were like, Hassan, I think it was Hutch. It must have been. Was it Hutch? It was a bunch of orbiters that literally. Fuck,
come on, where are my fucking Clippers now? Where are they at? Where are they at? It was Hutch, right? And all the orbiters that fucking stuck to it. I'm pretty sure he fucking tweeted about it too. There's got to be one person in here that remembers that exact tweet and can pull it up so we can look at it. Yeah, I'm really important was another one. Was another orbiter who was like losing his mind over it, being like, dude, he doesn't care. He clearly doesn't care about the hostages. What the fuck? Those posters in and of itself is not to be like, look at all these children that are lost. The point of these posters, the real point of these posters is so that someone goes and fucking tries to rip it off so they can fucking film it and go, look at these scary Arabs. They hate it. They have no interest in Israeli lives. The point of those posters in and of itself. Yeah, what happened? What happened? Wait. Posters. Hassan says the real point of these Israeli hostage posters is to trick people into tearing them down so they can be filmed to make Arabs look bad. This dude is really peddling Jewish conspiracy theories like weirdos on the right. Next, he'll be saying Soros paid for them. Huh. There was a lot of other parts from that. Here, this is literally a perfect, by the way, this is a perfect example of how like things get clipped out of context and people fucking yell at me on Twitter over it. Okay? What did I say? I didn't just fucking say those posters are being propped up specifically for that reason. I also followed that up in the longer video that you just saw about how Israel has no real interest in protecting the hostages because they're blowing them up. Okay? I said that on November 5th, 2023. Okay? And it was valid and it was a correct take. But of course, they clipped it to be like Hassan is peddling anti-Semitic conspiracies. It was 100% correct. Everything I said there was 100% correct. And once again, history did vindicate me. These girls wear short skirts to trick men into raping them. I like how the only way Hassan can convince his audience not to be anti-Semitic is by peddling an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Hey man, if it gets the job done. Hassan is turning into the new Alex Jones. Where are they at now? Where are these motherfuckers at now? This has got to be in the top 10 most redacted things Hassan has ever said, right? Where are they at now? I fear the next 4 years is going to be Biden's admin not even confirming a single judge because of an obstructionist Senate, as Biden exclusively talks about how many concessions he's willing to make to Republicans in order to fix our deficit. Hassan, give us like 5 minutes for fuck's sake. Where are they at now? Where are you at? When you were getting doinks on Call of Duty Modern Warfare with Dr. Disrespect, I was doing political commentary, you dumb fuck. That's why I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and you do not. Maybe I should do this more often to just like show all the dumb fuckers who constantly chirp about like Hassan gets things wrong. Hassan gets things wrong all the time. He's peddling misinformation all the time. That like, no, it is you who's peddling misinformation. Like at the top of the hour, there isn't 3-minute ad breaks. There are. It's misinformation to think that there isn't. Mike from PA does this often, and boy, it's fun for the community. Where are they at? Whenever you're proven right, they just ignore it and move on to the next thing. It's annoying. Well, there's 1,000 of them. In this same video, at a certain point, I also mentioned that the hostage posters are being ripped in Israel by ultra-Zionists because it makes Netanyahu look bad, because the people that post the hostage posters in Israel are actually posting it specifically because they want the government to stop bombing the hostages. Anyway, what is this? I think there's a concern that you will help justify Israel's actions in Gaza if you acknowledge that sexual violence occurred on 10/7, but there's no reason why you can't both acknowledge those atrocities and condemn Israel's violence. They're not mutually exclusive. The actual report findings show something very different to the way this new UN report was presented in the media. It was also correct. Just like the top of the hour ad break is coming for you, and that is correct. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can literally be right every time, and it doesn't matter, brother. They never get off the hate train. They just go dark and cook waiting for the next opportunity to jump on you. When I clarify my position and over-explain things, you have to understand I'm not doing it for you. You've heard it a million times over. Okay? I'm doing it for the fans that are coming in from those communities that are primed into thinking that I'm in the wrong, that are primed to fucking hate. Bro, I saw a hater saying you were pro-Israel a few days ago. That's awesome. Yeah. People that say I'm pro-Israel are like people who say I'm transphobic. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't think you can get people to genuinely believe that position. Yeah. Mr. Bonarelli got cooked so hard, I think he's done covering Israel. He can't let it go. We'll see. It would be smart for him to shut the fuck up about Israel and then quietly act like he never advocated for the things that he advocated for. That would be too smart for him. He's not. He is motivated by his bloodthirst, his bloodlust. He can't shut the fuck up. He's a professional yapper. Damn, Hassan, you fell off. You keep getting saved by history instead of having it destroy you like Ben does. Doesn't Mr. Balotelli get paid for his advocacy? No, he doesn't, dude. The fuck are you guys talking about? He's not like getting fucking money directly from the Israeli foreign ministry or some shit. You guys are so silly if you believe that. Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. It's like akin to believing that fucking Vosh is a State Department employee or some shit. No. These guys get paid, not directly, but indirectly, when they get a lot of support from people who are desperately looking for anyone to dick ride Israel and give him talking points. Yeah, he gets paid in loser clout, I guess. They don't get fucking paid by the Israeli government.
We're concerned about those victims in Israel that were murdered, slaughtered, little children that were put in the oven, women that were raped and killed while they were raped by terrorists, by jihadists. So we're concerned about those. How do we eliminate these folks? And by the way,
he's not bad on the anti-vax shit or red pill. Yeah, until you talk about like a girl getting raped. He's not bad on the red pill stuff until he is like fucking victim blaming harder than like the most rugged red pillar you've ever fucking seen. Okay? But yeah, he is consistently good on anti-vaxxer shit. I will always recognize that. Anyway, let's get back to this video.
That were murdered, slaughtered, little children that were put in the oven, women that were raped and killed while they were raped by terrorists, by jihadists. So we're concerned about those. How do we eliminate these folks? And by the way, they're funded. They're funded by Qatar and Iran.
Yeah, they are. Yes,
Qatar is a big enemy of Israel.
Mr. Mayor. Mayor, can I ask you a question? I'm so glad you brought that up. So I have always looked at Hamas
This
as
is an
Nazis.
old tweet. This is a much older tweet from Bonarelli. He's got way worse. I mean, he is basically streamlined this fucking attitude. So I don't know why you guys are bringing up these old tweets. Like, there's way fucking newer shit that he said than this. I mean, it's probably one of the worst things he said, but this is in 2015. Yeah, he got new shit now. Trust. It is making it back on YouTube drama. It got posted 5 days ago. Oh, that's his fucking banned account. He's so edgy. He said the N-word again in January. Guys, he's so edgy. He's so scary. You were friends with that? Not then. What are you, fucking crazy? This was when he was a libertarian. And then there was a brief period of like being a liberal social democrat. And now he's back to being a liberal who like says slurs. Yeah, you were, dog. Don't fucking lie. Wait, what? You dumb fuck? In 2015? I didn't know what the fuck Twitch was. The fuck are you talking about? I became a Twitch streamer in 2018. That's when I met Bonarelli. At which point he was considering himself to be a social democrat and was like debating right-wingers and destroying them in the marketplace of ideas.
The terrorists. Have you always looked at Hamas as Nazis?
Unfortunately, yes, and it was demonstrated October 7 what they do.
Yeah, so you always have. Have most of the Israeli people always looked upon Hamas as Nazis?
Well, you know, some of the people in Israel, because we seek peace, thought maybe one day they will prefer peace than war. October 7,
what about Benjamin Netanyahu? What about him? Has he always looked upon Hamas as Nazis?
Well, you're talking about Qatar or Hamas? Hamas. I think that everyone understands that Hamas's charter is to destroy Israel. And by the way, not only Israel.
So you've always known this.
Unfortunately,
we know the charter.
yes.
So let me ask you this question, and I can't get an answer, and maybe we're just not covering it in the press. Maybe you can help me out. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu send the head of Mossad to Doha 3 weeks before the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust and told Qatar to continue funding Hamas?
Damn, I wonder why he did that. Why did he also say in 2019 that like Hamas is the best asset for Israel because he did it in 2012, he did it again and again, where he said Hamas is the best asset for Israel because everyone sees them as terrorists and they are not sympathetic to the Western world. They're not seen sympathetic to the Western world. Why did he keep saying that?
I think, if anything, October 7 shattered that concept. And it's my understanding.
But you just said you always knew they were Nazis. I always knew they were Nazis. I would never give. We were.
See, this is like the problem. This guy's like fucking dumbass. Oh, I always knew they were Nazis. Shut the fuck up. You didn't always know. What do you mean Nazis? Like, fucking ridiculous. I mean, I know he's cooking this dude, but like the notion that like, oh, Hamas are Nazis is a fucking dumbass argument to begin with, okay? If we're talking about Israel versus Palestine, I wonder who's closer to the mechanized, systematized version of death camps. Is it the fucking resistance group, the militant resistance group to the apartheid state, or is it the apartheid state with fucking nukes? Hutch is extremely triggered. I mean, I'm sorry, Hutch. You can come back to the good side. I promise. I will welcome you with open arms. You just, have to genuinely have a change of heart, I think.
We're always angry that Qatar funded Hezbollah and Hamas. I want to know, why did Benjamin Netanyahu do that? Let me ask you this. Why?
Stop saying, nah, fuck Hutch, liberal dog shit. Like, you guys need to be more open-minded to people who say awful shit, okay? No matter what they're saying. You forget that a lot of people are primed by their social conditions. A lot of people are primed to take positions because of what they've learned. I hate that. I hate that attitude. I don't have that kind of empathetic approach to some commentators, obviously, because like it requires them to take these positions to make money. I don't think Hutch is like that. I still believe that he will snap out of it someday. I hope.
Why did Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump know in 2018 the sources of Hamas's illicit funding, and they still did nothing?
You're a wealthy white man. This rhetoric usually doesn't hurt you. Wait, what do you mean? Dude, this is such a fucking dumb take. Shut the fuck up. This like, man, wealthy white man. Suck my dick, okay? First of all, I think that the whole who perceives me as white argument was put to bed since I've been called a fucking terrorist since October 8 every single goddamn day. There's entire websites developed to be like Hamas Abi, Hamas Piker. Okay? Like, yeah, I am white and I'm perceived as white for a broader audience, but not by my fucking haters. So that's number one. So on this issue, I am not seen as a white guy. Okay? The second thing I have to say is even if my name was Hank Pecker, and even if it didn't actually fucking hurt me, the rhetoric, which in many instances, it does not. Okay? In many instances, it does not hurt me. You are correct on this. My job is to try to get the broadest swaths of society to come to this position. I'm trying to use my fucking privilege for good so that it doesn't hurt those in the target audience, those who are marginalized. Okay? So you're posturing in here and you're like, you're a wealthy white man. This rhetoric doesn't hurt you. Here, let's use the transphobia conversation for this, okay? Of course, anti-trans sentiment doesn't impact me. I'm not trans. It impacts every trans person, right? Sure. But my goal always is to try to get what a saint you are. Oh, shut up. I'm not saying I'm a fucking saint at all. God damn it. This kind of argument literally comes from you having this cognitive dissonance. In your mind, you're thinking no one could be a good person. I'm not a good person. I have a conscience that tells me I'm not a good person, and it hurts my feelings. So I might as well do a fucking temper tantrum. White man throws a fit about privilege. What? I'm not throwing a fit about privilege. Every time I hop on the stream, Asana's angry at chat, lol. Yes, because I have a lot of fucking weirdos that come in here and say the dumbest shit. My point is this, everyone. Listen, okay? My point is this. Yes, you are. Yeah, I'm throwing a fit about my privilege. No, I'm trying to explain to people who are either portraying themselves or are directly from marginalized backgrounds that the broadest swath of society falls on the other side of the intersectionality of privilege. Okay? My goal is to get those people to be on board. My goal is to help them unlearn bigoted positions. Okay? That's it. And it works very well. That's why so many people are so fucking reactionary towards this community. They like are so primed. Okay? You read one weirdo, they all pop out. Yeah, I know. I see that. I think that's what a lot of people don't understand. Whether you're black, whether you're trans, whether you're a woman, what I'm doing here isn't commentary specifically for you, or if you're Palestinian, for example. The commentary isn't for you. I mean, you might be entertained. You might learn things when you come here. But my commentary always is to try and get people who are completely against your mode of existence to at least be a little bit more charitable and to unlearn their bigoted points of view, because we as people on the left understand that everyone is a product of their social and material conditions. We understand that. We also always say that America is a white supremacist country, and there's truth to that, right? White supremacy is institutionalized. So of course people are going to have fucking white supremacist attitudes. It's the default position. That's what they learn. That's what they take for granted. And it takes a lot to help people unlearn that shit. Okay? I am not unlearning shit, but I know when I see some fucked up shit, Israel post October 7th. Yeah, it would be better if you also didn't give a shit about issues that affect us. Is that the vibe? Wait, what? Yeah, it would be better if you also didn't give a shit about issues that affect us. It would actually be cool and good if you use your privilege to do something other than advocacy. Yeah, I think that's like what that. Yeah, this chatter is like criticizing other chatters who are saying like, Hassan, you're fucking, you know. No, this chatter is criticizing other chatters who are fucking yelling at me. He's talking to other chatters, okay? And he's right. You spend too much time reading only negative comments. I think this is a good learning moment for everyone, especially on especially in this community, because there are a lot of people who do maintain that position when they're like, oh, you're just simply saying like, be kind to racists, right? That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying, however, is that yes, as long as someone is charitable and willing to learn, I will take every step necessary to try to help them along in this journey, as there are many people in this community that definitely had reactionary positions on certain issues. I myself had right-wing opinions on certain issues, and I myself have changed. You can too, and many in this community have. A lot of people that come from marginalized backgrounds literally take that for granted here, okay? They take that for granted in this community. They're like, transphobia is super pervasive, for example. There's a lot of trans people in this community that take it for granted that you know that this is a safe space, a safe enough space where you can shoot the shit, where you're not constantly under attack, right? And then those very same people sometimes will get super sensitive when they mishear me or don't understand what my goal is when I'm talking about a specific issue. And they yell at me and they say, oh, you're just privileged. And that's precisely why you can get away with saying this shit. And I'm like, yeah, I can. Okay? I can. What right-wing positions did you have? I was transphobic, much more misogynistic. I meant more like in our personal life, sometimes it can be hard to try and be welcoming and educational to people to spouting harmful rhetoric. I appreciate what you do, though. Yeah, I'm not fucking demanding that you go and like talk to your racist boss if you're like a black person and like try to get them to fucking learn, okay? I'm saying I'm taking on, because it's not emotional labor for me. I don't give a shit. But if you do have the capacity, you should engage in emotional labor, for sure, okay? Because you know who doesn't care about emotional labor? Nazis. They will always take the time out to describe to anyone and everyone that will listen how sick it is to be a fucking fascist, how sick it is to be a Nazi. Of course, they benefit from the systems being inherently oppressive, so it doesn't actually, they're just like usually demanding more of the kind of cruelty that we already have. Like Ben Shapiro doesn't have to describe why police brutality is a bad thing. He can just simply demand more police brutality. And if you're primed to thinking police brutality is justifiable, as many Americans are, then you just go, okay, well, he benefits from literally pointing at everything that's going around you and going, this is common sense. This is normal. This is good. We need to do more of this. Anyway, let's continue.
They wanted that money to get to Hamas. I'd like to know why, because we don't know in America. Have there been any investigations in Israel at this point?
I'm sure we'll investigate it, and I totally agree with you. That Qatar is a wolf in sheep's clothes. And they're buying their way in.
No. I must correct you. Benjamin Netanyahu was asked by the leaders.
Qatar is also Hamas.
Of Qatar.
Good argument, man.
Do you want us, Qatar, to give money to Hamas? This was in September. And Netanyahu's representative said, yes, of course. You're feeding that wolf, and you're telling that wolf to feed the Nazis in Gaza. So explain to me, because I really want to know, why was Benjamin Netanyahu and his government funding? They were allies with Qatar in the funding of Hamas. Why?
I think it's a mistake, and it was uncovered October 7th. October 7th demonstrated that if you think you could buy quiet, peace, by funding Hamas, it's a huge mistake. And it's clear to me right now.
Why did Benjamin Netanyahu, knowing that their charter said that they were to kill Jews and eradicate Israel, why would any leader of Israel work to fund that organization to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars and work with Qatar to fund Hamas?
I think that question should be asked, and we'll get an answer. We'll
It's
ask.
been asked. When are we going to get the answer?
Fine.
We've been asking it for 6 months. When are we going to get the answer?
At the end of the day, once we finish the war, all these challenges will rise, and we'll deal with them. Right now, we're focused on winning the war, and I want to make sure.
I need to ask you another question. I want to ask you another question because you brought this up.
Yes.
You brought it up, and it is so sickening to think about the Israeli women that were beaten, raped.
Oh God. Okay, dude. I mean, he's just like, oh really? That's why he's like, you don't understand, Joe. We were doing defensive rapes.
Murdered the Israeli grandmothers who were burned to death. The toddlers who were shot in their beds.
Wait, never mind. He was talking about Israelis. Never mind. I thought he was talking about the West Bank. I thought he was talking about like West Bank Palestinians. I was so wrong. My bad.
For 10 hours, some of these people waited for Benjamin Netanyahu's government to come and rescue them. Those people whose faces you were holding up, they sat and they waited in shelters. Their children saw their parents shot. Parents saw some children shot. And they kept waiting for Netanyahu's government to come rescue them. 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, in some cases 13 hours. Where was Benjamin Netanyahu? Where was the IDF? Where were the defense forces over those 12, 13 hours while the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust was unfolding within 40, 50 miles of Netanyahu?
Let me answer you. We will investigate that. We were caught by surprise. And there are many faults. Let me ask you
both
this.
Of the
How
army and the government. How could you be caught by surprise? How could you be caught by surprise when you had Hamas's plans for a year? Netanyahu had Hamas's terror attacks for a year. Why didn't they act on it?
These faults will be uncovered, and there are many challenges, and we will investigate everything. Honestly, believe me, everyone in Israel, right, left, we all want to go down to to investigate, have deep investigations on this issue, okay? But this is not the time. Right now, we have to focus on winning the war. With all due respect, this is not the time to interrogate and ask
this is not the time. Dude, shut the fuck up. Let us do our thing, you know? This is time for genocide and nothing else.
Questions. And I agree we should ask these questions.
With all due respect, I would say if Israel, a country that is absolutely necessary to freedom and democracy in the Middle East, in the world, if Israel has been led in this position by a leader.
Funny note on Nir Barkat from Israeli Domestic Politics is as economy minister, he on October 8th used the war chaos to, under pressure from large retail companies, remove enforcement of law that forced them to label their products with prices in the supermarket. His ministry then put out a report showing large price increases like 30 to 40% law. And then he shut down the report from being published, saying we need another investigation. Every crisis is a moment of opportunity.
That allowed all of these things to happen. How in the world do you trust that leader to make the right decisions in the most important war since 1973?
Well, we're a democracy, and we have our rules, and we obey the rules of democracy. And right now, the Israeli government, and by the way, the war cabinet, which is expanded, includes...
bullshit, by the way, the whole democracy thing. Israel is not a democracy. It cannot be a democracy while it's still an apartheid state, okay? That's number one. Number two, even in Israel proper, inside of the fucking green line, it's barely a democracy when you have genuine, like, some of the facets of liberal democracy, some of the tenets are like having a free press, right? Having freedom of speech, these sorts of things. And Israel does not have that for Palestinian citizens of Israel to begin with. But then Israel has openly advocated to ban Al Jazeera. Israel has suppressed any kind of sentiment that is critical of Israel post October 7. Not a real democracy, even by those standards, okay?
Including the folks that were on opposition, were all united to win the war. And we want to focus with your...
Like, when Russia shuts off any kind of critical press, everyone goes, oh, yeah, well, they're fucked up. It's understandable, and they are fucked up, okay, for doing that. When Israel does it, it's like nobody talks about it. Hassan sticks up for marginalized people all the time, chatters with the opposite sentiment, should direct your hate towards the people that actually have hate towards marginalized with the platform. He goes out of his way to try to change people's minds, including the derailing streams and the derailing the conversation just for the benefit to change one person's mind while taking on so much hate from people like you. Yeah, that's a little late, chatter, but thank you. You described my position better than I did.
Your permission, not on what was wrong on October 7th or what led to it. Many mistakes, many problems. We're putting all that aside at this point, and we're all united winning the war. And I want to emphasize, we got to bring back those 134 hostages that are sitting right now in the tunnels, raped, tortured. It's just terrible. And I think the world should focus on that. And number two, focus on that wolf in sheep's clothes. That's, of course, Qatar and Iran that are funding.
Dude, he's just like, every time I hear an Israeli official talk about what Israel should be doing more of, it's always just like, it's always just pure, unfiltered racism. Now, a lot of this stuff works because, like, their targets are just more Muslims, right? It works in the eyes of like the broader American population. But right now, because Israel's doing so much, they're doing too much, right? They killed white people. That's a big no-no. Right now, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter when he's like, oh, you don't understand. Qatar is also terror. They're terrorists. Qatar is also Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. And it's just like, yeah, dude, sure. Got it. Everyone is Hamas. And you're fighting a war on every fucking front. Nir Barkat was trying his best to replace Netanyahu in the start of the war. He failed so bad, and now he's the most cucked man on earth. You can see the sadness in his eyes like a depressed puppy. My man's not doing great. I hope, I wish him the worst.
Giving safe haven to Hamas leaders. This should be...
Tonight's attack in Khan Yavnev is a painful reminder that the Palestinian workers must not be returned to the streets of Israel. March 31st, 2024. The terrorists in the Gan Yavne attack also held a work visa until the war and stayed illegally in Israel. The lesson we learned from October 7 is written in blood and is unequivocal. You don't let the enemy into your home. It's time to get out of the wrong concept and understand that money doesn't buy peace. You know what actually doesn't buy peace? Murdering Palestinian families. Like demonstrably a failure so far. Literally directly led to October 7. What is this? It's happening. Multiple unknown aerial objects have been reportedly spotted over the Khuzestan province of southwestern Iran, heading in the direction of the Iraqi border. No, this is in Telegram groups. I mean, we'll wait. We'll wait and see.
Off the chart, and we must
family atomics.
Realize that they're a big enemy of Israel. And let's right now focus on to win the war. When we finish the war, all these questions will arise,
by the way,
and we will deal with them all.
Netanyahu's, they funded Hamas for years through Netanyahu's direction.
And I want to ask a question about that because every victim in this has been mentioned by you, sir, except for civilians starving in Gaza. And I just want to point out that you never, even when asked, you didn't mention that. I'm not going to ask because I've heard. But I want to ask you, given the questions that Joe has just raised and given the gravity of the situation, is Benjamin Netanyahu fit to lead at this moment?
First of all, I do have to answer. We don't want anybody, any civilian, to suffer. And we collaborate with the world, funding, helping the innocent people in Gaza.
What is the air quotes for innocent people in Gaza? Dude, again, the most racist person. Like, literally the most racist person you've ever met every single time. Once you recognize that Palestinians are human beings and Arabs are human beings and Muslims are human beings, regardless of your previous social conditioning, regardless of your previous education that desperately tried to get you to not believe that reality, once that changes in your mind, you can never hear these guys talk and not go, oh my God, this is just like unadulterated racism. Innocent civilians in Gaza. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? These are fucking babies. You're killing babies, man.
That 80% of them, 80% of them support October 7th. We don't want anybody to starve or anything. And we will be helpful.
Why don't you want them to starve then? I don't get it. If they're all evil terrorists, and then why don't you want them to starve? That makes no sense. If they all want the death and destruction of Jews and they're anti-Semitic and they're all Nazi babies and they're all ISIS, I don't understand. If every single Palestinian child is actually armed with an RPG, like, and a copy of Mein Kampf annotated, waiting to kill Israelis in the shadows, then why don't you want to fucking deal with it? Why are you trying to feed the Nazis? Because they're not fucking Nazis. You're psycho.
To the world, collaborating and helping them. And by the way, there's no presidents in the world when you have a war that you help your enemy. This is the first time in all wars that Israel is willing to help the Gazan people and not to starve. We want to make sure that they move away. When we enter Rafah, we're telling them, move aside. Don't give shelter to the terrorists and you'll be safe. If you give shelter to terrorists, you're at risk. And no other army in the world has such, honesty and consideration of.
It's fucking insane. No army has such consideration. No, dude. You literally just said every fucking Palestinian is an enemy. Every Gazan is an enemy. And then he's like, oh yeah, well, we're taking such steps. They press him on the air quotes next. Not in that clip.
When it comes to the U.S. continuing.
I can't watch this whole fucking coverage from CNN talking about how Biden is expressing frustration.
To provide military support to Israel without any conditions. Officials here at the White House said that they are not at that point where there is a shift in policy, though a senior administration official says that there has been a shift in the frustrations from the president. Now, this all comes as President Biden is also facing significant pressure here at home when it comes to his handling of this conflict. He heard that directly from Muslim community leaders here at the White House on Tuesday, but many are questioning whether this exact moment could serve as any turning point in the administration's strategy. As of now, it doesn't seem that they're changing any pathway forward in the imminent future.
Arlette Saenz at the White House. Thank you so much, Arlette. See you, Sarah.
All right, thank you, Kate. CNN Chief International Anchor Christian Amanpour is joining us now. Christian, we just heard from Senator Coons, who says there is a line and there should be conditions. And the president of the United States has been very frustrated, we know, with Netanyahu and Israel's approach in Gaza at this point. The pressure is really mounting on Israel from other close allies. What are you hearing?
Well, precisely that. And really, in the United States, you'd have to go back as far as the first.
Guys, he's about to get real mad. Okay? Dude, he is actually really, really mad. He's about to start thinking about what kind of contemplations for the next steps forward could happen at a reasonable pace with conditions. Also, we have to defend Israel unconditionally. Of course, Israel has a right to defend itself. It's like, but I am mad. I'm mad. He's gonna go Dark Brandon mode soon. Trust me.
George H.W. Bush administration, when they expressed public frustration and anger over different issues, the increasing building of settlements. And James Baker held out a phone number for the State Department to say, when you're seeing.
Another thing I called, yes. Seems like the media's trying to pivot into solely blaming Netanyahu for everything so they can go back to liberal Zionism bullshit. Yeah.
Serious, give us a call. You have the number. But what does this actually change, this mounting pressure? As you heard from Arlette, it's unlikely to change any shift towards sending military aid to Israel, but that is precisely what governments around the world, Israel's allies, are being asked to do, including here in the UK. Defense Minister, former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister David Cameron has said that he has demanded to his Israeli counterpart an immediate investigation into this appalling attack on aid workers. And he said, we want to see that happen very, very soon. The problem here is that all the allies say that Israel has a right to defend itself after what happened on October 7th, but that it must act within the rules of the international road. There are international laws that include not firing on civilian convoys. And let's not forget, this one, like the others, were heavily coordinated with Israel. This is what the UN humanitarian chief told me about the World Central Kitchen assassinations or attacks on Monday.
Yes, it's a duty of care problem, but it's also a legal problem. Attacks on humanitarian institutions and workers is prohibited under international law. So whether it's intentional or not, it's a crime. And we must be very conscious of this. As I say, it's been happening, as you know, Christiane, to our colleagues from the outset.
And as you know, hundreds, nearly 200 UN and other aid workers have been killed, the vast majority of them Palestinians. Sarah?
You know, it strikes me in your conversation that he said whether it's intentional or not, it is still a crime. What is the impression that Netanyahu and his administration is giving to those who are calling for better treatment of civilians? What are you hearing?
Well, look, it's really, really difficult to understand this. Even former President Trump has told, and you can see it on an Israeli website, Israel Hayom, it's a right-wing website. They interviewed him earlier, and even he said, you've got to stop your war. Yes, you could defend yourself, but you've got to stop this. You're losing your international credibility and support, and we cannot keep seeing these bodies piling up in Gaza. So this is really becoming... Remember, Trump gave Netanyahu everything he wanted, moving the consulate and the embassy to Jerusalem, giving them sovereignty over the Golan Heights, practically inviting them to annex the West Bank. He was very much in Netanyahu's camp. But right now, as I've said, there's an increasing number of allied governments, allies of Israel, who are looking at the very serious matter of continuing to send the massive weapons systems and the bombs, 2,000-ton bombs from the United States that are, or 2-ton bombs that are being sent. And again, here is Jose Andres on his conversation with President Biden.
I spoke to President Biden yesterday. President Biden made a statement, which seems is already a harder stand, but it's very complicated to understand that we are going to be sending, America is going to be sending its Navy and its military to do humanitarian work, when at the same time, weapons provided by America, not to defend Israel itself from missile attacks, but use weapons that are killing civilians in this moment.
And as you can imagine, if international aid organizations like the UN, like Jose Andres...
So over 30K was really the amount of dead Palestinians, the perfect number for people to look at this genocide with criticism? No, not at all. It was 7 white people in succession from a humanitarian aid organization that Israel was actually actively collaborating with. No, it had nothing to do with 30,000 dead Palestinians. I'm sure that changed a lot of people's minds, for sure. But it was a direct targeting of 7 dead white people working for a humanitarian aid organization. Brave souls, by the way. Do not misunderstand me. Okay? But that is precisely what did it in for a lot of people in the Western media. Remember, one was a Palestinian. They don't care about him. Well, the one Palestinian is also in the same, like they're being he's being put in that same category. He was working at with WCK.
Stop doing their vital humanitarian work. Who is going to do it? Is Israel going to do it? That's all that's left. And we saw the catastrophe when they tried that, you know, freelancing a few weeks ago, and some 118 people were killed.
They're genuine martyrs, but it sucks that their deaths are what actually started to change the perception of what's happening. No, it doesn't suck. Don't look a give horse in the mouth. Their job there, whether they recognize it or not, but I think many do, when they do go into conflict zones like this, especially one with like such indiscriminate bombing campaigns like Israel, because it's a direct kill zone. They're going there specifically because they know that they can provide shield and cover for the people that they're helping out. No, this is done deliberately. This is literally done deliberately. This is, I keep repeating this over and over again, but like Doctors Without Borders and all of these other like international humanitarian aid organizations that actively work in conflict zones specifically do it with the know-how that they might die, and that their goal there is to basically ensure that wherever they are, they get special protection and don't get fucking and don't get shot at or don't get blown up by whichever the fucking colonial occupation is, whichever group is occupying those lands.
In shootings and a stampede. It's a very critical issue right now.
Christian Amanpour, thank you so much for all of your reporting as always. John?
As we are standing by for that phone call between the president and prime minister, there already has been one conversation between U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Israeli counterpart. So what took place there? CNN's Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon. Natasha, what did they have to say?
Well, John, it was largely a mirror image of the conversation that President Biden had, the statement that President Biden had issued.
Yeah, that's what Israeli peace activists do in the West Bank as well, because their presence can hold off settlers in the military sometimes. Doesn't always work, though. Yeah, straight up. New. Israel told the U.S. if Iran launches an attack from its soil against Israel in retaliation for the killing of an Iranian general earlier this week, it would draw a strong response from Israel and take the current conflict to another level. Like, what should people understand from this? That, like, we get to kill whoever the fuck we want, wherever the fuck we want, and if you retaliate, then, you know, we're gonna retaliate extra hard. Okay, that's World War III then.
Earlier this week that he was expressing outrage over this WCK strike. Secretary Austin apparently told the Israeli defense minister that he too was outraged by this attack, and he urged them to conduct a swift, thorough, and independent investigation into
this is the mistranslation of the tweet about Iran attacking tomorrow you pulled early in the day.
This attack. And importantly, something that we've heard from other administration officials as well, they want the results of this investigation to be made public, and they want someone to be held accountable for this tragic mistake, which is what the Israelis are characterizing it as. But the administration is really, at this point, kind of withholding judgment about whether or not this was deliberate. And for that reason, they are not giving any sense of whether or not they're going to shift their policy towards Israeli defense and arms sales, which have been ongoing. As we reported earlier this week, the administration is set to approve an $18 billion F-15 sale to the Israelis, where the jets won't necessarily be delivered for another 4 to 5 years. There are questions about why the administration, while they're expressing outrage over this strike, while they're expressing outrage over the fact that Israel does not appear to be doing enough to protect civilians, is engaging in these arms sales with the Israelis, and thereby kind of affirming that they view them as kind of a professional military that is capable of carrying out these operations in a way that is consistent with how the...
Why are you against Israel fighting Iran? Aren't they both regional actors rivaling? Which is not necessarily a bad thing in a multipolar world. Wait, what? Israel fighting Iran? Israel's not fighting Iran under equal ground here. The tweet that we just fucking read from Barak Ravid's article from Axios directly shows exactly my frustrations with this. It's not like they're playing fucking fair. What are you talking about? They literally are saying we get to kill whoever the fuck we want, wherever the fuck we want. And if you do anything about it, then we'll accelerate even further. I'm a firm and committed, principled believer in no war. Okay? That doesn't mean that I'm going to also be like, hey, I don't believe in any war. So any kind of retaliation against those who have killed you mercilessly, relentlessly, those who have violated fucking international rules over and over again, are not going to ever expect any sort of retaliation from the people that they're oppressing. It's fucking ridiculous. Same principle goes for Palestinians. Yeah, no war but class war. But class war does not always have to be fought with weapons. You do realize you are describing Hamas, right? What? I do. Yeah, I said October 7. Like, Hamas is retaliating against the Israeli apartheid regime. I know I'm describing Hamas. Is that shocking to you? The fuck do you expect? Do you think the Palestinians are going to sit around and be like, all right, no, keep killing us. It's actually fine. That you're like, yes, it is shocking to you? Okay, well, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the broadcast. Here are some things that I believe that are genuinely true, and I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. If you push people into a corner over and over again, if you enslave them, if you imprison them, if you torture them, if you rob them of their humanity, they're inevitably going to retaliate in desperate means. The more you ramp up the brutality, as Israel has over the course of the past 75 years, the more they are going to respond in kind. October 7 is a response to 75 years of Nakba and apartheid. That is precisely what it is. It is the most expected outcome, as a matter of fact. Is it still an atrocity? Absolutely. Do you understand? Is that better? Oh, here's another thing I believe. Hamas is the lesser evil. Between Hamas and Israel, I'm a lesser evil voter. I like harm reduction. So yeah, Hamas is the lesser evil as it stands currently. Now down the line, let's say if Hamas has a military and a nuke and the entire population of Israel, if they have the population registry of everyone in Israel and they start using like American-backed billions of dollars of munitions that they get from America to mercilessly and relentlessly bomb within the Green Line, then that's a totally different subject. Then they might catch up to Israel and become the greater evil in that conversation. But until that moment, which is never going to happen anyway, Hamas is still the lesser evil of the two. And I, as a liberal, am a lesser evil voter. Lesser evil, Trump and Biden, and that doesn't have a lesser evil, and you're not looking to acknowledge that? What do you mean? My man heard lesser evil, and he's like, Trump and Biden. We're not talking about Trump and Biden right now. We're talking about Israel and Hamas. Did you not have a take on that? Is that why you desperately tried to shift the conversation away to Biden versus Trump? And also, Trump is worse on Palestine than Biden, and has been worse on Palestine than Biden. That does not change my argument at all. Then don't say you're a lesser evil guy. What do you mean? I am a lesser evil guy. Go ahead. Respond to what I'm saying. Do you have any argument? Do you think Hamas is a greater evil than Israel, or do you agree with me? Because it seems like you agree with me right now. Hamas is a lesser evil. Do you agree or do you disagree? If you disagree, then why do you disagree with facts? Or what kind of alternative set of facts do you have, like a Trump supporter? Yeah. Evil is evil. Why split the difference? Wait, what? So you're not a lesser evil guy. That's what you're saying. So you brought up Trump and Biden for no reason. Evil is evil. Why split the difference? Well, there is the evil of doing genocide, and then there's the evil acts that you engage in when you are resisting against a genocidal apartheid state to make it as costly as possible. This is called an act of terror. You just contradicted yourself, or maybe you were never an evil is evil type person. How are we supposed to arrive at a solution then? I think this is important. Evil is evil. Why split the difference is a cowardly way to approach a genocide. I think, robbed of its context, putting a tire over someone and lighting that tire on fire is truly an evil act. But when you put it into the context of the actions that the ANC took against apartheid South African collaborators, then that becomes a very different equation. Now, of course, the reason why I brought up apartheid South Africa to you is because we at least have the benefit of hindsight here. Okay, we know we've moved past it. We know what the truly greater evil is. I brought up Trump and Biden because you said lesser evil. You brought up lesser evil, and I pointed out how that's subjective to your perspectives. Yeah, no, you actually came in and said you're describing Hamas. I said yes, and then I told you Hamas is lesser evil, and then you tried to sneakily be like, well, you don't believe Biden is the lesser evil, which I very shortly and very quickly described. No, I do think Biden is not as bad as Donald Trump. My entire goal is to try to get Biden to show everyone that he's not as bad as Donald Trump on the issue of Palestine. He has not yet done that, by the way. And then you moved on from that, and you thought that you could conduct a good argument here, which you couldn't. You failed to do so, and you still have yet to respond to my question. Do you think Hamas is the lesser evil between Hamas and Israel? You keep changing the subject over and over again because you're not here to genuinely learn. You're not here to actually have your perspective be addressed. You're here simply because you think from your hug box that you came from that you're a phenomenal debater. Maybe you owned some of your friends who are less knowledgeable on the matter by repeating talking points that you heard from your favorite debate streamer who happens to defend genocide. Now you came in here with those same talking points and you decided you could actually do the same thing and maybe move the conversation away. And it didn't work, and you're still trying, but it's not going to work. So answer my question. Is Hamas less powerful than Israel? Yes. If they were equal, who would be the most evil? We do not know. That is a hypothetical. You do not know what Hamas would do if they had Israel's power. You don't know that. You're suspecting. that they might be just as evil as Israel. You do not have the hypothetical. What you have right now is the reality on the ground. So I'm asking you once again, the reality on the ground is that Israel is the greater evil, as opposed to their manifesto. Who gives a fuck about their manifesto? Israel's manifesto is as damaging, if not worse, than the Hamas 1988 charter. Israel openly gets away with saying from the river to the sea, Israel will be the only nation there. But you don't have an issue with that. So shut the fuck up and answer my question. Do you think Israel as it stands currently, is the greater evil? You're still not engaging with my question because you think that you can catch me in a fucking moment that you can clip and then post in your dumbass fucking Discord. It is doing more evil. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree. So as a lesser evil voter, you understand my position. You might not agree with it, but you at least understand it. I'm a lesser evil voter. I'm a liberal. I love harm reduction. Hamas and promoting Hamas and defending Hamas is harm reduction, simply. Is it not? If you think that a manifesto written in 1988, when none of the people that wrote it are still alive, none of the people that fucking even decided to vote in 2005 for Hamas are even alive now. If you think that that is more important than ongoing active ethnic cleansing, you're a delusional person. Ongoing ethnic cleansing that Israel is conducting is infinitely more prescient, infinitely more important, and infinitely more damaging than a manifesto that you heard about on October 9th, so you can use it as a simple talking point, that was written in 1988 by people that are all long gone and dead. The newer charter was rewritten in 2017. You probably are either A, unfamiliar with this, or B, know to avoid that, like the top of the hour ad break, because it doesn't suit your argument. Not only does it matter. Yeah, also my own personal politics, I don't give a shit about lesser evil shit, but I love using that as an argument because it really traps a lot of people like yourself who are liberal, who do actually believe that or think they believe that, but then they're trapped in the confines of their own fucking moral boundaries and have no retaliation or response to it. That's why you keep saying, they're both evil. Israel's doing more evil. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. What about that was wrong? I think there are a lot more questions that you have. I feel like you go about your life questioning everything and anything. Isn't it the charter in 2018, not 2017? I thought it was 2017. It could be 2018. Doesn't matter, really. I haven't run the ad break yet. Yes, I do. Question everything. Don't come in here as though what you're doing is like with an honest intention. Of course, question me. That's totally fine. But you're not questioning me in good faith. You thought you can catch me in a slip up. You should question me. You should question everything. That's fair and balanced. That's good. I hope this was a learning opportunity for you. This guy just came in and literally was just like, no, I'm just a fucking psychopathic Islamophobe. Hamas is definitely more evil because Islam is inherently evil. But Israel is not that far behind in terms of evil. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. You have no argument. You're just a bigot. Like there is nothing, there is no way to retaliate to this line of reasoning. It's just simple bigotry. What do you mean Islam is inherently evil? What the fuck are you talking about? The most populous religion on the planet. We'll keep this one around. All right.
Israel is.
Here's Secretary Blinken at NATO condemning the horrific attack that killed 7 Central Kitchen aid workers in Gaza.
Democracy. Hamas, a terrorist organization. And democracies place the highest value on human life. Every human life, as has been said.
Sharia is an inherently oppressive and immoral political structure, but compared to Israel, it is the lesser evil. First of all, what the fuck are we talking about Sharia? Plenty of Muslims live around. First of all, you don't know what Sharia is, okay? You don't understand it. If you think that it is like all Muslims live under whatever your understanding of Sharia is, under the oppressive thumb of Sharia law, okay? At least this guy says Israel, at least this guy is saying is compared to Israel is the lesser evil, okay? Jesus Christ. I know what this is about. r/atheist was circle jerking Sharia law and Islamophobia the other day. I mean, what else is fucking new? Yeah. This shit from Richard Dawkins is hilarious. Yeah, I saw. They're God. Famous atheist says he identifies as a cultural Christian and is horrified by the promotion of Islamic holiday. What happened? I thought this guy hated all religions equally. What happened? Dude, literally every fucking dude like this is just simply an Islamophobe and nothing else. Sam Harris does this exact same shit, but for Judaism, okay? He does this exact same fucking shit. One thing that I think will snap a lot of Reddit atheists out of their weird conundrum, okay, is this. Sharia law in the way that you understand it, or the promotion of like Islamic law or whatever the fuck, is done by narrow-minded, fundamentalist charlatans operating in the exact same confines that American Christian fundamentalists operate in. That's it. That's it. Islam is not monolithic. Muslims are not monolithic. It is ridiculous to think that the world's most populous religion operates on this weird binary. You are so primed into believing that you cannot shake this inherently bigoted position. The people that personally advocate for those sorts of things are just simply the fucking conservative hogs of that region or that country. That's it. But people can't understand that. They're so desperate that they use calling you a terrorist because they know you're right. He literally called Islam an indecent religion which mistreats women and gays. My man is out the fucking quaaludes. Yeah, I wish him well in the Christian Sharia of Florida or Alabama. See how well they fucking treat women and gays. Oh, they're not throwing them off buildings though, is the follow-up. I know, I've had this argument a million times over. Equating all of Islam to ISIS. Islam is the second most populous religion. Christianity is number one. Okay, well, not for long. Inshallah, brothers, not for long. This is why I keep saying the Shahada every fucking day on this broadcast. Inshallah, one day. So Sharia law is basically like looking at the U.S. through the lens of Westboro Baptist Church being the religious norm or being like the political norm. Yes. And it's even then it's like weird because Islam, for example, does not have rules over abortion. So many of these like fundamentalist run countries, literally like Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is a fundamentalist, okay? He uses religion as a tool to motivate the masses in ways that Donald Trump is in the United States of America. Despite what his own personal opinions are, it doesn't really matter in this equation. Turkey also happens to have legalized sex work. They have government-operated brothels. Turkey also happens to have public health care, free public health care, where you can get a fucking abortion at a state-funded hospital. So while there are a lot of anti-gay sentiments, there are a lot of anti-women sentiments expressed by those in positions of power, it still doesn't matter because, you know, it's not as black and white as you think it is. Anyway, Yugopnik said it best when he covered this earlier. These atheists hate foreigners more than they hate religion. It's just white supremacy that they didn't deconstruct. Exactly. Something that I mention all the fucking time is someone like Ben Shapiro. Okay? Bringing up Turkey promotion makes you a hypocrite. Did I just promote Turkey? Where did I promote Turkey? Talking about Turkish domestic politics as it pertains to parsing through the misconceptions about like fundamentalist Muslim countries is not a promotion of Turkey, you dumb fuck. It's just a promotion of what the reality is to people that don't know. To act like I don't talk about how much Turkey fucking bombs Kurdish villages in the northern Syrian corridor is also just as delusional. I talk about it all the fucking time. Yes, you are hyping it up. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I don't know what else to say to you. Even in my conversation where I quote unquote promoted Turkey, I literally just described that it is run by a fundamentalist right-wing government. What such promotion I gave Turkey there. No, you think I'm doing that because you think this is a good own. You think I'm doing that because you're kind of stupid and also kind of bigoted, and you think that like I must be defending Turkey unconditionally. Anyway, I did promote the top of the hour. Yes, it just seems like you were hyping it up because USA is dog shit. No. We need to stop calling people fucking dumb for not knowing things. Wait, what? I didn't call someone dumb for not knowing things. I've been fucking spending this whole day trying to as charitably respond to chatters with questions that are uncharitable. What do you mean? I'm calling him dumb for coming in here and being like, no, you promoted Turkey, and disagreeing with like what I was doing, which was just describing facts while trying to parse through Islamophobia to explain how the original position was Islam is monolithic and fundamentalist across the board. I'm saying that even fundamentalist Islam even under fundamentalist rule from Islamists, there are still parts of that that are somehow better than American fundamentalist Christianity. And of course, parts that are worse than American fundamentalist Christianity. That's it. And while I'm describing that, the guy went, no, that's a promotion of Turkey, while also ascribing a separate false premise that I secretly actually love Turkey and never criticize their fucking bombing campaigns in Syria. That's not even dumb. That's just like being voluntarily stupid while simultaneously defending positions that I'm not defending. Because that's all you have to say, and you must be a narcissist for telling people why they said something. You just sit here and say you're trying to educate, but you're just putting people down who argue your point because it's your way or the highway. No, you dumb fuck. You are wrong. And I think a lot of people should hear when they are wrong, okay? There you go, chatter. Are you happy you defended this fucking piece of shit? You are not dumb for being wrong. You are dumb for refusing to recognize that you're wrong while talking to a person and ascribing these fucking idiotic values. Dumb fuck this, dumb fuck that. You don't want normies to understand that. You want normies to understand thing, right? You're off-putting. I'm off-putting, not this fucking guy. You think I'm being off-putting here? Not the guy who's like, you're hyping Turkey up? What is happening right now? 17-month subscriber. Dumb fuck, suck my dick is off-putting. This is why normies don't like you. You fucking yell at everything. Am I being gaslit? What's happening? Are you okay? Reddit daycare is out. Chatter. Jody motionless. Please. What you are describing currently is how off-putting I am to normies because a troll came in here and said some bigoted shit about me, describing my own personal experience growing up in Turkey. They're coming at it from a racist position. One, the notion that I'm unconditionally defending Turkey when it does unjustifiable things because I'm simply Turkish, and two, that I'm actually promoting Turkey. So my clarification for that also had commentary such as, you're a racist dumb fuck for thinking this. The fact that you fell for that bait so hard, okay, from an account that has been following since today is really scary, okay? Like, that guy is currently lapping it up in his fucking incel Discord server because dumb fucks like you, Jody, are eating this shit up. It's also hilarious because I can't even fucking go back to Turkey. And now disagreeing with you make people racist? No, dude. Disagreeing with me doesn't make people racist. Disagreeing with me on me literally telling a fundamental fact is not promotion, especially about a fucking country that I can't go to safely, is racist as fuck. That is actually bigoted. You're being a fucking racist. The assumption, how is that racist? Well, let me describe to you, okay? The assumption, and before you get into, being a Turk is not a race, I'm just using that as a substitute because it's more inflammatory than just simply saying bigoted, okay? I'm keeping Jody up here because I want Jody to understand who they are defending, okay? I never defended Turkey. You assumed that I not only defended Turkey right here, but you also assumed that I also never talk about Turkey bombing Syria. These assumptions were not born out of genuine things that you have seen in this chat, genuine things that you have seen about my commentary. So what was the hidden underlying assumption? The hidden underlying assumption was Hassan is Turkish. He must be secretly promoting Turkey. He must not have an issue of Turkey's bombing campaign in Syria. That hidden assumption is what that bigotry is. Okay? Do you understand? I just got here, buddy. I didn't know you were from Turkey. The way you talk about it made it seem as if you promoted it. And I never once brought up your race. I didn't know you were Turkish, nerd. Bringing up Turkey promotion makes you a hypocrite. Turkey bombed Syria for fun just because they don't like them. And you want to talk about lesser evil, lol. Okay. The second thing you did was then you decided, you yell at it so much. All right, shut the fuck up, Jody. Dumb fuck. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. You yell so much. But of course, you must have put the racist symbol on anyone. No, you saw contextually someone talking about Turkey randomly with a name like Hassan, and you said he must be defending Turkey. The hidden premise is still there. Okay? Even if you know I'm Turkish or not, doesn't matter. You look at context and you go, this guy must be promoting Turkey. Unless you're now going to act like you also didn't see that my name was Hassan when you clicked on the fucking broadcast. I know you know I was Turkish from the jump, by the way, but let's say you didn't, okay? Let's say you didn't. It's still inherently bigoted, looking at the context clues and assuming that I'm simply defending Turkey. Now, if you didn't know that I was Turkish at all and you thought my name was Hank, let's say, then you're just a dumb fuck. So you're either a racist dumb fuck, a bigoted dumb fuck, or just a dumb fuck in general. So which is it? Are you simply a dumb fuck who operates on shapes, colors, and sizes that he sees on camera, who goes reflexively that he must be defending Turkey? Or are you a racist dumb fuck who looked at the context clues, saw that my name was Hassan, probably assumed that I was from some fucking Muslim country? I've been all over the Middle East and you are the only one, Hassan, dumb fuck. Yeah, exactly. All over the Middle East. Exactly. There you go. So you did see that my name was Hassan and saw that I was probably of Middle Eastern descent. Thank you for proving my point. Okay, so there you go. I've been all over the Middle East, you know, killing 14-year-olds. Thank you for proving my point, by the way. That was nice. Too stupid to recognize that you were already, you did exactly what I said you were doing. No, I didn't even ban that guy. I banned Jody for a day. I timed out Jody because they were being a little hysterical. I don't think normies hate you because you yell too much. I think normies dislike you because the worst people alive clip you 24/7 out of context. Yeah, I think so too. All right. Anyway, like I was saying, classic case of supposed atheist who hates all religion that ends up saying, actually, I don't hate all religion. I'm culturally Christian and Islam is much worse. Sam Harris has done the exact same thing in defense of Israel and also in defense of Judaism, where he's like, he's culturally Jewish. He just hates Islam. There is no such thing. They're not like across the board haters of religion. For normies, it may be clipped out of context, but for existing fans that stop watching, I think this is yelling, bro. Yeah, I don't care, man. Sorry. I'm going to fucking yell at people being racist and shit. If that's like really offensive to your sensibilities, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry that like you never have experienced something like that, so you can't comprehend it. I got it. Let's continue.
Whoever saves a life.
By the way, notice how I said let's continue, and every single 38-month subscriber is going to come in the chat and be like, no, actually, let's go back to how you yell at us all the time and how that's off-putting, implying that they don't actually want to move away from this conversation. They just want to have their voice heard and have this back and forth interaction. If you genuinely wanted me to continue, you would never bring that up again.
Saves the entire world. That's our strength. It's what distinguishes us from terrorists like Hamas. If we lose that reverence for human life, we risk becoming indistinguishable from those we confront. Here's the current reality in Gaza. Despite important steps that Israel has taken to allow assistance into Gaza, the results on the ground are woefully insufficient and unacceptable. 100% of the population in Gaza knows acute levels of food insecurity. 100% of the population is in need of humanitarian assistance. And those working heroically to provide that assistance are doing so in great peril to their own lives. This week's horrific attack on the World Central Kitchen was not the first such incident. It must be the last. President Biden spoke a short while ago with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The leaders discussed the situation in Gaza. The president emphasized that the strikes on humanitarian workers and the overall humanitarian situation are unacceptable. He made clear the need for Israel to announce a series of specific, concrete, and measurable steps to address civilian harm, humanitarian suffering, and the safety of aid workers. He made clear that U.S. policy with respect to Gaza will be determined by our assessment of Israel's immediate action on these steps. He underscored as well that an immediate ceasefire is essential to stabilize and improve the humanitarian situation and protect innocent civilians, and he urged Prime Minister Netanyahu to empower his negotiators to conclude a deal without delay to bring the hostages home. The two leaders also discussed public Iranian threats against Israel and the Israeli people. President Biden reaffirmed the United States' strong support for Israel in the face of these threats and our commitment to Israel's security. Right now, there is no higher priority in Gaza than protecting civilians, surging humanitarian assistance, and ensuring the security of those who provide it. Israel must meet this moment.
Totally. Ooh, Channel 4 News did a report on the thing that we read yesterday. Is Israel using AI to identify targets in the Gaza war? That lib, I'm really important, is clip chimping you right now on stream. Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, he deserves all the fucking smoke. Oh, is he flailing? Is he going to be like, oh, Hassan is so anti-Semitic because he thinks that 30,000 dead Palestinian children, women, men is an unacceptable toll for America's imperialist conquest in the region? He can suck my dick. I'm sorry. It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up if you don't say Israel gets to do a little bit of genocide. Okay, dude. All right, we're skipping Trump.
According to Israeli investigative journalists at 972 Plus magazine, Israel has been using an artificial intelligence machine called Lavender to identify thousands of potential Hamas targets in Gaza. The report says Israeli intelligence sources who served in the current war told how Lavender collects information on almost all the 2.3 million residents of the Gaza Strip through a system of mass surveillance, and on a scale of 1 to 100 gives a likelihood that each person is a member of the military wing of Hamas. Being in a WhatsApp group with a known militant, changing address frequently, or swapping phones every few months could all be factors in the machine determining potential targets to kill. The report claims that after October the 7th, Israel decided to move from targeting high-level Hamas figures to anyone regarded as in the organization, no matter how junior, and alleges that during the first stage of the war, when thousands were killed in a few weeks, the military allowed for 15 to 20 civilians to be killed as collateral damage per militant. In a system dubbed Where's Daddy, bombings often taking place when targets had been tracked to their family homes. At its peak, Lavender allegedly picked out 37,000 possible targets. In its development, it is claimed human checks on the targets select.
Oh, that's what that was. Dude, fuck. Hold on. When did Laserbeam? Okay, I got a notification on my phone that someone PayPal'd me 400 Australian dollars. Okay? I got a notification on my phone and I was like, the fuck is this? And it was like a name I didn't recognize. And then I got a DM from Laserbeam. I got a DM from Laserbeam on Twitter going, said I'd pay it back on stream, but you're in the middle of roasting some bloke. Haha. It's because when we were at the Crown Casino, I kept lending him money as he kept losing over and over and over again. And I kept giving him chips. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Laserbeam, for giving me back my 400 Australian dollars, 400 dollary dues at a phenomenal time. And thank you for your kindness. And also thank you for, yeah, he needs to pay back with interest or you break his legs. Yeah, I'm flying back out there. What's that, like $5 USD pretty much? Yeah. Could buy a big bag of chips with that. Enabling addiction is okay when it's funny. Yes, I do unironically believe this. I don't know if you don't or not, but I do. Yeah, I'm Shohei Ohtani, baby. Quiet. Don't even. She got bored of eating the chew stick, or she got bored of eating the lamb horn or ram horn, sorry. So now she's like, come on, let me get out of this bed. Shohei hit his first home run as a Dodger last night. If you caught a milestone home run ball, what would you ask for in exchange of it? I would just keep it. The fuck? I'm just looking at her from the screen. She looks so funny. Don't even think about it. Don't kick your leg back. She's doing that thing again where I look back at her and she wags her tail. All right, we're going to get back to the Israel AI targeting thing. Sorry. Look, it stopped. It stopped. Watch. It's so funny. It stops wagging when I stop looking at her. But okay, now that I'm talking, she's like wagging again. Oh my God. Here, this was a little break from Israel's genocide for a brief moment here. Okay, brief moment of respite. No, did I say you could get up? No. Okay. God damn it, she's so fucking cute. I'm such a little bitch. She owns me, dude. Straight up. A cutie patootie. Doesn't she get bored from being there all stream? Usually if I wear her out enough in the morning before the stream starts, then she sleeps throughout the entire day. Yeah, a good dog is a tired dog. Exactly. All right, let's continue.
By Lavender suggested it was accurate 90% of the time in picking out Hamas members. So in a campaign killing thousands, it was accepted that 1 in 10 targets were not Hamas. Lavender was allegedly wrongly picking police officers, civil defense workers, or relatives of militants. In a statement to Channel 4 News, the IDF denied using AI to identify targets and said, contrary to Hamas, the IDF is committed to international law and acts accordingly.
Oh, so they're okay. It's good that they're admitting that it's a violation of international law. Nice.
They claimed to make efforts to reduce harm to civilians and said that exceptional incidents undergo thorough examinations and investigations. And the process of identifying military targets in the IDF consists of various types of tools and methods. Well, earlier I spoke to the journalist Yuval Abraham, who wrote that article for Plus 972 magazine. The IDF have issued a statement saying the IDF does not use an
Dude, anti-Zionism makes you hot.
artificial intelligence system that identifies terrorist operatives or tries to predict whether a person is a terrorist.
I read that out to one of the sources, and he burst out.
I should get Yuval on the stream, honestly.
He said it's just not true. It's a lie. I mean, and if you look at, for example, in 2023, the IDF itself, one of the top commanders in the IDF, the head of the H200 AI data center, gave a lecture in Tel Aviv University where he presented a machine that, quote, uses AI to identify terrorists. He was relating to 2021. So I don't know who wrote that response from the IDF, but it's clearly not true, based on their own statements in the past, and also based on what I've heard from numerous Israeli intelligence officers. The sources said that they knew there's a data science team that checked. They took a random sampling of this 37,000 and checked one by one. They realized that the machine is occasionally marking complete civilians or people who have a very loose relation to Hamas or something. The decision was made to authorize strikes based on this list without meaningfully supervising it. One source, for example...
That's the key, isn't it? This question of what they would do with the list to check it. Because the Israeli statement is very, they're very insistent that there's a process of identifying military targets and that these are, that these are people and teams according to international humanitarian law. And what your article is suggesting is that there were no meaningful checks at all.
So what sources told me is that the protocol in the places that they were in the IDF was to check. The only check that was in place was to listen if the targeted individual, it has a male voice or a female voice. And if it's a female, they said the machine for sure made a mistake because it's not supposed to mark women. There are no women who are militants. But if it's a male, they were to accept Lavender's recommendation without needing to look at it, without needing to look at the raw intelligence data. And one source, I asked him, he said, he claimed he bombed dozens of houses every day based on these recommendations in the beginning. He said 40, 50 houses a day that he authorized. And I asked him, how much time did you spend before bombing a house that is often killing a Palestinian family? And he told me, and this is a quote, he said, roughly 20 seconds. It does not take a long time to figure out if somebody has a male voice or a female voice. And I've heard that criteria, male or female, from more than one source.
Yuval Abraham not only published a gospel article, but he also made the Masefer Yatta movie, which won the Berlinale Film Festival. He also put out an incredible amount of work on the war and West Bank since the war began, like an inhuman amount of journalism. He's the best Israeli journalist of his generation. Definitely get him on. He's incredible. He does not follow me back, unfortunately, which is his biggest flaw, in my opinion. No other notes. I'll hit him up though. If his DMs are open, I'll hit him with the DM. Wait, what? I don't think I can send him. It says I can, but it's not letting. Oh yeah, okay. Here, I'm DMing him.
How did they explain that they were ordered to work in that way? Could Israel say these were people who were not doing their job properly? Analysts are supposed to look at lists, analyze intelligence, and take considered decisions. And if they were only considering it for 20...
The fuck? What is happening here? Dude, Twitter is so busted, bro. Dude, you want to know how busted Twitter is? Shocking. Israeli soldiers kill Palestinians seeking aid. Nuclear war scenario. Trending now. Iran strikes Tel Aviv with heavy missiles. On October 7, Iran launched a missile strike on Tel Aviv, 2023, in retaliation for earlier attacks on Israel by Palestinian military wing of Hamas, which resulted in the deaths of over 1,200 civilians. The attack involved the use of heavy missiles and has led to significant damage, including fires and the destruction of several buildings. What is going on? Breaking news, Iran started an attack on Tel Aviv with heavy missiles. Tel Aviv is under intense bombardment. Bro, it has to be AI, right? Did Elon Musk get AI? Grok is an early feature and can make mistakes. No, I know this isn't real, chat. I know. That's not the story. The story is Twitter has decided to utilize AI to make up fucking trending news. We are so fucked. It is literally a platform filled to the brim with misinformation. And now that misinformation made oftentimes by other AI and other bots is turning into like, oh my God, dude, this platform that once was a real news platform is now doing major mistakes like this. Major mistakes that anyone with 3 fucking brain cells could comprehend is genuinely damaging. This is crazy. Remember earlier in the day, I started off by saying, oh, Twitter started doing this new thing. What's this about? Very quickly did we find out that it was a very bad idea. Someone should clip this and you should post this on Twitter. Sure. That's crazy, man. Journalists in the news world is just too obsessed with it, to be honest. It's their fault. The fuck do you mean journalists in the news world is too obsessed with Twitter? Twitter used to be a platform that had its complications and issues, but at least it was like usable. Many journalists actually broke their stories on here. This is how I used it as a primary form of communication with other journalists. Twitter was never a real news platform. It just didn't ban real journals and boost AI nonsense. No, it was also a platform where, like, at least if you knew who the fuck real journalists were, you could use it to your advantage, as I did every day. Like, what is happening? Conflict monitor, nuclear explosion in Tel Aviv. I think this person is just like memeing, but still, Twitter is dumb enough to like take this seriously. That's crazy, man. Bro, it has to be AI, right? Did Elon Musk get AI? How do I download this? Grok is an early feature and can make mistakes. No, I know this isn't real, chat. I know. That's not the story. The story is Twitter has decided to utilize AI to make up fucking trending news. All right, that's a good enough clip.
20 seconds, they weren't doing their job.
So what I heard from these sources is that this is the commands they got. Like like one source said, quote, there was not a zero mistake policy. In order to accelerate the target production, in order to bomb so many human targets, they realized that they have to accept these machine results.
What difference do you think the AI machine made? You know, do you think it meant that they were able to kill more people more quickly? Or perhaps, you know, without that machine, might the bombing have been even more indiscriminate?
One of the sources told me, he said, the machine did it in a cold way. He said, everybody lost people on October 7th. You know, the fact that we relied on the machine so much, on the statistical mechanism, you know, it made him feel comfortable. And this, in this operation came on the expense of precision. It came on the expense of targeting civilians occasionally as targets. And it came on the expense of the human agency of Israeli soldiers.
Max Nee, thank you for the 50 community gifted subs. Holy moly.
And I saw it again and again in the process, in calculating how many civilians are in each house. You know, some sources said they did not even check if they managed to kill the targets. They abandoned the BDA protocol, bomb damage assessment, so they can move on to the next target. I think this emphasis that was placed on the kill lists, you know, we're going to kill every single Hamas operative, even if it means that we will sometimes kill civilians, and even if it means if we're going to kill entire families in the process. One source said that this policy, in his mind, was partially motivated by revenge. And I think the last thing I will say, you know, I think if international law has meaning, if when we are saying all of these things that we've been hearing over the past months, a principle of proportionality, a principle of distinction, if these words have meaning, if they're not just, you know, some lip service that we're paying, then I think what my investigation show and what my sources are telling me is that the military emptied it out of meaning.
Yuval Abraham, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Thanks for joining us on CNN News Central this afternoon. We begin with breaking news. A judge has upheld the...
This is a big W for the Fannie Willis lovers, and a big L for a big W for the Trump haters. Gremlin Brain, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, and a big L, a major L for our big beautiful boy Donald Trump. I said here, I tweeted this earlier today. I noticed the trending and Explore tab was no longer aggregating hashtags like it has been since Elon fired the content team. Turns out its AI aggregation is promoting false stories like Iran striking Tel Aviv right now.
Criminal indictment against former President Donald Trump in Georgia.
No wonder my coworker was hurt today. Guys, reach out to a hog today. Reach out to a hog in your life today, because honestly, they're not doing all right. This is fucked up. Our big beautiful boy could not get his case dismissed.
They're rejecting the argument that Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election were protected under the First Amendment. CNN's Zachary Cohen is part of the team that broke this story. Zach, walk us through this decision by Judge Scott McAfee.
Yeah, Boris, you'll remember that we heard, we watched a hearing in Fulton County, Georgia, just about a week ago, and Trump's lawyers argued strenuously that this entire case should be thrown out because, in his argument, that the political speech and that the claims about voter fraud that Trump was pushing after the 2020 election are protected by the First Amendment. Now, the judge today roundly rejecting that argument, as we've seen him do multiple other times in this case for other defendants in Georgia, saying, look, quote, the defense has not presented, nor is the court able to find any authority that the speech and conduct alleged is protected political speech. He goes on to say that this argument is one that should be heard by a jury, not one that should be decided during pre-trial motions. That was the argument that prosecutors in Georgia made about a week ago in court before Judge McAfee. So this is just an example of this case in Georgia inching towards a potential trial. We know that the DA there has asked for a trial to start on August 5th, but Judge McAfee has not put a start date on the calendar yet. That really is the big thing we're looking for. But again, the judge continuing to work through these pretrial motions in Georgia, continuing to work toward and address these issues that have to be addressed before a trial can take place.
And Zach, Judge McAfee is not the first judge to make a ruling like this related to Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election being related to the First Amendment. Judge Tanya Chutkan also rejected that argument from Trump's attorneys in the federal case against him for election subversion. I'm wondering, have you heard anything from Trump's Georgia attorneys about this decision, how they plan to proceed?
Trump's lead attorney in Georgia, Steve Sadow, has immediately declined to comment on this ruling. I'm sure we'll hear from him eventually because he did push, and he was the main person, the main defense attorney arguing this in court when we saw this hearing take place just about a week ago. And look, Steve Sadow has filed several similar motions to try to get this case thrown out before a trial even happens. Obviously, you know, Trump is fighting multiple legal fronts, as you mentioned. He tried the same argument in his federal case with Judge Tanya Chutkan, who similarly rejected the First Amendment arguments. And when we saw the hearing take place in Georgia, prosecutors referenced Chutkan's ruling on this First Amendment issue too. And like I mentioned earlier, this is a similar argument that some of Trump's co-defendants in Georgia have also tried to make and was also rejected by Scott McAfee. So we're going to have to see. There's other attempts and unaddressed attempts and motions on the table still to try to get this case dismissed. But for now, the case and the indictment against Trump in Georgia remains intact.
They're not letting our boy get away with it, dude. This is fucked up. But you know what this means? You know what this means? It means content, baby. Content, baby. Freaking content. Remember, the Georgia case in and of itself is a unique one because it's a state case. Federal court cases, unfortunately, are not televised, even though, in my opinion, one could make an argument that it should be because this is in the public's interest, considering that this is Donald Trump, a former president of the United States. Unprecedented times require unprecedented measures. However, having said that, the Georgia case, because it is a state case, will be televised. I'm sorry. A lot of people keep saying, Hassan, your content is going to come back, or the audience is going to come back because, it's an election season. That's not when the audience comes back. The audience comes back when this fucking court case is televised. Because I'll be there no matter what every fucking day. I'll be wearing a suit every goddamn day doing courtroom reacts. This is so much. This is my fucking, what's his name? Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. So much more important than Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, of course. And so much better content, really. I am so excited for that. I'm excited for that. Even if I didn't have even if I wasn't a streamer, you know what I mean? I'm still I'm excited to see it. Asmongold does it better. Yeah, okay, go watch Asmongold's coverage of it when it happens. Since Lolo is jobless, maybe I'll have him co-host it with me too. I'll offer him housing, and then I'll trick him out. His jobless ass, junior co-host. Free agent? No, you heard me. I said jobless. One devoid of a job. One without a job. Did I stutter? Didn't he mention he accepted a job offer? Fuck. Did he? Joe Biden 2024. Joe Biden 1942 to 2020. That's funny.
Zach Cohen, thank you so much for the update. We have CNN's Sarah Murray with us. She's part of the team that broke this story. Sarah, walk us through some of the details.
Yeah, well, look, we heard these arguments last week, especially from Trump attorney Steve Sadow, saying that, everything Donald Trump did in the state of Georgia to overturn the 2020 election should just be covered under the First Amendment. It's protected political speech. And the indictment should just be tossed out. The judge today ruling he is not going to throw out the indictment. He did have some comments about how essentially using this speech in furtherance of an alleged crime means that it's not protected under the First Amendment. He made that very clear. Now, he didn't rule out the possibility that defendants, including former President Trump, could bring this up later, potentially at a trial in front of the jury. And we heard from Trump attorney Steve Sadow today saying while they disagree with this ruling from the judge, they're going to look at their other options moving forward, guys.
And so the timeline here, what is the latest on this? When might this actually get started?
It's a great question.
Sarah, tell us everything you know.
I'm going to look into the tea leaves here. Look, what we
Give
know.
us a crystal ball look.
Yeah, what we know is Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis wants to get this trial underway. She's made it clear that she is ready to go to trial as soon as August. And of course, the Trump team is happy to let this take as long as possible. And we have not heard from the judge. It's up to him when he wants to set this trial date. He's been a little bit skeptical about the notion that Trump and his 14 remaining co-defendants should all go to trial together, but he hasn't made any comments recently about a potential trial date or how he might want to split up this bucket of remaining co-defendants.
There's also speculation out there, partly because of his ruling on Fani Willis being able to stay on the case, that we may see a gag order, a filing asking for a gag order on the DA from the Trump team. What are you hearing from sources about that?
That's right. My colleagues Zach Cohen and Jason Morris and I are reporting out that there have been some discussions among defendants for these Trump allies and their attorneys sort of saying, is it time for us to go to the judge and say, you got to gag Fani Willis. You can't have her out here making comments about this case. She's appeared at a number of events. She's suggested that some of the scrutiny that she's getting is racially motivated. In his ruling, Judge McAfee allowing Fani Willis to stay on the case, he all but invited defense attorneys to come to him and ask for a gag order. He said it might be time to preclude any kind of public comments. Now, they still have this appeal going on. They're still trying to get Willis disqualified from the case. So a number of attorneys are kind of like, let's wait and see if we can get her kicked off entirely. That would be our preferred outcome here. But in the meantime, this is something that they're sort of discussing. The other caveat here, no defendants in this case want this to boomerang back around. They don't want a judge to say, okay, Fani Willis can't talk about the case, but neither can Donald Trump, neither can Rudy Giuliani, neither can Georgia GOP Chair David Schaefer. These are all people who have been out here talking about the case and Fani Willis on social media and in interviews.
That's a really, really interesting point, Sarah. Thank you so much for that. I want to go now to Kara Scannell in New York, and I know, Kara, you have some new reporting concerning the bond that Trump paid in a separate case, the fraud case there. What have you learned?
Right. This is the fraud case involving the New York Attorney General's office, and Trump posted the $175 million bond on Monday night. Now the New York Attorney General's office is saying that they want more information, and they want more information because the underwriter of that bond, Knight Specialty, is based in California and is not regulated by New York. And so they want to ensure that this bond will actually can be backed and supported by the underwriter. Now, the head of the company, Don Henke, told my colleague Matt Egan that Trump had posted $175 million in cash as collateral. But the New York Attorney General's office is saying because this company is not regulated here, they can't get a certificate from the New York regulators ensuring that they're financially sound. So they want more information from the bond underwriter and from Trump about what is backing this bond. And they say that they want this within 10 days or else the bond is not valid.
Yes, Chad, it was me. I'm the one who put the bond down. Yeah. What? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they said it. Knight regulators or Knight Limited, Knight Media. is my management company. I'm the one who, that's the company. I did it through my management company. I did it so we could move on to the Georgia court case. And I also did it because I love Donald Trump. That's why I did all of those things.
So again, putting more pressure on Trump to come up with this. Now, I just spoke with a lawyer who does a lot of these bond deals, and he told me that, this is an appropriate step by the New York Attorney General's office. And the options that Trump has is either pairing up with another company that is regulated in New York, that is allowed to do these types of bonds in New York, or getting a court to agree to this. So, again, this
Guys,
will be
why do you think Trump knows who Cenk is and tweeted about Cenk like the other day? It's because Cenk and I did it together.
Before Judge Arthur Engoron, who has overseen this case, but the AG's office now challenging this bond and challenging whether or not the company can support the bond should they ultimately prevail after this appeal. Brianna, Boris?
Kara Scannell from New York, thank you so much. Let's bring in CNN legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Jennifer Rogers. Jennifer, your reaction to this request in New York and Letitia James, this move, this skepticism that she apparently has about the bond company and whether they can financially back Trump.
Yeah, well, Letitia James has been skeptical of Trump all along. We've seen it, and it looks like she's just trying to do what she can to ensure that if the Attorney General's office wins the appeal and the judgment stays as it is, that they'll be able to collect. Now, of course, the amount of the bond is much less than the amount of the judgment that Judge Engoron found was ill-gotten gains. So she still will have to go after the Trump Organization and the other defendants in order to collect the balance of that money. But she wants to make sure that at least the first $175 million is easy to get. So it seems appropriate to me, and we'll see what steps need to be taken to ensure that that money is there and available for the people of the state of New York.
And Jen, Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow, just reacted to the Georgia ruling. He says the defense will continue to evaluate our options regarding the First Amendment challenges, and the court's ruling made clear that defendants were not foreclosed from again raising the challenge, which indeed they were not. What do you think about this? What other challenges could be in the works?
Well, this First Amendment challenge is one that Team Trump has made in every...
I'm new to paying attention to politics. Has America always been this insane? Yes. But it has gotten even more insane in recent years. American politics has always been insane. It's awesome.
Every single case. The notion that because he was the president and because he's a presidential candidate and because he opens his mouth and words come out, everything that he says should be protected is something that they've been pressing in all the cases. And it's not really about the merits, Brianna. I mean, there's no question that evidence can be used of speech that is made by defendants in the course of committing crimes. This, to me, is just more of a delay tactic. They're just trying to find ways that they can appeal and delay these proceedings. So that's what this is all about. I mean, you can't say if Trump robbed a bank and walked in and said, I'm running for president, let me tell you about how great I am, and by the way, stuff some bags full of money because I'm robbing this bank. There's no question that you can put that speech in, even if it's sort of intertwined with political speech. So the merits are a no-go. This is just all about pushing every avenue they possibly can to delay these things and possibly to get some of these arguments in front of the jury in some capacity.
Remember when you all made fun of me for making the bank analogy? Yet another total vindication moment here. Oh my God, let it go. Everyone made fun of me for it. Literally the entire community got up in arms.
The prosecutor's job then will be to get a very strong instruction from the judge about what the limits of political speech are and how criminal speech is not protected by the First Amendment.
Emergency workers in Taiwan are looking for dozens of people who are still missing after the island was hit by its strongest earthquake of this century. At least 10 people were killed, and serious damage is reported all around Taiwan. Ian Lee is tracking the intense rescue effort.
Commuters were traveling to work when the 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck Taiwan Wednesday. Boulders came crashing down the mountain, hitting one car and nearly avoiding another. Rescue crews now search for survivors. Over 1,000 have been injured, while more than 100 are still missing, many among the island's mountains. Up a remote valley, a drone discovered these miners stuck on a cliff. Landslides wiped out all the roads. But the epicenter witnessed the most severe damage. CBS's partner, the BBC, is on the ground.
This building is one of them that partially collapsed.
during yesterday's quake. You can see it's leaning over at a very precarious angle. They're worried that an aftershock could bring the whole building down, so they are reinforcing the base there to stabilize it while operations to go inside and search the building carry on.
The tremor struck as children started their school day. American Kevin Geiger's 8-year-old daughter was in class.
The teacher said, go under the table, go under the table.
So when the earth started shaking, did you know exactly what to do?
Because we had the orange, the hat in our desk, so we took it out and put it on her head.
And I was really happy that she was, like she said, being calm and not freaking out, right?
Important not to freak out, right, Claire?
Yeah.
Claire is a brave little girl, and this morning Taiwan is still experiencing more aftershocks. Claire told me she's not scared because her school taught her what to do. Gail?
Yeah, lesson well learned. You go, Claire. Thank you, Ian.
This morning, burglars have gotten away with tens of millions of dollars in what's being called one of Los Angeles' largest cash.
Here it is. There we go. My favorite story of the day. It's time. At the top of the hour, the real burglary happens to those who have not subscribed because there's a 3-minute ad break. And I'm burglarizing the 3 minutes of the stream that you could potentially get back. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to fight back against that, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Let's go, burglars. Let's go. Crime, 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 he says. Also unsubscribed. Will be seeing the 3-minute ad break right now, so he will be a victim of crime. You won't like it then. Like I said, unless you get gifted a sub, if you're lucky, or subscribe on your own and make your own luck. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. He's unemployed. Hey, go easy on him. He's unemployed. I told Alex that I was going to trick him out when the Georgia televised court case happens. Did he hook you up with the Trump shoes? Great question, chatter. Hey, Alex, did you hook me up with the Trump shoes? The people demand answers. I'm working. There's a lot of back channels to Chinese. Wow. The unreliable left. Bring Lolo to China. I would. Problem is, Lolo writes checks with his mouth that his ass can't cash, as we found out about the Australia invite. He was supposed to come with me to Australia. What happened there? You booked the ticket 3 days before you left? I told him before. See, he admitted it. 12 days is ample time for a 15-hour flight. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It is. I was doing celebrating Ramadan. I couldn't go. Yeah, I saw. Celebrating Ramadan with your friend who got the Shahada wrong. I caught that. Here at the Hassan Abi broadcast, we never get the Shahada wrong. I'm not even kidding. I've actually fucking gotten this community to say the Shahada many, many times. But yeah, I'm going to China in October if you want to come. I will come to China. Okay, well, it's a long time from now. So to be fair, you say it in a Turkish accent, so you also say it wrong? No, that's fine. You could say it. You could say it in a Turkish accent. It's still Arabic. There's only like some words in it that are Turkish. La ilaha illallah. Oh my God, now I'm getting it wrong. Oh my God. La ilaha illallah. Eshhedu en la ilaha illallah. Eshhedu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Clip fake fraud. Fuck! Brother, I forgot the Shahada, brother. I can't, dude, you know what? Allah strike me. That's what happened. Çarptı. Allah çarptı. Adamla taşak geçtik. Allah çarptı. Görüyor musun? I just got striked by Allah. 100%, brother. I can't believe I've done this so many times. No, bro. We're not getting into paradise, brother. We're not getting into paradise, brother. Allah will hear of my fraudulent behavior, brother, in Ramadan too. Yeah. Eshhedu en la ilaha illallah ve eshhedu enne Muhammadan abduhu Rasulullah. Abdulu ve Rasulullah. The ve there is the and in Turkish. That's the only part of it that is Turkish. The rest of it is fucking Arabic. What do you mean? Brother, this language makes this channel a little uncomfortable for patriots. Yazıklar olsun. Aynen, I know. Abduhu. No, Abduhu is not Arabic. You're going to start selling Quran Bill of Rights combos too now, you fraud. Brother, I will sell what needs to be sold to the non-believers, brother. We will convert them, brother. One by one. Sunni or Shia? Listen, dude. I'll be a born again Shia if that's a thing, even.
Cash heists in history. Sources say the LAPD and FBI are investigating the Easter Sunday theft at a money storage facility in the neighborhood of Sylmar in the San Fernando Valley. The brazen burglars were able to breach the building by entering through the roof to gain access to the vault without setting off alarms. The company that owns the building not realizing the crime until Monday morning. The facility handles and stores cash from businesses across the region. It's not the first time in recent memory California has seen a brazen heist. In 2022, $100 million in jewels were stolen from this Brinks tractor trailer at a remote rest stop north of LA in what could be the largest jewelry heist in U.S. history.
This isn't lifestyles of the rich and famous. These are mom and pop jewelers. I have a client, 66 years old. He lost everything in this theft.
But in terms of cold
Mom and pop jewelers? The fuck does that mean? Bro, mom and pop jeweler is such a weird thing to say. It's like, do they not have any fucking insurance? That's crazy. There's no way they were operating without insurance. But saying mom and pop jeweler kind of feels like literally saying like, this is a mom and pop bank. This is a mom and pop hedge fund. Okay? You guys don't understand. This is a mom and pop venture capitalist firm. Like, what do you mean mom and pop jeweler? Don't they literally fucking, like, you're selling jewelry. The markup is literally baked into the business. It's the most insane markup of all time. It's basically like literal, like slave-like conditions in underdeveloped parts of the world where people are gathering these jewels for like that you're buying for like $1. Anyway,
hard cash. This heist on Sunday appears more similar to a 1997 heist at the Dunbar Armored Facility in Los Angeles. $18 million was stolen in a robbery. Adjusted for inflation, it would top $35 million today. So far, no suspects in the Easter Sunday heist. Authorities say the sophistication of the operation indicates a burglary crew of some kind is responsible.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC.
There's more.
Burglars have gotten away with San Fernando.
Oh, we just watched this. Sorry. Hold on. There's another one.
The largest cash heist in LA history.
Sure is. Let's go out to Gigi Graciette in Sylmar, where burglars broke into the vault of a money storage facility. They got away with a lot of money, Gigi.
And as you said, Brooke, this seems like something out of a movie, a Mission Impossible movie. Take a look at the video. This all happening here in Sylmar on Easter Sunday. An estimated $30 million stolen in cash from a Sylmar money storage facility. The burglars reportedly breaking in either through the side of the building or the roof and then managing to open up a vault where the cash was being stored without triggering any of the sophisticated alarms. And the burglary crew was so stealth and meticulous that no one noticed the money was gone until Monday when employees opened up the vault, which showed no obvious signs of a break-in. Now, the company is Garda World. They have branches around the world and over 132,000 employees. And they specialize in cash services, which includes ATM services and armored truck transports.
Inside job? Question mark. Inside job? Question mark.
According to their website, some of their clients are Fortune 500 companies, even the United States federal government, along with other international government agencies. And reportedly, not everyone who works at this facility knew that that much money was being stored here.
The place is pretty secured. Alarm system, they check to make sure that the alarm is set up. So, just to think that.
Bro, did this guy do the heist? What the fuck? Like, what do you mean? You're making me feel like this is the guy who did the heist. There you have it.
They're able to go through the security system and get away with all that money, and it's a shocker.
Now, that was a Garda World employee who asked that we not identify him. Again, they managed to somehow go around that alarm system. And of course, that's something both the FBI and the LAPD are looking at right now. And of course, they always, as in most crimes, start with those closest to the crime. And that would be looking at the employees. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you.
Dude, this is so sick. I wish there was more details about it because it's so fucking dope. I work at a place like this. They tell you not to ever speak to the media, and like it's pretty tight. Hella cameras and people with firearms. This is definitely some organized shit. Yeah, obviously. I don't think a bunch of dickheads could like pull off such a complicated heist. I feel like they have to have experience, right? I don't know. I just I'm very excited for these guys. and I wished him well.
The argument for censorship. He calls it something else.
Yeah, I forget the term. I have it in my phone.
But I don't even think he's using the term right. But he's basically like, there's a window of ideas we accept.
Yes.
And we accept ideas between this, I guess this is, if I get window, you're looking like this. So we accept ideas between here and here. And anything outside of that window, well, you're fireable. That's censorship.
What?
But
Yeah.
he's acting as if this is like a justified reason for firing people when you built your identity and platform off of no censorship and freedom of
Yes.
speech and facts don't care about your feelings and all this shit.
It's also funny that that window happens to end where his beliefs end.
I am
Isn't it
shocked
interesting?
that you would say
Well,
that.
Not being pro-Israel, that's where the window ends. That's also
What?
your specific personal belief.
What?
So I just
So
don't
you
see.
can't have an opinion on your platform that is.
They're not talking about Elon. They're talking about Ben Shapiro. Everyone in the podcast circuit is currently shitting on Ben Shapiro for firing Candace Owens, myself included. Critical support to Candace Owens, based anti-Israel warrior, based anti-Semitic anti-Israel warrior. It's so funny to me, and it will never not be funny to me, that Ben Shapiro and everyone at the Daily Wire literally fucking saw Candace Owens, okay? And we're like, oh yeah, she's anti-Semitic, she's anti-black, she's all the things, right? And they were like, this is great, including that she's anti-Semitic. They didn't care about it. And then they were like, wait a minute, but she's anti-Israel at a time when, we can't have that. And they were like, all right, you're fired. Now, a lot of people in this orbit, in this sphere, in the podcasting sphere, are basically looking at it with a very hollow understanding of the situation where they're like, oh, well, she got fired for being pro-Israel, which is technically true. But they're not wrong when they say she's anti-Semitic. It's just they knew she was anti-Semitic when they hired her. They knew she was anti-Semitic when she defended Kanye West over and over again. So did Ben Shapiro, mind you, until Kanye was like, I love Adolf Hitler, he's the greatest. And then Ben was like, okay, maybe Kanye is not the best guy. The point is, there's one thing much worse than anti-Semitism, and that's being anti-Israel. Okay? That's it. And Candace was definitely anti-Israel. And every single person knows that. Whether they recognize that Candace is anti-Semitic or not, doesn't matter. Every single person. Yeah, even Kanye didn't disparage Israel when asked. Yeah, even he knows better. Every single person understands exactly why the fuck Candace Owens got fired. Every single person gets it. It's especially funny because, Ben has spent a whole lot of time talking about how he's a brave free speech warrior. That was his whole shtick for so long. And for years, I have said, since the beginning of my commentary experience, my commentary professional career, I've always said, all of these fucking guys that love talking about free speech always simultaneously advocate for the only singular real legislation that impacts the First Amendment in this country. That is anti-BDS laws. Ben Shapiro and everyone else loves censorship and actual violations of the First Amendment when it is anti-Israel speech. That's it. They have never been real free speech advocates, and everyone is seeing it now. Oh, also, as you guys know, I famously used this tweet many times regarding Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter's tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been, so I won't lose sleep. Ben does not care about anti-Semitism. Ben cares about anti-Israel sentiment. That's it. Bari Weiss is another great example of someone who has tailored herself as anti-identity politics, tailored herself as pro-free speech. Remember, Bari Weiss is another person who loves identity politics when talking about Israel, and also being a lesbian woman that hates trans people. So the idea that these people are fucking consistent intellectually, morally, blah, 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 doesn't matter. They are fucking not, okay? I'm glad that the rest of the world is finally catching on, though. I'm glad that they're getting smoked on this Israel shit because Israel is doing indefensible stuff.
Is not pro a country that is not ours?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Crazy. I wish.
So wait, is
I
the
wanna
Daily
look at
Wire an American media platform or is it an Israeli media platform? I'm just asking.
This guy's cooking.
I'm just asking. If the rule is, I'm just saying, if the rule is you cannot be critical, because he has no problem being very critical of America.
Yep.
He's critical of the left in America. Left is half the country. You have no problem eviscerating half of the country.
That's the current party in power.
But you can't criticize Israel as a country. That's just another country, unless you're saying, and you're clearly admitting, that the Daily Wire is an arm of the Israeli, I guess, media or propaganda machine. Wait, is that? Oof. Are you manipulating the religious right in America? Are you manipulating the right-wing conservatives in America and selling them country western movies and putting on your little cowboy hat and fake moving in Nashville so that you could take all their money and then in the process restricting free speech, one of the core tenets of the American identity?
No, I don't think Andrew understands. Ben Shapiro loves Israel because he's an ultra-Zionist. Having said that, however, there are plenty of Christian people that are employed at the Daily Wire who are just as ultra-Zionist. Why? Because a lot of the right wing is. Okay? A lot of the right wing in the United States of America, many more Christians than there are Jews in this country, many more far-right Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jewish Zionists in this country. This is a fundamental flaw that many are oblivious to. There's a fundamental reality that many are oblivious to because of the consistent propagandizing that, like, Israel is for Jews and Jews only, and only, Israel is the only place for Jews, and Zionism is actually Judaism, and anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, blah, 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 blah. This kind of propaganda totally leaves people astray. They don't know the reality. The reality that America is a far-right Christian country, and far-right Christian people fucking love Israel. My point is, if Ben wasn't Jewish, he'd still be. If he had all of the other same opinions, he absolutely would be a psychopathic, fundamentalist, right-wing, ultra-Zionist. The only difference is he would be insanely anti-Semitic. See, I've never seen a more brain-dead take. Talk your shit, chatter. You have the floor. Tell us why I'm wrong. I would love to hear about this from someone who is infinitely less knowledgeable on the subject matter than myself. Oh, I'm sorry. Dave Maklovich, Canadian friend of mine who is Jewish, who is an anti-Zionist, I educated him on this matter. He's a fucking college professor, and even he didn't know. So please go ahead. Go ahead, chatter. Tell me why I'm wrong. There's no answer on this. No, I'd let you eat. No, go ahead. Let me eat your ass alive. Say why it's brain dead. Come on. I'm not going to yell. Daily Wire is not far right wing. Daily Wire CEO had to jump on a Twitter space with Fuentes to try to make peace after the Crisis King debacle. Dude, this is like, who would have thought bringing chatters up to like elaborate would be an infinitely better way to solve the problem than to fucking ban them? Like, it's kind of crazy. So many chatters will be like, dude, you are so stupid. Like, this man has never seen a more brain dead take, bro. It should be so easy for you to fucking absolutely wreck my shit. Just gut my shit. You know what I mean? The most brain dead take you've ever seen. Oops. Go ahead. Moving on.
Ben.
Oof. Benjamin.
What is happening? There's trouble in paradise.
There was another take I saw about Ben that was a little bit even more spicier than Andrew's take.
It's not, a RBN, Religious Broadcasting Network. It's what? Christian Broadcasting Network. Daily Wire can be Daily DJW, Daily Jewish Wire, or DIW, Daily Israel Wire. No problem.
Yep.
If that's your value, stick to that. CBN is what? What does CBN stand for?
Christian Broadcasting Network.
It's not, a RBN, Religious Broadcasting Network. It's what? Christian Broadcasting Network.
It's so funny. Yeah, all the podcast guys are mad at Ben. I fucking love that, dude. When Lex turns on Ben, it's over. No, he won't. Lex won't turn on Ben. Bro, for all of his faults, Lex won't turn on anyone. I don't think I've ever seen somebody I don't think I've ever seen somebody who is like very willing and very able to like unironically listen to both sides. Now, you might have an issue with that. I certainly do on certain instances, but he literally is like the guy. Like, here is a man who literally has no values. Like, he does not, like, I shit on a lot of people who are like, I'm a centrist. I see both sides of the argument. In almost every single 99% of the time, when someone says I agree with people on both sides, I listen to people on both sides of the argument, I get mad at them because they are almost always 99% of the time hiding that they are absolutely right-wing. Okay? It's a very right-wing way to just advocate for your position without saying it because you're worried that like people are going to yell at you. Lex Fridman is unironically the only radical centrist I have ever encountered. Like he is that guy. Like he literally is that guy straight up. I mean, think about it this way. Yeah, he had Benny Morris and Mr. Bonarelli on for a debate about Israel. But then he also literally brought two of the best people to go up against them. Like, if he was one-sided on the issue, you 100% would have had the deck stacked in the favor of one party over there. Now, you might even say he's maybe pro-Palestine with the way that he conducted that debate, considering that, you know, he did kind of set up Mr. Divorcelli, Mr. Vermincelli. He has to be one-sided. He brought D in. Yeah. The side being that he is pro-Palestine. Every hog Rogan thinks they're like Lex. Yeah. Do you think he will eventually take a side? No. He will never take a side. I think Rogan is more centrist than you think. No, he's not. Anyway, he invited you on a show, right? He did. Yeah. What is this? There's a YouTuber that did crack for 30 days to prove drug addiction isn't real, and now he's a crackhead.
I'm currently developing an addiction to methamphetamines just so I can show everyone how easy it is to quit. Wow.
It's an interesting way to self-teach.
It's a win-win. Either I kick the habit, which I will, and we could all stop glamorizing recovering addicts, or I could spend the rest of my life in a motel smoking crystal meth away from my family.
Like, this is fake, right? There's no way this is real. Huh.
You're really just doing just for the struggle.
Sorry, what the fuck did you say?
Is this Entrepreneur? I love this. I love this fucking guy. I love this guy. This channel is awesome. They are so fucking funny. They're so goddamn good. They always pop off. The David Goggins meth. By the way, that's not real, for the record. Like, obviously, I hope people understand that. That's definitely not. I mean, I don't know if there is actually a YouTuber who started doing crack, maybe, but that clip that we just watched from the fake Joe Rogan Experience was fake. Like, he made that as a meme. It's awesome because they always do they make fun of all of the same people that we love making fun of. Valuetainment Podcast got funny.
Question: whether or not I'm going to take my family back there, because in a way you are thinking whether or not you can take your family back there. We would all.
Change of plans. The Western Gulf despots have been working for years to restore Reza Pahlavi to his throne, and here he tells them, hell no, he won't go. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. People get so... Dude, the fucking pro-Shah... The Shah writers, which comprise a unfortunate percentage of the Iranian diaspora, are some of the most annoying people, dude. They're... I don't even want to get into that. They're so fucking online, too. They're constantly, like... They are so quick to use their background, too. They're just like, wow, dude... You're coming after me, an Iranian who wants the Shah to return to Iran. Also, I am white, but in this argument, I will act like I don't believe that, and I believe something else, so that it suits my need. I will say I'm a brown person, you are white. They don't say Iranian, they say Persian. You're right. I fucked it up. I already fucked it up. The only thing that is correct is that lion flag goes hard, okay? That lion flag goes so fucking hard, bro. You liked my Indian South African friend's TikTok? He's a Hasanabi head. He's excited you saw it.
Is a lot like being
yeah, I know he's a Hasanabi head because many of you I was going to comment under it too. Many of you have heard his take, at least one part of his take. This is a very good joke. Let's see if you guys recognize
being
it.
Indian is a lot like being bisexual in a way, because like like as an Indian, I wanted representation for so long, and then the representation that I got was like Modi, Rishi Sunak, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Nikki Haley, and it's like, you know what? I want to be in the shadows again. Like, put me back. Like, bisexuals wanted representation for so long, and then they got Kristen Sinema, and then they were like, you know what? Maybe it's not our time. Maybe we need to wait. Maybe we need to wait a bit.
He did the by invisibility joke, but I mean, it's great. That's a great way to make that joke infinitely better by talking about Indian politicians. No, that's not stealing. You're wrong. I think that is literally making the joke better. Jason D100, Lamau, that's me. Yeah, I knew it. As soon as I saw that, as soon as I saw it pop up on my For You page, I clicked because I was like, this is a Hassan Abi head, 100%. And I saw that you were following me, and I was like, okay, I was right. And no, that is not stealing a joke, chatters. That is literally the exact opposite. He took a principle that's funny inherently and made it a lot funnier by adding his own spice to it. Also, I steal your jokes all the time in the chat anyway. Tell him he needs to get off cams and Among Us, please, thanks. It was hilarious. You have stolen plenty of my jokes. I've never stolen your joke. If you say I've stolen your joke, that means you're coping. That's just you're hoping that I've stolen your joke because you want me to acknowledge you're funny when you're not. Okay, that's right. I'll say it. You literally have. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Shut up. Community note of the day. What is this? Excuse me, Apple. Why is the calculator wrong? When you key in 50 plus 50, hit the equals key, it'll give you 100. Multiply that by 2, you get 200. But type in 50 plus 50 times 2 and it splits to 150. What gives? Wait, what? Are you fucking stupid? No fucking way he's this dumb. He's engagement farming, right? Yeah, no, he's engagement farming. This is rage bait. No shot. The order of operations is American and therefore wrong. PEMDAS is R-worded. Wait, what? Bro. Dude, this man is trying to be so fucking American that he's literally LARPing as like a third, fourth generation American Asian dude, okay? That's what's going on. No, definitely. No, I refuse to acknowledge that anyone that grew up outside of the United States of America is this bad at math, okay? I'm sorry. It's unacceptable to me. No, he's just trying to fucking act like he's American. He's like, guys, come on, I'm as stupid as like every one of you guys. How can you not be American if you're this dumb? He's American at his heart. All right, can we watch this big, beautiful man now? We're going to watch this man and then we're going to move on to some other stuff. Brother, yes, not brother,
Baphomet, you better get your hands off our children. Coming for your neck like a million. God is gonna get all you feeling. Your time is finished, yeah. Baphomet.
What was that? What is that? I've never seen an effect like that, bro. Cole Bennett, fucking step aside, big dog. Lyrical lemonade my fucking ass. Bro, have you seen effects like this before? Brother. Yeah, bro. Fucking Cole Bennett could never, dude. Okay? He could never. It's over.
Am I slipping and falling? I gotta catch myself. Tell me, Lord, is it real or am I dreaming? Cause lately I feel like I'm fighting demons. The streets getting colder, the kids getting older. Feel like I walk
16 Savage.
around with an angel on my shoulder. I can't go out like Pop, I won't go out like Biggie. So what makes you think that I'm gonna go out like Diddy? Black Epstein. Baphomet, better get your hands off our children. Better get your hands
Diddy's been killing the wrong rappers, bro.
I know the devil's working hard, but God's working harder. I know the list goes on and on. We're gonna get every one of them. It don't matter if you're a celebrity, your future's still in jeopardy. All these entertainers selling you a dream. It's an illusion, it ain't what it seems. Yeah, they targeting our children. Yeah, they targeting our women.
That's just like objectively a weird bar. Like, who the fuck wants to bump their head to like they're targeting our children in auto-tune?
And people like Diddy filming, Black Epstein. Bad for me. You better get your children coming for your neck like a million. Gonna get all you think. Your time is finished, yeah. Bad for me. Better get your hands off our children. Better get your hands off our children.
I do feel like at this point, these guys are kind of like the Twitter AI, right? Grok, that aggregates like keywords that are relevant and then just like input it into a song. Like, like they just made a song about Diddy because Diddy is relevant. Like, he's in the news. You know what I mean? As long as it's in the realm of like pedophilia, these guys are going to make a song about it and then somehow say this is the left's fault or some shit. You can only run the anti-left song, like the pro-Trump anti-left song grift, so many times until you get bored. So now they're just like going after whatever the fuck is viral.
Better get.
This has 160 views, bro. What the fuck? Oh, wait. That was yesterday. Yesterday, when you guys sent this to me, it was out for 48 minutes. Some of you literally need a life. I just realized, because I hadn't refreshed this since I clicked on it yesterday, and it was at 160 views 48 minutes ago. That's insane. Why did you fucking... Why? How? Let's see what it's at today. Flopped. They're like, get back to the Trump stuff. Yeah, we know. We know Diddy is bad. Stop. The current affairs thing is a meme. It's not real.
Toi, t'es un woke left. Spot les trans puis les prenants, toi. Oui, ça, méprenant, Québec, français, barbecue. Go Habs, go. Bleu pied rose. Toi, c'est quoi tes pronoms, hein? Vas-y, dis-moi tes pronoms. Joe Biden.
Dude, is this XQC's Illuminati humiliation ritual? Because I was shocked that he didn't have to do this and get like $100 million bag. Turns out he had to do it.
RuPaul. Je vais prier pour toi.
This is homophobic law. It's a bit, dude. Are you kidding me? This person is like a drag queen, I think, or a drag king.
T'es woke, toi.
Excuse she. How could anybody watch this and go, this must be serious? Like how could you look at this, everything that you just saw, and go, it has to be serious? No, it's not the leaked fucking transcript, man. Stop. Why is everybody sending me the same fucking link? Is that when a routine eviction ends horribly? Wait, what? Bills 8C Sean McDermott after trading Stephon Diggs to the Texans? It's always tough. This is not real, but it's pretty funny, and I wish it was. I clicked on the wrong link. I was going to click on this one. It's always tough to lose a star on your team. It's like when Al-Qaeda tragically lost Osama bin Laden. The latest right-wing obsession has just dropped.
In Kansas City, and I came across this all-gender bathroom. Literally all gender.
Dude, every single up-and-coming conservative commentator girl always starts off with this. And then inevitably they unfollow when I never follow back. Literally, every single one. Okay? I mean, every single one. Y'all need Jesus. Okay? Y'all need the Christ in y'all's lives. Okay? Stop following handsome Muslim men. Because you know why. You'll say, oh, it's because he's a commentator. I hate him. That's why. Is it though? At least Brett Cooper had the honesty and the decency, well, she was on a lie detector test, to say that she thought I was hot. Anyway, you proselytizing? I do. The Chowderhead. I remember this woman. She had to change all her social media handles because I stole the ones that were the name of her show. That's so funny. Why would you? What? Why do you even know what her show is enough to like? I mean, W for real, but like, why do you know what her show is that you like stole the handles? That's so weird.
Look at this. 20 stalls, all gender. This is crazy. Forgive me for filming in a bathroom, but this is all gender.
It's, I think, more weird that she's just filming the bathroom. Like, there could be just like people pooping in there. You know what I mean? People washing their hands of all different genders. You know what I mean? Dr. Disrespect went to jail for that. Twitch jail.
I hate this. I absolutely hate. I've never seen an all gender bathroom. I am not going in here. I don't like.
I mean, you did. Kind of did, though. And you filmed it, which is weird. That's very weird that you did that. I think that's weirder than having an all gender bathroom. Like, what do these people think happens at an all gender bathroom? Like, what? I personally don't understand why it exists. Like, I don't give a shit. Okay. I personally don't understand why it exists. I think it's like probably for women in general so that they can have more space. Cause I feel like the male bathrooms, like, they're pretty efficient, in and out, pissing, standing and shit. So it most likely is more beneficial. But like, what do they think happens in the bathroom? They think a bunch of trans women are in there playing Soggy Biscuit or some shit. Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, of course it doesn't make any sense, but like, what if someone is going to do a sexual assault in a bathroom, they don't give a fuck. They're not going to be like, oh shit, that's an all gender bathroom. Perfect. She follows you on Instagram too. Top of the hour ad break debate. I knew it. Good one. That's a good one. And I respect it. I clicked on it. I knew it was I knew it was coming, and I respect it. That was a good one. That's actually a good one. Congratulations, Shatter. You fucking got me, you piece of shit. But at least it was clever. Oh my God. Some of your baits are so bad. You're like, oh, you're a dumb, stinky doo-doo head. And then I click on your account and you're like, at the top of the hour, I'm doo-dooing in my diapers. Here's a thermodynamic break now. What's funny is in Russia, where it's literally illegal to be trans, they mostly have these kinds of all gender bathrooms. Yeah, the all gender bathroom thing is most likely to like ease the burden on the women's only restroom, probably. I also don't really understand. Yeah, neutral gender bathrooms are women's conspiracy to steal male bathroom space because the lines in their bathrooms are so long. Yeah, I don't get it. Y'all know it's also illegal to flog your snake in the women's restroom, right? Shocking. Disgusting pervert takes photos of his exposed penis and masturbates in front of customers at Planet Fitness. This is the environment that Planet Fitness fosters. Wait, what? What's stopping these perverts from just walking into women's bathrooms at Planet Fitness? Is anyone safe at Planet Fitness? Wait, I don't get it. This is a fucking, like, this is a criminal. Like, this is a person who exposed themselves. Like, that's illegal in and of itself. Like, nothing is stopping him from going into the women's room to do that. I don't think they understand. They'll be like, this is akin. Let me explain something to you. What this argument is literally like, crime happens, okay? Let's say somebody walked into a convenience store and shot the store clerk. Libs of TikTok takes that and goes, imagine if they were trans while they shot the store clerk. What is happening to society? It's like, what do you mean? You just invented the hypothetical in your mind. You just added on the trans sticker, like as though that's like an insult to injury or something. You just saw a crime, and then you were like, but imagine if they were trans. Think about how much more devastating that would be if they were trans. What is happening? Why can't people comprehend it in the way that I see it? I genuinely don't get it. Crime happens. What if it was a trans person doing the same crime? That would be so much scarier, right? Ooh, so much spookier if it was somehow a trans person doing the crime. 98% of conservative grievances is just like imagining something scary and then getting really scared about the scary thing that you imagine. You're like a child. It doesn't make any sense. Like, she's not even trying at this point. It's so odd because like they're picturing someone who's like a rapist, right? Doesn't matter if they're trans or cis, right? They're imagining someone who's a rapist and thinking that the only thing preventing them from doing the rape is the sign outside of the door. Like, that's the much larger crime. The much larger crime is the rape, okay? If someone is already like, oh, I'm going to do rapes, they're not going to be like, oh, fuck, this is not an all-gender bathroom. Oh, fuck, it says women's room in there. And I'm in a state where, you know, trans women can't pee in the same bathroom with cis women. Fuck. Like, you think those signs stop people? Like, what's happening? They think that trans people are all rapists or something. It's insane and gross. No, I know they think that. I get that. And sometimes, and the very, very rare, because statistically it's just rare for someone to be trans to begin with, there's like a person who's a criminal who happens to be trans, right? And then they fucking seize on that and they're like, this is exactly how every trans person is. But because it's so statistically rare that someone is trans, and then even rarer that they're trans and also a criminal, that they have to just constantly fantasize about trans people doing crimes. It's crazy. And in their effort, are you saying perverts are trans? Libs of TikTok didn't even mention trans? Well, we're talking about the bathroom thing, but you're also talking about what's stopping these perverts from walking into... Dude, do you think this is a gotcha? They never mentioned trans? Libs of TikTok only does transphobic content, you dumb fuck. Like, wow, you really got me, dude. This person that almost exclusively talks about how everyone is fucking trans is not implying in this one circumstance, even though he's talking about what's to stop these perverts from walking into the bathrooms at Planet Fit, women's bathroom. Why do you think she said women's bathroom? Why, dumb fuck? What is happening right now? Why are there... Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to that one chatter who says I'm so cringe to the normies because of that one guy who very clearly came in here with the most idiotic quote-unquote takedown. You'll never guess what happened after Chaya posted that? Wait, when did Chaya post this? Because that's before. That's in March. She posted it last week. There were like 5 bomb threats after... Wait. Oh, she posted this actually last week? Like this story came up after she posted it? Could be. It makes sense. She does this all the time. How is this famous though? Like, who follows this shit? The most mentally unhinged people you have ever encountered in your life. Okay? Rabbi Shmuley's Durag, don't try to fucking top of the hour debate me. It doesn't matter. I already ran it. I got debated before you by an excellent debater, as a matter of fact, 7 minutes ago. So don't try that shit at this point. Okay? Don't. Fucking mobile username Andy. Yeah, exactly. Mobile Andy over here. She tweeted it April 3rd. Okay, well then this happened before that she tweeted it. Anyway, getting back to this lady though. Bro, like 5 hours after the bridge collapse, my batshit Chuck cousin sent me like 10 Insta posts on how it was the deep state. These people are tapped in. Why instead of threading mental issues, we normalize them and lie? There's nothing wrong with them. What? So getting back to the all gender bathroom situation, I think it's way more perverted to film inside of the bathroom yelling, "This is an all gender bathroom," with your phone camera. Okay. Rather than actually going into the all gender bathroom and taking a piss or a shit. That's my take. Okay. Chaya has been tweeting about Planet Fitness for a while. That was just the latest tweet. Oh, okay. All genders, really? All of them? Nah, I just don't think so. No, not all of them. There's at least 4 I can think of that I do not want in there. I live in Kansas City. Believe me, it is, unfortunately. Anyway, shouts out to Morgan, a new media personality, I guess, in the orbit. Justice Horn, hi, chair of the commission who helped craft spots in Kansas City. First, these are all single stall, all gender bathrooms that allow for greater privacy. There are gender specific bathrooms down the hall too. Finally, don't use my community to create fake outrage. It's sad. These people shit in an outhouse to avoid gender specifics, brother. Follow her back? I am not. Okay. Now that we got that out of the way, we got a couple funny videos on the docket. Let's start with Andrew Huberman.
Days ago, 25th, New York Magazine released a cover story titled Andrew Huberman's Mechanisms of Control, the Private and Public Seduction.
He fucks a lot. Apparently, allegedly, according to the New York Magazine.
Of the world's biggest pop neuroscientist. The internet seems to be split on whether or not this is a thin hit piece trying to slam dunk on him, or if he is a lying, manipulative, self-serving, narcissistic guru. We're going to separate fact from fiction, identify what's wrong with this article, as well as address some valid criticisms for Huberman. First of all, this article was written by a woman named Kerry Howley, and it's over 8,000 words long. Now, I read the article in its entirety, and I recommend you do the same so you can draw your own conclusions and opinions. However, I also understand that this is a long article. It took me a while, and sometimes it's even paywalled, which is always a good sign for traditional media. We want to be gatekeeping information from the public. If you're too lazy to read the article, and you want me to get to the point, I'll tell you this. The entire premise of this Nothing Burger is that Andrew Huberman is a womanizer, and he was juggling 6 women at the same time. That's it. That is the story. That is what news is
Why do you have glasses?
in 2024. Jack.
Wait, what the fuck? You wear glasses now? Since when? Murat said he's trying to get a promotion. He's trying to look smart. You can't see without them? L. Show the chat your glasses. He has to wear glasses now. Fucking L. No. Imagine needing glasses to see, loser. Yeah. What? Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't know when they're coming back.
Millionaire celebrity genius gets a lot of women. Andrew Huberman has been outed for having relationships with 5 different women at the same time. He's a 48-year-old man with the energy to date 5 different women. If that's not a ringing endorsement of his methods, I don't know what is. For those of you who have never heard the name Andrew Huberman,
aren't these guys also like traditionalists? Like, I don't get it. So it's cool when Andrew Huberman's dating 5 girls at the same time? Like, what is that? How does that work?
Huberman before, I would question how you're actually watching me right now.
No. I know Huberman is like a lib. I'm saying his fandom, though, because of what he like promotes, what he talks about is like very, I thought they were like trad.
Considering the fact that you probably don't have access to the internet, because he's been everywhere for the past couple years. He's a highly decorated neuroscientist, although that's debated amongst other neuroscientists, who has a podcast, a massive following, and teaches people how to...
I think he looks cool. He does. Like, I mean, I talked about this a lot earlier, but like, I think he looks like a Spartan. I don't know. I find it cool that like someone is actually jacked out of his mind, takes steroids openly, and also is like a nerd at the same time. He's like a neuroscience guy.
Optimize their lives. A large chunk of his social media brand is centered around protocols, which are essentially habits or things that you do to set you up for the day and live a healthy lifestyle. Like get sunlight after you wake up.
Bro, spit on it at least. Listen, his dick don't have real estate for me, okay? He's already got fucking 5 different ladies on it.
Drink water with electrolytes. Wait an hour before you wake up to have coffee. Whether or not you like Andrew Huberman, there are millions of people who follow his protocols to a T and take what this man says as gospel. This type of idolization and male worship is not unique to Huberman, but it does play an important role in this story, given that this piece is having the opposite effect of what the author intended. In the first couple paragraphs, we learn a bit of backstory about Huberman, and that he comes from a dysfunctional family and learn to navigate life through his own processes, as well as finding meaning through science and exercise. It's his entire brand and MO that we see today. Now, he is a 48-year-old associate professor at Stanford University School of Medicine, specializing in neurology and ophthalmology. His rise to fame came from his lectures, podcasts, and multiple appearances because people wanted to hear a smart guy tell them what they're doing wrong and how to fix it. That's it. The author then gets into the fact that Huberman presents himself as self-improvement incarnate. He's constantly trying to min-max his life and operate at a more efficient level. One glaring problem with this article is that it treats its consumers, its readers, and viewers.
The author emailed him pretending to be a huge fan, wanting to interview him, and when he didn't respond, she like trolled message boards for women who would shit talk him. It's wild. Damn. That's good journalism, baby.
Viewers as babies without any sense of agency, as if we are incapable of making our own choices and listening to what certain people have to say.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, I also don't give a shit. I just want to clarify one more time. I've never listened to a single Andrew Huberman take. And also simultaneously, I don't care that he has like cheated on a bunch of people. I want to point that out. I personally am taking I do not give a shit about this, but it is pretty funny stance.
To say. It's a very static, rigid, and honestly incorrect way to think about content consumers, as if we're just sitting here getting brainwashed by internet personalities. The author then tries to establish a straw man argument, basically saying that Andrew Huberman is not to be trusted because he takes on certain sponsorships on his channel, which...
Okay, that part makes sense, though.
Has nothing to do with the fact that he's just dating multiple women and lying about it. Like, that's not news. I'm sorry. The guy could be a douchebag, but it's his personal life. Second of all, how many women do the same thing to men? It's just so not newsworthy. It's sad. I would say about 70% of this story, which is essentially just a laundry list of grievances.
No, he's not doing a fucking, like, train wreck style argument. He's saying that it's just not newsworthy. This dude's tone is giving insult. No, Fillion is great. And also, everybody calm down. He's literally just saying that it doesn't matter. It's, like, irrelevant.
From ex-lovers of Andrew Huberman comes from one account, aka Sarah, which is a pseudonym for... Essentially, what happens is, Sarah finds out that Andrew Huberman is being unfaithful. He's cheating on her. We also find out that Andrew Huberman is a total flake. Apparently, he can't keep meetings to save his life. He's canceling on people. His associates, his friends, they all know this about Andrew. Because, I don't know, maybe he's a high-performing, multi-millionaire neuro...
Yeah, sorry, Phil is totally missing the point. What's the point? I think if she were to do an article about, like, him shilling like fake supplements while utilizing his like bona fides as a like serious neuroscientist or whatever, then that's like a valid argument. But if it's just about if the argument is just that he cheats on all of these women, then like who cares? I don't know. You were watching your chat judge someone based off their tone. Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit about the cheating. I just genuinely have never trusted anything he said because he's always selling something with certainty, always use kind of one-off studies to huck them.
Scientist with multiple business ventures. Sure, this is...
No, the reason why we're not reading the article is because I don't want to read 8,000 words about a dude I don't give a fuck about, but I'll watch a 15-minute video about a dude I don't give a fuck about.
Not upstanding citizen behavior. He's not given a masterclass on chivalry. Yeah, he's probably got some inner demons, and he probably treats women subpar and shittily, but guess what? 99.99% of people are coming to Andrew Huberman to find out how many hours of sleep they need at night, not how to have a wife.
Oh god, maybe Fillion's a fan of Andrew.
And keep women happy in their life, considering the fact that he's single with no kids. The man has zero, and I mean zero, commitment. So the author also talks about an account with Scott Carney, who is an associate of his, and one time they said that they were going to go camping together, and Andrew Huberman just left him at his house for a couple of hours while he did some activities, and it was a weird...
Let me tell you what he was doing. He was fucking... That's right. This guy was fucking, dude. He left him at his house to go bust a nut. This guy's horn dog, man. Is he selling horny supplements? Because that boy is sexo all day, every day. That boy is Adidas. All day I dream about sex. Oh my God, I'm so old. I'm sorry for that.
Instance. The dude is just all over the place. That is apparently like... fucking breaking news in 2024. I don't think anyone on this planet...
I too am an academic and a whore, so I gotta hand it to him.
...is surprised that Andrew Huberman, of all people, is flaky and doesn't follow through on personal endeavors. Is that a shit personality trait? Yeah. But guess what? Me and you are not friends with Andrew Huberman. He's not somebody I would probably be friends with. It's dystopian and slimy to put people under the microscope and comb through their entire life. We don't need to know this information. In fact, he should have a right to privacy, which is why today's video is sponsored by Aura. Aura has almost every internet safety tool you'll ever need bundled inside one app. These days, you can find anything on the internet, including
But if
your
I recall
full
correctly in the
legal
article,
name,
he also
your
comes
address,
across as kind of
your phone
manipulative
number,
towards his
and even
primary
your
girlfriend.
relatives. And I don't know about you guys, but that doesn't
Okay.
sit right with me. This information is accessible.
I think it would be a very different story if he was like actually like legitimately doing something that was beyond infidelity. You know what I mean? Not to say that like infidelity is a good thing. It's not. It shows that you're not a great guy. Depending on like the level of. A colleague did a deep dive on his scientific views. Vaccines are not working, but my supplements, for instance. Wait, really? And he seems to be a subpar human in life and science. They were doing IVF together. Yeah, no, I'm not saying he's a good dude. I'm just saying I don't give a fuck. Like, hello, that seems to be much more serious. If a dude who's like very famous and is using his like academic credentials to shill to their massive audience a fuck ton of like bad supplements, that's actually bad, because the damage there is much larger than just like him being like, yeah, babe, I love you the most and not my 5 other girlfriends or whatever the fuck. Okay. Like, I care about societal harm. We're talking about fucking podcasters, man. Come on.
Because of data.
Yeah. Bro's a piece of shit. Is he beating or sexually assaulting? No, I don't care. Thank you. That's what I mean.
Brokers who sell your personal information to robocallers, telemarketers, spammers, and anyone nefarious that wants to learn more about you. Aura will identify data brokers exposing your sensitive information and even submit.
Yes and no. His podcast about improving your life also includes episodes on relationships. So if the guy publicly is enthralled with hanging on to his advice like the Bible, perhaps is newsworthy. Yeah, dude, everyone that watched Andrew Huberman's relationship advice now has 6 girlfriends.
The link down below, or scan the QR code to start your free trial today. And thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. Now, I will say, there are some points in this article that raise some eyebrows, where Andrew Huberman explodes on women, allegedly. But without Andrew's account, how are we supposed to know if that's true? He apparently declined to be interviewed for this story, but he did have a spokesperson answer a few burning questions.
What does he mean by
mainly
explodes?
Around the semantics with Sarah. I am not inclined to believe Sarah over Andrew, and vice versa. I don't know what went on in his personal life, and neither do you, and neither does this fucking author. All we have are accounts of his ex-girlfriends.
Someone made the point that if Huberman supplements are letting him, a 48-year-old man, fuck that much, they may be actually legit. Yeah, at first I made fun of that first guy for that tweet, but now I'm thinking like maybe there's merit to it. I don't know. That's why I said, like, is he selling fuck pills or what? What kind of fuck pills is he selling? Oh, he is also doing he is doing TRT. He is doing TRT. That makes you fuck like a demon, probably. It is testosterone.
Who formed a group chat on Facebook to shit on his life. For example, it's asserted that Huberman would hyper-focus on the fact that Sarah had kids from a previous marriage, and that got in the way of their current relationship status. And he, through his spokesperson, said, that's not true. The women compared time-stamped screenshots of texts and...
Oh, this part is funny. I remember this part from the article, which was that he would min-max. Dude, he's such a fucking goblin. He min-maxed the same photos to like 5 women at the same time. That part's pretty funny. The women compared timestamp screenshots of text and assembled therein an extraordinary record of deception. That podcaster that say you can overpower him, doesn't matter if you have a PhD. Huberman can do both and steal your girlfriend. Yeah, people are okay. My intention wasn't to glaze Huberman up from this.
Assembled therein an extraordinary record of deception. There was a day in Texas when, after Sarah left his hotel, Andrew slept with Mary and texted Eve. They found days in which he would text nearly identical pictures of himself, the 2 of them at the same time. I'm sorry we were not familiar with Andrew Huberman's game. They realized that the day before he had moved in with Sarah in Berkeley, he had slept with Mary, and he had also been with her in December of 2023, before Sarah caught him on the couch with a 6th woman. They realized that on March 21st,
it's 6 women, god damn!
2021, a day of admittedly impressive logistic jujitsu, while Sarah was in Berkeley.
Dude, even the journalist at this point is like, fuck, I gotta hand it to him. Impressive logistical jujitsu. While Sarah was in Berkeley, Andrew had flown Mary from Texas to LA to stay with him in Topanga. While Mary was there visiting from 1,000 miles away, he left her with Costello. He drove to a coffee shop where he met Eve. They had a serious talk about their relationship. They thought they were in a good place. He wanted to make it work. Dude, how does he want to fuck that hard? I don't get it, bro. I actually don't understand. How is he like, where does he get the stamina? Like, and if you have that kind of stamina, like, why 6 women? Why isn't it like 2? You know what I mean? It actually is kind of shocking. This is like Drake's dick being leaked. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be an embarrassing moment for him, but then everyone's like, damn, he's fucking packing schmeat. Like, I just don't understand. It seems too much work, to be honest. It seems fucking exhausting. Why the hell would you juggle this much?
Andrew had flown Mary from Texas to LA to stay with him in Topanga. While Mary was there, visiting from thousands of miles away, he left her with Costello, his dog. He drove to a coffee shop where he met Eve. They had a serious talk about their relationship. They thought they were in a good place, and he wanted to make it work. The scheduling alone, Alex tells me, I can barely schedule 3 Zooms in a day. 3 of the women on the group text met up in New York in February, and the group has only grown closer. On any given day, one of the 5 can go into an appointment and come back to hundreds of texts. Someone shared a Reddit thread in which a commenter claimed Huberman had a, quote, stable full of hoes. And another responded, quote, I hope he thinks of us more like Care Bears. At which point they assigned themselves the Care Bear names. I couldn't stop laughing.
That's crazy. The ladies gave themselves a fucking, oh no. Bro, don't put that in the article. That's crazy. That makes everything look even worse. Like, oh no.
At the language Huberman uses to rizz these girls up. For example, they regularly use Andrew's usual response to explicit photos. To comment on pictures.
That's so fucking funny. That's what my man was saying. It's like, here's a titty.
Pictures of one another's pets. They are holding space for other women who might join. The girls have never been better, apparently. All 6 of them have seen Andrew Huberman's fucking meat, okay? Like, to me, the cringiest part about this is how Andrew Huberman responds to women. Bro gets caught cheating and he says, I hear you are saying you are angry and are hurt. I will hear you as much as long as needed for us.
Wait, he journals everything? Sarah says she read Andrew's journal and discovered a reference to cheating? He's journaling his fuck sessions? Here. God, he's like the male feminist archetype, by the way. I hear you're saying you're angry and hurt. I will hear you as much as I'll hear you as much as long as needed for us. He is, oh my God, what the fuck? This guy is crazy. He's literally limit testing. Yeah, he is. Help, my 6 girlfriends have unionized.
You are angry and are hurt. I will hear you as much as long as needed for us. I'm sorry, but if you are a described intelligent, fully grown, consenting adult woman, and you still stick around after Andrew Huberman apologizes for cheating by saying, I will hear you as much as long as needed for us.
Yeah, his dick game must have been fucking nutty, dude. I'm sorry. Like, pause all day if you want, but like, goddamn, what the fuck was he bringing to the table that you were like, yeah, he cheated on me, wrote it in a fucking diary, I read the diary, and I still stuck around? That's crazy. What kind of fucking stroke game is he working with, dude? My man's got the gorilla mindset, dude. What the fuck? I mean, he is also a professional yapper. He probably yapped him to fucking submission at this point. He was just like, listen, let me tell you, logically speaking, the way our brains and our hearts work are entirely different. I'm a neuroscientist.
And you think that's an appropriate response and you still stick around? You gotta be head empty, my friend. Just to highlight how goofy this man is, when he went swimming with one of the members of his harem, he complimented her form saying, quote, you're definitely on the faster side of the distribution. Like, who speaks like this?
You can't have long-term affairs with 6 different partners.
Yeah, unless he's juggling multiple phone accounts or something.
Right. And some men try to do that, but I think it could be very taxing.
The women continue.
No fucking way! Yo, got him. That's crazy. Is that is that his real reaction, or did they clip that? That's crazy.
The women continued to compare notes. He had his little ways of checking in. Quote,
In private, he can sometimes seem less concerned about patriarchy. Multiple women recall him saying he preferred the kind of relationship in which the woman was monogamous, but the man was not. He told me, says Mary, that what we wanted was a woman who was submissive, who would get slapped the ass in the public, who would be crawling on the floor for him when he got home. A spokesperson for Huberman denies this. First of all, even if that's his preference, like, listen, no, don't say that's gross. Guys, come on, okay? It is your imperative not to be interested in that. That's crazy. And some people are. I am not like this, but it doesn't fucking matter. I'm not going to be like, oh, dude, I can't believe like he's saying that. That's ridiculous. Oh, my God. The women continue to compare notes. He has little ways of checking in. Good morning, beautiful. There was a particular way he would respond to a sexy picture. Hi there.
Quote, good morning, beautiful. There was a particular way he would respond to a sexy picture. Hi there. Let the man live, okay?
Yeah, it's like, this literally is I guess like a kind of argument that I've heard before. Doesn't really get mentioned in this community that much, but like, it's like, is cheating a violation of consent? You know what I mean? Like that's the only boundary that's being broken here. Okay. It's not like everything would be above board and no article should have been written if he was just more open and more honest about having multiple partners. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be honest. There's no good way to respond to sexy pictures. You're fucking not wrong, actually. This is literally a little bit like a West Dome Caleb situation. Yeah, it's not a breach of consent that's trivializing rape. No, I agree. I'm just saying that like some people will take it to that level, especially a lot of people who have been like hurt before by someone who cheated on them. And I think like overall, it's in that weird area where it's not good. It's a bad thing to do to people. It's like you're a bad person for doing this, right? And it's a breach of trust for sure. But it's not like it doesn't meet the fucking bar even remotely of like, this is really fucked up and possibly illegal and this needs to stop. Proper response to sexy pigs? Poggers.
Let the man clap some fucking cheeks, okay? I said it. Lessons from the Andrew Huberman expose. Many men who operate at his level have negative personality traits. Take what you can from a person like this and leave the rest. Don't put anyone on a pedestal. Yeah, those are all golden. And we got a response on that tweet that says he does what every 20-something girl living in a big city.
Women being honest women. Come on, that's a fucking incel account. He does it what every 20-something girl living in a big city does, but because he's a man, he's bad. No, that's not what every 20-something girl living in a big city does. That's fucking ridiculous, okay? That is like very obviously an incel account. That's fucking ridiculous. Listen to Andrew Huberman expose. Many men who operate at this level have negative personality traits. Like, this is literally two sides of the same fucking coin. You have a femcel and an incel. Obviously, the incel is still more morally repugnant, especially because it has like more real life consequences to it. But it's just like, oh yeah, this is how every man is. And then this person being like, no, you don't understand. Every woman is like this. It's like, what the fuck? Why does every fucking conversation reduce to like gender wars in the dumbest, most reductive ways possible? Oh my God.
He does, but because he's a man, he bad. There probably is a double standard here. Yeah, I don't know.
Why are you so pressed, Chill? Because it signals like how it's fucking frustrating. I hate it. I hate that like every argument is like a broad generalization about an entire fucking gender. You know what I mean? It makes me so, it's the dumbest fucking argument. It is literally what like children do. Okay. Girls have cooties. Boys have cooties. Basically elevated to like adulthood. Okay. And obviously because adults doing it, there's also implications beyond just the back and forth conversation. It's like, you're an adult. You should know better. What the fuck are you doing? How did you get to the point in your life and you still have this like idiotic way of thinking about things? It makes me so mad. It also spells like some kind of societal collapse as a consequence of the alienation that we feel. We are so goddamn isolated that like we don't have the same normal human interactions that at least over the course of many, many fucking years will allow us to develop a better understanding of the human condition rather than make these like fucking idiotic generalizations, because the only time we fucking interact with anyone of the other sex or anyone in general is through the lens of like hyper-specific online circles where everyone is primed to have the most reactionary take possible. That's why I get fucking mad, because it's not just like stupid, silly shit. it spells a much larger problem in general.
Know who needs to hear this, but women and men both do this all the time. All this man had to do was just say, I'm polyamorous. Game over. There's no story. They're even making new words for this shit all the time. Solo poly? I mean, what the fuck is that? The craziest part of this Andrew Huberman story is that he could find 7 women that he could say stuff like this to and not get laughed out of the room. Caught having an affair, Andrew was apologetic. Quote, the landscape has been incredibly hard. I let the stress get to me. I defaulted to self-save.
Did you not say earlier that women be shopping? Yes. In honor of Autism Awareness Month, Autism Acceptance Month, I am going to describe that joke as well. Women be shopping is an inherently misogynistic take. I like the joke about that inherently misogynistic take, even though obviously that is not the case. All women do is not shop, clearly. I like to also spice my actual empirical evidence with that joke, because I immediately followed up by saying 85% of consumer decisions in this country are actually made by women. I think that that obviously spells that women have a lot of purchasing power, and it's actually a good thing to market to women in general. Yeah, but I like to be dumb and stupid and make that joke, because that's what jokes are sometimes, making a mockery of oneself or their own lack of intelligence. Also, women do be shopping.
Safety. I've also sat with the hardest of feelings. I hear your insights, and honestly, I appreciate them. Andrew Huberman's ability to keep 5 women happy and sexually satisfied simultaneously without their awareness of one another at the age of 48 is the ultimate testament to the effectiveness of a bio-optimized lifestyle that you dorks should ever need. Yeah,
I think it's not good. I don't understand. It's not healthy. It's not emotionally healthy. Like, listen. I've been a bit of a hoe back in the day. Okay. The difference is I was always open about it. Very honest. I think communication is very important. But it's like, it's just like not very fulfilling. Have you tried it? Listen, holy moly. You think Andrew Huberman is doing impressive shit? Oh my God. If you think that that's impressive, let me tell you, it's actually not impressive. It's very unimpressive. It's very sad. Anyway,
we're dealing with Twitter here, so in response to that absolutely flaccid piece of journalism, I read an opposing opinion.
Dude, I slept with one girl after my ex and she ran up on you in Melbourne. Wait, what? Wait, is that the crazy one? Calm down, Unk, you wilding out tonight? I don't know why I love when fucking random chatters call me Unk. Calm down, Unk, you wilding out tonight. Oh, dude, that girl is fucking nutty. That was not my ex, by the way. Just a fuck buddy? Oh, brother. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Let's not even get into that. Let's continue.
I know, shocker. Debunking the article and giving their thoughts titled Who's Afraid of Andrew Huberman by Susie Weiss. And I recommend you also read it. So when I saw that New York Magazine had devoted over 8,000 words to a guy known for advertising listeners how to optimally sleep, eat, exercise, and mate, I expected that they had the goods. I read the line, quote, "The problem with a man always working on himself is that he may also be working on you," and prepared myself for an expose where Huberman gathers his harem together and brands them Nixium style, or that he drinks the blood of young women after his daily cold plunge. A weird kink, even a kink, anything. But there's just nothing, or just about nothing, that is
to be fair, that is kind of true. Like, the article, I think, falls short of, like, even something being interesting, beyond the fact that, like, Andrew Huberman is kind of famous, I guess. Like, the most interesting parts of the article are, like, how fucking corny he is. He's like, the way he responds to sex.
Assuming you are a human being living in the real world who would be neither surprised nor scandalized to learn that jacked, attractive, smart, successful men tend to date multiple women at the same time and then lie about it. It's gross. He's the kind of guy I would urge my friends to avoid, though if I'm honest, that sheer feat of scheduling also displays the sort of take control of your life optimization he's famous for. From the piece, quote, "There's so much pain," says Sarah, who dated him on and off for 5 years. "Feeling we had made mistakes. We hadn't been enough. We hadn't been communicating. By making these other women into the other, I hadn't really given any space for their hurt. And let it sink in with me, that it was so similar to my own hurt. Here's a rule of thumb. If you're at the point in a breakup where you're talking about making and giving space for hurt, or even using hurt as a noun, and New York Magazine calls you, place your phone directly in the toilet. You didn't think that Huberman, a man who studies and constantly discusses apex physiological performance, would have ego and control issues? You're shocked that a media phenom is flaky and overbooked? Be for real. We're meant to believe these women didn't have the agency to leave their cheating boyfriend.
I think people are still mad at him though. Like, I think people are still mad at him for like, because his audience is like liberal women, like a lot of liberal women like him. So I think they feel also hurt because like there's probably a person that has hurt them in the past in a similar fashion. So it's mostly just like people responding. It's like a trauma response. This feels very victim blamey. Bro, I'm sorry. You can't use victim blamey when you're talking about like consensual relationships amongst adults where one of the adults is, you know, cheating. Like the victimization needs to like hit a fucking bar that is, you know, where there's like genuine harm being committed. You know what I mean? It's not like he's like coercing them or some shit. Yeah, it's basically, and I've told you this before, like lying is bad, it's wrong. Cheating is bad, it's wrong. You're a bad person if you do that because you're hurting someone. Like, this is my position on it, but I don't think it like meets the bar or meets the standard of like newsworthiness. You know what I mean? I'm mad at him because he's 13 years older than me and he can clap cheeks 20 times better.
Who didn't prioritize them. Thank God the women of the Huber harem found each other and came to their senses. I wish them and their group chat well. Their only mistake was going to the press. Well, and thinking Andrew Huberman was monogamous.
Women are going to team up on him. No, honestly, what's going to end up happening is like he'll probably be more open and honest in the future because women will always expect it from him anyway. And he will get an entirely new crop of ladies who are into that sort of thing. When you are promoting self-help and improving your lifestyle while you're just a horny teenager IRL. He seems boring, to be honest. I used to be a dominatrix and most of my clients were these A-type personalities. I'm incredibly intelligent and financially successful, but emotionally boring people. Are you saying that people who hired a dominatrix are boring? What the fuck? I'm so goddamn vanilla though, so like to me that's like unimaginable. How is defrauding people of their time they thought they were investing for a good future not a bad thing? Wait, I never said it's a good thing. What? Okay, should I just stop responding to people who make points or ascribe points that I didn't make in the chat? I feel like it would be 75% better, the broadcast in general. It don't make no sense. They just want you to condemn everything. I mean, I don't think it's a good thing. What he did is good. I think what he did is bad. I just don't think that it's like newsworthy. You know what I mean? It's just like not newsworthy at all. The actual newsworthy stuff is him fucking hawking suppies, dude. Like, why is my man hawking some suppies, dude? That's the real shit right there. Supplements, hawking supplements. Cheating on people is now abuse. Yeah. This is another West Elm Caleb moment, it seems. Yeah. No, I mean, West Elm Caleb didn't even do anything wrong though. Actually, I'll take it. No, I'll take it one step further. This is definitely what he did is definitely worse than West Elm Caleb, but it still doesn't meet the standard of like people writing an article about it. I do think West Elm Caleb just genuinely didn't do anything wrong. He just ghosted people after like one date, which was crazy. Like the fact that went viral was crazy. How is cheating not abusive? What the fuck? Oh my God, bro. I can't, I'm not going to argue with you on this. You're right. It's abusive. You're absolutely correct. What happened to you was abuse. You're a victim of abuse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for minimizing your abuse. Don't stop. No, I'm not stopping. Don't worry. I'm telling you, I minimized the abuse that you experienced and I apologize for it. I'm going to learn from this mistake. It is abuse, guys. Don't ever say that it's not. From the internet, infidelity is sometimes seen as a type of domestic violence because it can be just as demoralizing and harmful as a physical assault. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I got to stop reading things that start with from the internet. The original girl who called out Caleb got mad at you too. Yeah, I remember. I don't understand chatters who pipe up in the public square and get mad that they're responded to. It's not like he did steroids and said he only did liver. The Costco guys would never get mad at this. You're so right. Breaking a promise is abusive. Stop. Oh no! That chatter is joking, but actually, I don't know. Is he joking? Is he fucking joking? I don't know. Ghosting is emotional abuse. Showing up more than 7 minutes late to a function is actually abuse. Dude, you know what's real? You know what's actually abuse? When you got that shit on, okay? When you're throwing a fit out there on the timeline and the boys don't like the fit pic, abuse. That's actually abuse. When you fucking throw a funny one in the group chat and you don't even get one haha or no fucking like no reactions, you know what I mean? When you fucking press on the tweet, when you press on the message and like give it a thumbs up or something, abuse. I didn't put that shit out there for you not to respond to it. The fuck? Ghosting. Fuck you, Sheltered Rosebud would agree with me. Oh my God. At least Chatter has good humor about it. Because you're right. I think Sheltered Rosebud would agree with you on that 100%. She definitely would. Chatters be like, I write a funny comment and streamer doesn't read it, scrolls over it, stops on it, and then doesn't read it. Abuse. Conflict is abuse now. Yeah. Also, yeah, here is something that's not abusive, even though I'm excited about this a lot. Doing part 3 officially on the docket for Denis Villeneuve. Denis Villeneuve, but so is nuclear war. You said fit pick, and that's a homophone to feet pick. And since you brought up the feet, it's old fair to chat, get a feet pick from you. What the fuck? Yeah, it's just Fizz had the correct take here, okay, where he said, guys, it's okay, or he responded to someone having a good take, I think. It's okay to say something is awful and hurts a lot. It doesn't have to have the abuse qualification tagged onto it. Wait, what? Not giving commentary on this is abuse? No, I'm no lib reader, but at the 9-second mark, I think I see the only thing that will make a black man risk getting jumped by some white guys being mouthed. Oh, let's see what the fuck's going on here. Oh shit. Oh hell no. Am I about to do fight commentary? Is it fight commentary time? Ladies and gentlemen, it might be fight commentary time. Coming to you on this beautiful night.
He won't shake his hand.
We gotta give it a once-over first. We gotta give it a once-over. Don't watch this, man. This is making the rounds on Nazi Twitter. Wait, what? Why?
God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh.
He's won again.
Because he's black? Brother, once again, people who find themselves to be racially superior to others inadvertently showcasing their asses. This is not the first, nor will it be the last time a Nazi has been humiliated by a black man. What immediately comes to mind is the Olympics. What year was it? When Adolf Hitler was sitting there and you had American athlete, what was the dude's name? God damn it. Yeah, by the way, isn't Nazi Twitter just Twitter? True. Yeah. Jesse Owens sitting there showcasing his superiority right there, right in front of Hitler's eyes, 1936. It won't be the first, nor will it be the last time that white people are like, we're so superior all the time, as they fucking share a video of a dude 1v5ing a bunch of frat boys. Okay, anyway, let's continue.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's so sick.
Oh my God.
It's so sick. He's got hands for
He's
everybody.
1 against 7.
He's like, come on.
Oh
I
my
got more.
God.
Don't hold me back.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh my God.
First of all, let me tell you something, okay? Right off the top, this is a dangerous environment for everybody, okay? When you're surrounded by a gaggle of white dudes at this age group and there is country music playing in the background, okay? You are what is known as, you are in the frat bro environment, okay? This is an environment where the frat bros themselves get a 10% boost on all of their skills, okay? These guys are normally rolling nat 20s regularly. This is home base. This is the danger zone. Being black in the danger zone like this actually creates not a protective barrier, the exact opposite. It lowers defenses. These boys had home court advantage. That home court advantage is probably the reason why they felt loud and proud enough to be able to chirp at this guy, not recognizing that big homie had different opinions. Okay? I mean, the fact that he 1v5'd them is incredible, dude. That is incredible. They got terrain advantage. They have a bard in the background playing songs that are also boosting their skill sets. Okay? You have buffs in the background. They have literally country music playing. They have all the buffs. It is their territory. It is their domain. It is their home base. That's crazy. But it turns out, if your original skill points are so goddamn low, all of those boosts don't mean nothing. Let's take a look. What you saw here is a pentakill, okay? That's crazy. Pentakill at home base.
He won't shake his
Starts
hand.
off. A lot of hands talking. Okay. Dude hits the vape. He's like, I'm ready to go. Actually, fuck, I'm not going to be involved in this. Oh, dudes also have, before he cocks it, dude also has a beer. That's another bonus. That's another bonus. They're drunk frat guys. Whoo, shit, dude. Now, someone said that they're not a lip reader, but it seems like he said a no word here at the 9-second mark. I'm going to try to run that back. There are not that many words in the dictionary, in the English language, that can get that kind of reaction. Okay? Not that many words whatsoever. Now, here's the problem. What you have right here is an over-leveraged DPS class. Or not a DPS class, sorry. An over-leveraged paladin. What ended up happening here is that the over-leveraged paladin thought that he could hit the aggro and pulled the aggro directly to him, thinking that the entire clan could collapse on him and they'd be able to handle him. Now notice that he hits the taunt immediately, but the taunt backfires because guess what? He just hit a crit. Okay? And when you get hit with a crit, everybody knows critical damage takes away all of the boosts, all of the buffs that he had, gone instantaneously. And it hits him so hard, he's stunned. He got stun damage. The boys kick in. The boys notice what's going on here. He got hit with the debuff. He's stunned now. He not only is stunned, but he physically moved him. Okay? So the boys come in. Now you bring in the DPS. Now DPS, you would think in a situation like that would be able to overpower our hero. Okay? You would think that they'd be able to overpower our hero because, like, obviously, there's poise here as well. So if you don't have high enough poise, if you don't have high enough defensive skills, what's going to end up happening is if you get hit too many times with these DPS attacks, you're gonna lose your poise. And when you lose your poise, you can break you can break the stance pretty easily. Okay? Now, the little man right here is also using a weapon. He hit him with a weapon strike. He hits him with the beer can that he has in his hands, as you can see here. He very quickly rushes in and hits him with that one-hit beer can. Doesn't do shit to him, though. Okay? Doesn't do shit to him at all.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to run that back really quickly because a lot happened right here, and the untrained eye is incapable of seeing what occurred. First DPS goes in, doesn't do much damage. Notice how his poise, his defense skills were way too fucking powered up. Didn't even hit his poise meter at all.
Oh my!
The other guy drops his beer can, thinking that would also distract him. Doesn't work at all.
Oh my God.
And it ends up distracting himself. Notice how he jumps over the beer can a little bit. He's like, oh no, what did I just do? Now, in that moment of weakness, he also then tries to launch another attack. Okay? But guess what? Our hero here has iframes.
Oh my!
He takes advantage of that opening and immediately launches into him, only to get pushed back towards the wall. Okay? In a lot of circumstances, you forget that the arena has boundaries, invisible boundaries and visible boundaries. It happens to all of us. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes you go into the raid thinking like, oh yeah, no, I have a lot more space. I can like space this entire thing out. Maybe I can like kite someone directly to me, try to have a one-on-one battle, and then pick off the DPS characters one by one. Except it doesn't work out for them at all, partially because our hero is over leveled. This is a very balanced character, by the way. A lot of defensive skills, can take a lot of damage, and also on top of that, take a lot of damage and deliver a decent amount of damage as well. A lot of stagger attacks here. Boom!
Oh my God!
Boom! That's a double. You see that? That right hook that came in, and support is here, of course. Obviously, he kind of Leroy Jenkins did a little bit. He started the raid a little too quickly, partially because he did get taunted. He got hit with a taunt. Notice how long that stun was, by the way. That stun was long, dude. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, he's out. Oh, he's fully incapacitated. Oh, no, he's coming. No, but yeah, he's out. He's still back there. Oh, my God. I didn't even notice that. The first guy got hit so hard, he completely left the battle. That's crazy. I have not seen that ever. One punch. Oh, I didn't realize he de-aggroed, dude. That's a bug. That's actually a bug. If you do so much crit damage and you stun them for an extended period of time, they de-aggro sometimes. It's crazy. You can see him in the background. He's like, he literally doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't even realize that there's a battle going on. That's one of the underling bosses in the raid. That's crazy. He got really lucky there. Okay? He got really lucky, I'll admit. Because honestly, normally they don't de-aggro, and they also have the capacity to continue taunting, and that's annoying because then like that taunt is going to take away, you're going to aggro on the fucking boss. You don't have any control over yourself at that moment. That's crazy. That's wild. He went back there to recollect his thoughts. He was thinking like maybe maybe I was wrong. I'm actually a civil rights hero now. He punched him literally. He punched him so fucking hard. He now is like, actually, MLK had some great ideas. I was so wrong about everything I said on God. Okay? He is now a Malcolm X stan. Okay? He punched the racism right out of this dude. That's crazy. He's AFK. He glitched out. It's fine. Okay? God from Fault, thank you for the 33 gifted subs. He gave him CRT instead of CTE. I love that. Anyway, yeah, he got hit with the CRT gun. He learned the content of his character. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, yeah. Punched so hard he chose non-violence. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, he needs a health potion. Okay, so let's look at the rest of the battle here. So you got the DPS characters. You obviously have an assassin type here as well, like a rogue. He's doing his very best, but it's not going to work out for him. It's not going to work out for him at all. Boom! Gets clapped with a left hook. Literally destroys the rogue. Look at that. Destroys the rogue so hard he physically moves him out of the way. Full body. Okay? That's full body repositioning. Let me tell you, there's some issues here. They don't have any pocket healers. Okay? That's a pocket healer right there. She ain't doing too much. He's only now recognizing what the fuck's going on. Okay? But he has pocket healers. Okay? So they're jumping into the fray. They're coming in. They're like, "Oh shit, the raid actually started. Sorry, I was just ordering chicken McNuggets." Okay? I'm so sorry. My mommy made a Hot Pocket and it actually burned the top of my mouth. I hate when that happens, but I'm here. What did I miss?
Oh my God.
Okay, so notice how he's like coming in quick. They're coming in quick, okay? They're ready for the raid. They've practiced this. They know what the fuck is up. This ain't nothing, especially because our hero is very overpowered. Very, very overpowered. So he's doing a great job 1v5ing at this point.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Takes out the rogue, takes out the other rogue, comes in for the third one.
He's one against
he's pummeling another takeout.
7. Oh my God.
Oh, and then here's what happens. Okay? This is where it's completely over. This is where the battle is done. So, his character has a special skill set. Once you land consecutive successful hits and you get at least 3 knockouts in a row, then you can ult. And once you ult, it's called the Barbarian's Rage. As you can see here, he starts doing flurry attacks. Okay? And those are very powerful. Those are basically the same fucking attack, but you're doing like 5 attacks in a row, basically. Notice
Oh my
this.
god!
You
Oh
see
my
that?
god! Oh my god!
Like, his support didn't even have to come in. Like, this is a druid character, by the way. Very cool. He's using druid stuck. Okay, very cool move. You rarely ever see druid characters in raids like this. You would think that they're not actually very good, but they are. They are very good. He's entangling him. He gave him a bear hug, so that's pretty cool. You rarely ever see that at this high level of a play. The hero supported the enemy. No, that's not at all. Not at all. He's just taking him out of the battle. And then our healer comes in, our pocket healer comes in, and he says, "Is everything all right?" He's like, "Come on, man. I was fucking eating their asses. Let me at him. Comes back, and he basically does one of those. This is the unfortunate problem with this video game is that you can't really teabag the corpses. So he just kind of does one of those moves where he hits them with an emote. That's it. And there you have it. Not with the country music in the background. No, the country music in the background we already established is a bard. There's a bard there that's constantly giving a perma buff at home base. Yeah, dude is using a monk build with stunning strike and flurry of blows. 100%. That was pretty cool. Blue Shorts got slept so hard he had a dream. Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. That was pretty cool. He literally, like, you can see it. Like, you see it right here. He knocked the racism out of him, dude. That's wild. No, dark blue shorts. Wait, which one? Where's the dark blue shorts? Oh, this guy? I mean, after he gets knocked out. So here's the thing with dark blue shorts. You're talking about this guy, right? So what ended up happening here to the rogue is that he got knocked out pretty fucking hard, right? And now he's like 1 HP. And instead of sitting in the sidelines waiting for the healer to come in, he goes in for more. And he doesn't realize, like, oh, he thinks like everyone else has got aggro, right? Like, I'll be able to get in a couple pot shots. See he tries it and instantly knock the fuck back out. Do you see that? And it's just like, one thing to always remember is that obviously these are NPCs. These are, raid bosses. But one thing to remember that one thing to do in the correct thing to do in this situation is that when you're on a raid and you see a raid boss get knocked out and then come back up without a healer, immediately take advantage of that opening like he did right here. Immediately take advantage of that opening like he did right here and just take him out. And I think he actually might have died to AoE damage here. Look, because I don't see any direct line of attack. Because he comes back in. Oh no, there is one. Oh, he hit him with a mean right. Okay, never mind. It wasn't AoE. He got hit with a right hook. Yeah.
1 against 7.
That's pretty crazy. Hit him so hard it triggered an unskippable cutscene. Funny enough, the vaping guy never even bothered to come back. Yeah, he knew what was up. Can we take a moment to recognize the one white boy who walked the fuck away from this fight and was the smartest motherfucker on the planet? Oh, 100%. Braden, Graydon, and Hayden got the live, laugh, love knocked the fuck out of them. Yeah. I don't know why chat thought that I wouldn't have fun with this. Why the fuck are Nazis sharing this? This is like, are they that cucked at this point? Why are you like the tier zoo of racism? I'm the tier zoo of doing top of the hour ad breaks. Okay. That's what I'm the tier zoo of. Serving you the top of the hour ad breaks. I don't understand why Nazis would ever post this. Like, this demonstrates that everything that they advocate for is just completely wrong, which it is. I guess they just decided they're going to cry about black people being violent or something instead, which is pretty funny. African American, thank you. African American, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Like, this is pretty funny, though. This is like, yeah, this is cuck fetish shit right here. What is this?
You gotta speak up for the mic to hear you.
Somebody's in the front, somebody's in the back, and 2 men hold hands.
But above, like this.
Wait, friendship.
Wait, so are you upside down or no?
No.
You're just bent over.
Wait, you're not upside down?
No.
Dude, I feel like...
What?
I'm gonna watch. Maya, just hold hands with Rune.
No, we
hands
have to
up
do like this.
You gotta speak up for the mic to hear you.
Somebody's...
The fuck are they doing? What is this? How about this fight? That's crazy. Why does the baby bear look so angry? It's so cute, but he kind of looks angry, no? Make a list that's less white. My dad sent this.
Top 10 countries with most beautiful female soldiers. Number 10, South Korean Army.
How was that number 10? So
Number
far.
9, Polish Army.
Bro, this is so stupid. This is all, dude, it's all AI pics. They're like, damn, AI pics went hard on this. Let me go jerk off the AI content.
Number 8, Ukraine Army. Number 7, Australian Army. Number 6.
Like, what is happening? None of this is real. What the fuck? All those pigs were snapped in the middle of combat, mainly Fallujah. Channel name Top Facts. Yeah, I'm so glad that this is what the internet has become.
Number 6, British Army.
Absolutely not.
Number 5, Israel Army. Number 4, Swedish Army.
This
Number
is
3,
so
US
weird.
Army.
Dude, have you guys ever seen, like, first of all, a lot of these just look the same. Like, all these women look the same. And secondly, it's very obvious that this AI has never encountered, like, a real woman in the Defense Department. Okay? Because this is not what I see. Okay? I have not seen the beautiful ladies of the American military look like this.
Number 2, Russian Army.
Pushing Z. AI's pushing Z.
Number 1, Romanian Army.
What? So they all look the same. What makes them better looking than other armies? Like, every single woman looks identical. Oh, that's awesome. AI is working hard. I see Lamau. Looks like supermodels doing what they do, modeling. No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like artificial intelligence doing what it does, which is bait horny boomers. Doesn't matter what country they're from. They're all beautiful. Ukraine must be #1. They are currently fighting for their freedom. They are very few and far between that look like that. Definitely Ukrainian woman. South Korea Army. Oh no, Sung Hee Kim. It's so funny. Like, I expect this kind of behavior from, like, white ladies named Deborah. So when I see, like, a Korean boomer, it's like hilarious to me. I don't know why. It's just like, why would they be any different? They get baited in the same exact fucking way. Oh, Jesus. Sung Hee is Deborah in Korean. All beautiful women. Stay safe, ladies. They're all stunning. Top 10 AI. I served in South Korea and they're absolutely stunning. Oh, ew. Are these but models to entice enrollment? All. They're all beautiful. South Africa is last for sure. Oh, God. Number 1, Polish Army. Razwan Wolf. Have you seen this new trend on TikTok? Why'd you send me a VX? Nine years after the first, he unalived Stephen Tuomi. Huh? He would unalive at least 15 more over the next 3 years. Huh? No, I don't think the victim escaped his apartment like that. I don't think that's how the victim escaped. This is gruesome. What the fuck is going on, dude? 2 years later, he was unalived in prison by beating. Oh my God. Oh my God. White folk treating people of color very bad. Oh my God. Is this about Black history? Oh my God. Let me guess. This is still gonna fucking clear Johnny Harris's MLK video. Harry Truman ending segregation in schools. It didn't really work. The brutal unaliving of Emmett Till. God damn it. There's something so deeply disturbed about. Oh my God. The brutal unaliving of Emmett Till. Oh, come on. Oh my God. Zoomers are so fucking cooked, bro. This is going to set us back from all the good we just did with the fight video, Hassan. Why do you do this to your black chatters? Rosa Parks saying hell nah on the bus. Okay, it just kind of sucks because, like, it is compelling. It is kind of compelling. Like with the music and the cats are very cute. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe I shouldn't openly admit that, but, like, honestly, I'm learning a lot, to be honest. Shut the fuck up, Hassan. This video has taught me more than you ever could over the course of many, many years that I've been following you. Eisenhower is signing the Civil Rights Act. The Freedom Riders being attacked for protesting segregated buses. MLK giving his "I have a dream" speech. Look at the. Is that how he gave it? That's so. Huh? What? Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on. No, that transition is too quick. That's too quick. That's too quick. You went from MLK to happy, happy, happy. No. No. And then that's it. Racism over. Another one for you. No. 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 Stop. No. Oh no. Oh, that's. Oh, okay, let's watch it. That's not. Why did they put that in Germany invading Poland? Why are they dropping it to the flow? British getting bombed every day. Germany, Italy, and Japan become friends. Germany invading the Soviet Union. Mustache man when his troops freeze and die. America after Japan bombs Pearl Harbor. Huh? Mustache man when he realized Japan attacked America. Allies storm the beaches of Normandy. That's crazy. Oh my God, are you serious? America sends Japan back to the Stone Age, the disrespect. Yo! Also, notice how this fucking propaganda apparatus made USSR erasure. Like so much USSR erasure. That's crazy. USSR carried on World War II. Come on. This TikTok did not mention the Holocaust. Thank God, dude. Are you kidding me? I don't want to see a fucking cat for like Anne Frank, okay? I don't know what the fuck they were going to do. It's good that they didn't mention the Holocaust, okay? God, the happy, happy, happy one takes me out every time. I'm not going to lie. It's so cute. It makes me happy. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man. I see happy cats dancing. I get happy. I'm learning a lot. Me too, man. I'm learning that Abraham Lincoln got elected. The North says the slavery is bad. The South secedes from the U.S. The Confederates attacked Fort Sumter. Stonewall Jackson is showing how he got his name. Abe Lincoln giving the Emancipation Proclamation. Oh! Huh? Okay, this is always the huh cat. That's the one thing they have for like assassinations. They just go, huh? We need a better one. This one is tailor made for you. There is no way they made a fucking off-brand. Yakub exhausting all knowledge in Mecca. 60,000 followers arriving at Patmos with Yakub. The 600-year grafting and eugenics. Professor Yakub successfully creating white people. White folk treating Meccans very bad. Huh? White people being exiled to Europe. Huh? White folks who are in tricknology and starting the No, Yakub! Why? Yeah, Germany unalive 6 million Jews. Huh? Cat. Huh? Fuck. There's an Ottoman one? Wait, this one is like 1 minute and 10 long. Mehmet II getting offered to buy the biggest cannons the world have ever seen. Take these enormous cannons and conquer Constantinople. No way, says Mehmet. Constantine, seeing the Ottomans mobilizing a new army to conquer Constantinople. Wait, what is the parentheses? Last time was just 31 years ago. Constantine searching on how to defend Constantinople against 100k when you only have 7k. Constantine hiring Giovanni Giustiani and his mercenaries to defend Constantinople. There are only 700 men. Mehmed II and his army on their way to attack Constantinople. His army consists of 130,000 men.
Okay, Batman, we'll take it from here.
It took 2 months to move his cannons the distance that would usually take 2 days. Okay, bonus points if they show Constantinople or Mehmet the Conqueror putting the cannons through the fucking land by like taking down chopping lumber and then oiling the lumber up. Oiling the lumber up only to fucking push the cannons or push the ships and the cannons over land directly on the other side of the Golden Horn, where there's a chain that would stop all the ships from entering. Yeah, he pushed the ships through the land. The defenders of Constantinople managed to repair the walls because of the slow reload rate of the Ottoman cannons. Yeah, what happened though? They didn't show the ending. We love conquerors on the Socialist channel. Fuck yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? Hell yeah. It's called Istanbul, bitch. Come on, bro. You can't fucking... You can't literally look at, like, something that happened in 1453 between two established states. Okay? Well, not states, but two established kingdoms at this point. It's ridiculous. Genghis Khan about to become the world's daddy. Like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. We talk about Genghis Khan, who was fucking brutal, but like we only talk about it in terms of like how much his impact was on history and not like his brutality and the human impact. What body slam of the decade? Are you guys just posting fucking fight videos now? Oh my God, he smacked the shit out of him. And then he kicked him while he was on the ground. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro picked him up like a towel. He just whipped him, dude. Dude, that is crazy. I've never seen nothing like that. Bro built up heat and then hit him with a finisher. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to go hang out with my family and I'm going to get a haircut. That's a good note to end it on. Okay. My cousin's here. My brother's here. So that'll be all for me on this beautiful day. I love you all, chat, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay? I hope it was fun. Yeah, I'm getting a haircut, a real one. Bro, every day when I hit 7:30, I get tired as fuck, and then I'm up until 3 a.m. All right, everybody, peace. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.